Welcome everyone to the Coventry Hilton Doubletree Hotel for the IPA European Open Amateur Ladies and Professional events. Glad you can join us. It's been 16 long months since the last event back in Bournemouth, March 2020, but we are back, and what a way. We are back bigger than ever before. Delighted to be joined by Gareth Hiba, ex-world champion, but more importantly, the newly crowned Champions Cup champion. How does that sound?
Oh, it sounds good, Kev. Yeah, thanks. It was nice to show I can still play a little bit. Cause everyone's had a quiet year, but the 2 years before that I was struggling a little bit. So nice to get back in amongst everyone.
I have gone on record as saying there's that final programme, the whole programme, the match, everything around it was the best small table pool programme I have ever seen or been involved in. As you reflect back on that, what are your thoughts about the event as a whole?
Oh, it's superb. Yeah, when you watch it back, I've seen it a couple of times. Just not actually the whole programme through, but bits and bobs, and it's just so well produced, and it was great to be part of. And the pool itself was great to be part of a good match as well. Yeah.
And going into the event, obviously, you haven't picked a queue up literally in anger for 16 months. What were your expectations going into that event?
Just to play well, really, and just hopefully get through a few rounds, and then you feel like you're involved. And once you've won a couple of games, you start getting the feel of the tournament, and hopefully. But when the draw comes out, and my second time, I had John McAllister and Mark Farnsworth, so it doesn't get much tougher than that. So once I got through that one, I thought, yeah, I'm playing okay here.
And let's talk about the final. I mean, that was some final. You were 5-1 down at that mid-session interval. You got it back to 6-3. Were you sort of quietly pleased at 6-3? Did you think, because Mark had been really dominant, playing pretty flawless, was 6-3? Did you think that was a good result at that point?
Yeah, because that was the first match that had been a longer game, and we had an interval. So I thought if I get to 6-3 at the interval, it can change round. We all know how pool works. Sometimes the breaks can change and everything can start going the other player's way, and that's pretty much what happened in that game. Yeah, it was as long as I got to 6-3, 7-2 would have been too much, but I thought if I get to 6-3, I've got a bit of a chance with this.
So you talked about the interval. What did you have in your cup of tea that turned things around? Because you came out for that second session out of the blocks like a man clearly on a mission. Yeah.
I just went back to the green room, had a little drink. Viv was there with our granddaughter, and I wasn't expecting them to be there. Just had a little chat with them. I think we were just three of us. I don't think Mark came back to the room. I think he went outside. So we were just chatting and rushed back in, and it was all change after that.
Have you had a chance to look back at the final? Have you watched it? What are your thoughts on it as a match?
I've just sort of dipped in and out of it, really, watched some of the frames. I've not had a chance to sit and watch like the 2 or 3 hour programme fully yet because it's just been so busy. But yeah, I've watched bits and bobs here and there, and it was some match. I just thought at a certain stage it was getting away from me, and you sort of sat in your chair thinking, I hope I can get a few frames on the board because everybody's watching, and you think, I don't want this to be 10-2, 10-3 or something embarrassing.
So you have won the biggest of the lot, the World Champs, back in 2016, and you had a period of dominance for a while, and then, I'd say results probably not gone your way for the last couple of years. But so where does this victory rank? Obviously the World's is the biggest, we know that, but bearing in mind how things have been for the past 15, 16 months, where does it sort of rank in your list of titles?
It's definitely up there close because of the publicity involved and the amount of people that were watching and getting involved with the tournament and all the shares and all the different things. Obviously the World has that name, and once you've won that, you're forever going to be known as a world champion, but it was a pretty close second, I must admit, just because of the way the tournament was ran and everything around it, really.
Yeah, it was some final, great spectacle, great advert for Black Ball Pool. But to the present, and we've got about 230 players here over the weekend for the 4 events that we've got on: the Open, the Amateur, the Ladies, and the professional event, of course. I'm not sure the weekend started exactly how you were hoping.
Not quite, Kev. No. I had a bit of a nightmare on the motorway, and then my phone died, so I was like 2 miles away, but not sure where I was. So I had no sat nav to get me into the hotel. So I literally walked in at 10-7, playing at 7. And had a tough draw. Mike Tomlinson's a good player, and I sort of got in the match, but then he pulled away at the end, so that was me. And so I'm off. Got a day off today, and just back tomorrow for the pro event. So I'll watch some pool and see who's playing well.
I think it's testament. We talk about the standard, of the amateur game as well as the pro ranks, and there's a lot of new players here this weekend, and I've already seen 1 or 2 that are going to cause a bit of stir a few feathers.
Yeah, every year we start up and there's a few names you don't recognise that you think, oh, these can be dangerous, and it's good to see because obviously we've not had a tour last year, so sort of 18 months since anyone's really hit a ball at this level, and it's good to see some new names and new faces.
We've already seen Tom Cousins, Clint Ianson, Jack Whelan, another world champ. Lee Clough, good friend of yours, already been like dumped out, and we're only at the last 64 stage.
This is it, yeah. Black ball pool first to sevens. It's anyone's really. There's lots of players. Probably 90% of this room can have 4 or 5 dishes on the bounce, and if it comes up against you, you're not going to turn that round.
And the match that we've got coming up, current world champ John McAllister. Obviously, we all know about against the king of dad dancing, as we saw on Sporty Stuff. But dancing aside, Chris Boron, he's going to be some opponent for John.
Yeah, it's a tough one for John because I think I was speaking to Chris yesterday and he beat Michael that beat me, so that put Michael into my part of the draw. So he had a good win there. So he's obviously queuing well, and he did well in the Champions Cup just gone. Was a bit unlucky not to go a bit further. So John also had quite a good run in that. So they're both queuing quite well by the looks of it. So it should be good.
What do you think the strengths of both players are that they're going to bring to this match?
Chris is just consistent, really. He just does the right things. He's very consistent. He's always a danger man against the top players. Whereas John, he's just got a massive break, and if he's queuing well, he just clear the table every time. Really, the way the balls come out for him off his break. John's got a lot of shots that he can pull out of his armour with his skill shots and his doubles and things like that. So he can find finishes out of nowhere. Chris will just take them when they're there. He's just so consistent.
Okay, I'm going to put you on the spot. Who's going to win this match, and then who's going to win the tournament?
I think John might sneak this around 7-5ish, and tournament-wise, not thought of that. I'll go for Jordan Shepherd. I think if he might get on a roll and play well this weekend.
He's certainly due one, isn't he, Jordan?
He is, yeah. Hopefully he'll do well this weekend.
Okay, well, thanks a lot, Gareth, and enjoy your day. Maybe we might see you in the comms box at some point if we can drag you in there. Yeah, thanks to Gareth Hiba, the newly crowned Champions Cup Sporty Stuff TV champion, and what a final that was just a couple of weeks back now. So, as we said, we're just about to get the action underway. Current world champion John McAllister, he's going up against Chris Boron, the Bazooka. Should be a great match, should be a great day's action. We're here with you for around about the next 12 hours with uninterrupted coverage until we crown the champion tonight, the European Open champion. So sit back, relax, enjoy the action, and we'll hand you over to the commentary box.
A first match we've got in store straight away. John McAllister, the current world champion, against the Bazooka, Chris Boron. Anybody that's been watching the Sporty Stuff TV, you remember Chris dancing down the walk-on? But John McAllister is going to be a tough opponent for Chris, and this could be an absolute cracker of a match. Okay, as the players, as normal, now pull, they do the lag to see who breaks first. And it's looking like the dancer, Chris Boron, the Bazooka. And that's exactly the start he needed. There's our referee, Ben Taylor. He referees a lot of our tournaments throughout the UK. A very established referee, Ben is. He's going to have a busy, long day today. There's a lot of matches to get through. This is a last 64 match. Just while Ben's just setting up, and welcome to, well, thought about welcoming him in Kevin Barton. He's walking alongside me. Kevin. Okay. That was a great interview there with Gareth Hiba, the Godfather, the current Champions Cup 2021 champion, eh?
The Godfather, what a nickname that is. And he certainly produced the goods a few weeks back, and I hope you all enjoyed that programme, and hopefully more to come. But here we are, Wow, it's good to be back, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like we've been that long away, but we are back, and this is a tour, our first tour. God, I can't remember the last time we came to tour, but it was a long time ago, in March 2020, if we can remember that far back.
Yeah, the world's certainly a different place since that point. And yeah, as we said earlier on, that we'll be playing all the way through today. We've got 20 tables here at the Doubletree in Coventry, and they'll be going all day and most of the night as well till we find our champion. Probably around, well, if the schedule goes to plan, maybe about 10:30, 11.
Well, that's the plan.
If it doesn't go to plan, who knows?
No, anything can happen in this set of rules, and well, hopefully it'll be nice and quick. Definitely, we're going to see some really quick, fluid matches on this table.
Yeah, talking about the table, how good does that look, Mark? It's been wrapped
10 seconds.
In a brushed aluminium blue effect wrap, and everyone that's seen that table, you know, the corners as well, they've been painted in some sort of black enamel paint. It looks absolutely stunning.
It certainly does, and there's a lot of people that's gone onto the arena and they're all touching it, and they think it's going to rub off, but it doesn't. It's absolutely pristine. And what a great job from our table technician. Oh, he's got a lot of skills. I can't go through them all. He's got loads of titles. Alan Yates, 8-ball direct, and we've been working quite a while with Alan, haven't we?
Well, he's simply the best in the business. You know, that's it. He's you know, when it comes to wrapping and tables, there's nothing that he doesn't know. And the job he's done on this table, the level of detail that he goes to, it's well, is why he's the best. You know, that table is absolutely faultless. And you know, we talked about the Champions Cup and that the table that we used at the Champions Cup, that again Alan, you know, maintained and ensured it was playing the best it could be. That was the straightest table I've ever seen in 35 years of playing pool. It was absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, it played wonderful. Anything that went slow down the into the corners, it just never moved a millimetre. And he's done exactly the same job with these tables. He's not got just the one this time, he's got 20. He's a busy old boy.
And every table is playing exactly the same. You know, you just hear the comments from the players. You know, tables are playing so well, very consistent, and that's, you know, the beauty of this cloth. You know, the Strachan 861 cloth that we use, this blue cloth, powder blue. Every table plays exactly the same.
And talking about cloths and tables, John McAllister is getting very used to this indeed, and this is a great start from John, the current world champion. It seems a long time ago when he picked up that world crown, but he is still the current champion. And what a great start there from John. A bit of a dry break there from Chris, but John takes the opening frame and puts him in very good stead. Race to 7. And Kevin, did you have any sort of thoughts about who could win this match? I mean, John's going to be outright favourite. It'd be outright favourites on Pickers Picks as well, and well, we could have Barton's Picks if you wanted to. It's not got the same ring to it, but
I don't want to put you out of a job, so we'll stick with Pickers Picks. It was a great success, great innovation that we had during the Champions Cup, and Pickers Picks will resume, will come back at some point.
Break, leading 1 frame to 0. Time running.
But yeah, John just showing his you know, his world-class skills there in that opening frame.
Seconds.
So then, Kevin, I'm going to put you on the spot. And I mean, I got a bit nervous, to be honest, with Gareth Hiba giving out predictions. I thought Has he fell out with me or whatever it was? But he's gone for 7-5, hasn't he?
I think, you know, I think that's a fair shout. I think it's the safe shout. You know, John is obviously favourite, is the world champ.
10 seconds.
But we all know what Chris Boron is capable of, and if Chris gets on a roll, he's one of those that he gets a bit between his teeth, and you know he could really get on a roll and bang a few frames together. The problem he's got is John is, you know, very machine-like. You know, he's just not making any errors. We saw that in the first frame. You know, that was a clinical finish.
Cool.
You know,
Yep.
Dry break, reverse dish, and you know that's what's made him world champion. That consistency, reliability, doesn't miss anything. Great at the skill shots. You know, easy cueing style. You know, look how easy that was there, and the screw back was just no effort. And so Chris has got his hands full, but you know, Chris has beaten good players all his career. So this is just another match for him. It's a great challenge. These are the matches that get him going. You know, he's been around a long time, and you know, these are the kind of matches that really excite him. So he's definitely up for it. But he just needs to get some chances, and you know, we're almost at the end of this second frame, and he's not had a chance yet.
No, he hasn't. He's only had the one shot, and that was a break off in the first frame. And unfortunately, that went dry, and John cleared up, and this is looking like a break and clearance. And this is a brilliant start from John McAllister. He has settled really well into this match now. Just in case you've just joined us, we are live here in Coventry at the European Open.
Frame.
Our first tour of the IPA, and this is going to be a very interesting year for us. It's going to be fast and furious. You know, we're in July now, well, August tomorrow, and it's going to be a sensational year. We play again in 5 weeks' time up in Gosforth. Try and get you some latest scores so far to see if any of the our fans watching. I'll try and update you, but if you do want to have a look at any latest scores, they are on qscore.com. Don't be afraid with that. I mean, at the moment we're just having a little bit of a difficulty just getting our scores updated here, but I'm sure we'll be on top of that very soon.
Break. Trailing 2 frames to 0.
I'll try and give you some latest scores around about that's going off. Our number 1 seed, Liam Dunster, he's securely into round 3. He beat Carl Page 7-2.
1 visit.
Just going to join this match back. You know, Chris has gone in off now. He's not had the greatest start. A dry break, and now in off the break. Not the start he wanted.
Extension call.
So another clinical finish there from John. He takes a 2-0 lead. And straight away another chance. See how well he's cueing. Oh, wow. That was like one of mine. It's just developing the balls.
Yeah, seems to have come out okay, but he's got a very tough pot now. Definitely a lot more difficult than he wanted.
Yeah, the middle of those 3 reds in a line into the right centre, and if this goes in, no mistake. Cued that well. This is looking a little ominous for the bazooka. I think the red just on the right hand side of the table. I think he'll probably save that till the end. Be trying to manoeuvre this white after pointing this red into the bottom right corner. Try and get the white back up for these two at the top end of the table.
10 seconds.
Yeah, probably going to have to miss some yellows here. Is he going to try and go through the gap, or he come the other side? He tried the gap ante, and it's not come out bad. He'll settle for that one.
Yeah, that's what happens when you're world champ. You get those nice little nudges. If that had been me, I'd have glanced off the yellow and probably gone in the middle bag.
Yeah, I know how you feel. I definitely do. That's why we're not on the TV table, Kevin.
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
Thank goodness for that.
10 seconds.
Otherwise, I think the only viewer would have been my dad, and even he might have been a push.
I'm not going to put your dad through that, so don't you worry out there, Mr. Barton. But just giving out some latest scores. So I've just said the number 1 seed, Liam Dunster, comfortably through to the last 32. Big car page 7-2. We've also got Simon Ward. Nice to see Simon back on the tour. You know, we missed the Sporty Stuff TV, and you missed some great play that he normally produces on this great studio arena. And hopefully we'll see him if we get another one. I'm sure we will. It's just going to have to be a bit patient. And we're so busy at the moment. It's just about fitting it all in. But he was safely through. Beat Christopher Birkenhead 7-0. The boomerang is back.
He's just getting warmed up.
Yeah, he certainly is.
Just like the world champ. That's pretty impressive. 3 clearances on the spin. And he goes into an early 3-0 lead. And he's looking pretty ominous.
He certainly is. I mean, Chris has had 2 breaks. One of them dry and one of them in off. And when you go in off for the break, you expect to be punished, and especially against the current world champion.
The longest reigning world champion.
Yes, he is. Yeah. Only down to the pandemic. And, but I'm sure he'll take it. Has deservedly taken it as well.
Yeah, and we'll have news about upcoming world championships.
Frame
and
4. John McAllister to break.
Tour dates for next year, all coming up in the next week.
No, we've only just started Tour 1 and we're still chucking them out. We're busy at the IPA headquarters. We're trying to make sure you're up to date with everything we're going to do this year. It's going to be a very busy year for us. And we can't wait to share all of our games with you. Just make sure you join us on our Facebook page or Twitter.
Time running.
We do lots of stuff on there, and this you know, at the moment just currently through YouTube. But we're on live TV. We do a bit of everything, Kevin, don't we?
We like to stretch ourselves, and we'll continue to do that. And we're going to have some great news coming up for people over the next
10 seconds.
weeks and months as we take the game forward.
Extension call.
As the recognised professional body, the only professional body. But back to the now, and it's the first chance of the match for Chris Boron, and these are the sort of chances, Mark, that he just simply has to get.
Yeah, and just going back to sporty stuff, I know we saw some fantastic clearances from Chris Boron, and he is going to have to produce the same sort of standard to beat John. And 3-0 down is not the start you want to be giving him. But as you said, Kevin, this is a chance that he needs to take. It's not simple, but as long as he can get up to the top end of the table with a nice angle, that's going to be the key shot. He needs a bit of an angle now on this yellow below the black. I'm expecting he's going to take this after the middle. He doesn't have to, but it needs an angle. And he looks like he's got a slight one there. Does he look okay there, Kevin, in your eyes?
Yeah, I think even with my eyes, I think that looks pretty good. And you just got a shot there of our referee, Ben Taylor Fuente. And I heard you say, Mark, he's going to be a busy boy today. Well, he certainly is, because he's our only referee. We've had a couple go down the day before the event started. They've either been pinged or come into contact. with somebody who had COVID, so we're absolutely down to the bare bones of staffing resource this weekend. But Ben's the man for the job, cometh the hour, etc. And he's going to be reffing every match on the stream today. Oh, Chris, what have you done there? He's tried to hold the white ball and just misjudged the angle.
Yeah, I'm not sure he needed to hold the white ball there. He could have just dropped that in at a good pace. He's just got a bit of stun on it. He's still not settled in yet.
Yeah, he just saw him say to himself, what was that? Absolutely. That was very un-Chris Boron-like.
Yeah, I'm sure he's giving himself a talking to. But just back to some latest scores. Number 4 seed, Jack Whelan. He has been eliminated from the tournament. He's been beat by a very talented Matt Steeper, who, if you remember, played in our Champions Cup. He got beat 6-1, but he played some good stuff and didn't really deserve to lose by that scoreline. And also, our 2019 World Champion is comfortably through, Mark Farnsworth. I'm sure we're going to see him on this table sooner or later, and I've just been informed he is on next. And let me just have a look to see who's on next, and I can't actually wait.
Corey Reese is his opponent.
Corey Reese, yes, I do remember. I did say that was a good matchup. And that's coming up right after this match, and that's going to be a cracker as well. England against Wales. We've got Newcastle against Coventry here at the moment. I'm not sure if Chris wants to be called Newcastle, but I'm sure I'll get told off either way.
You've got to be careful you get the right ones in that neck of the woods. But John's cueing looks so crisp and sharp, doesn't it? You know, just those little tricky shots. He's just knocking in with, you know, ease and confidence. I mean, it's very, very impressive. You know, you're talking of some of the results there as well, Mark. I mean, you know, so Tom Cousins, one of the big pre-tournament favourites, he was beaten by the butcher, Jake Newell, of last night, and Jake played absolutely fantastically to win, which you've got to do to beat, you know, someone in Tom Cousins' calibre. But, you know, he earned that victory. You know, it wasn't given to him. It wasn't a Tom mistake. He went out and he grabbed the opportunity, and fantastic performance there from Jake.
Yeah, and we know Jake. He's a very capable player. He was on the pro ranks the year before last. I get mixed up with my years now, due to being out of the game for so long. You know, or not being allowed to play, whichever one you want to talk about it. But yeah, Jake, he's through as well. And just looking through at some of the fans' favourite, Jordan Shepherd, currently 5-4 down against Ryan Walton. And we know Ryan is a very capable player. And we're also looking now, just a bit further down, that Ross Fernie.
That's just to interrupt you there, Mark. Jordan Shepherd was Gareth Hiba's tip. So.
Oh yes, he was. Yeah, I did hear that now.
Maybe he's not quite the tipster we think.
But 5-4 down, that's nothing for Sheppy. We know he can reel off 4 frames within 5 or 6 minutes. He is that rapid. I'm talking about rapid.
Time running.
The Riot, our semi-finalist at Sporty Stuff TV, he's currently 6-2 behind against Rapid Roberts, and he only needs 1 frame to get into the last 32. So Ross Fernie's got a lot to do there, and 1 mistake will cost him the place in the last 32.
1 free
and
shot.
The misery continues on the break for Chris Boron, screwing straight in off every pool player's worst nightmare. And yet another opportunity for the world champ. So he's just going to be looking at his problem areas. I think he's going to fancy reds. He's going to do a bit of developing on his first shot. Might even plant the red onto the yellow into the centre. Just wants to create a little bit of movement on some of these areas. Make his work nice and easy. But yeah, there's been a few shocks already, and we're only in the last 1 to 8. See Clint Jansen, you know, as you said, the fans' favourite. He's been beaten. Lee Clough, the Tower, who we saw in the Champions Cup as well. He had a late night victory last night, and then he was on again early this morning. Unfortunately, was on the wrong end of a 7-1 scoreline.
Against Alex O'Donoghue. Well, Alex is one of our other professional
10
players.
seconds.
And again, another quality player. And just going back to Jake Dillon Newlove, he's safely in the last 32 now. He beat Rob Donkin, and we all know how good Rob is. He beat him 7 frames to 4.
Yeah, Rob Donkin is a former IPA Tour winner. And he is in a very elite club of people who have actually won these events. This is sublime from the world champ. He has got that cue ball completely under his control. "4-0 could become 5-0 very soon.
John is calmly going around at this table. Does this red pass into the right centre? It must do, clearly. He wouldn't have been leaving it there. I don't think he's got all the pocket to aim at, but he's definitely got enough for this to pop. And it's just about, just a little slow little stunt, drop it in. And that seems pretty perfect. Probably a little bit
Reset the shot clock,
off
please.
straight to where he wants to be. Why he's had to play a bit more of a difficult black because of the positional play. A little bit lapse there from John McAllister. But we just know how well he cues. And this black, a little bit tricky. But you've got to expect him to get this. And that is into the heart of the pocket.
Frame.
5-0 John McAllister. I'm not sure what Chris can do here. One thing for sure, he's going to have to get his break working. 3 pretty poor breaks on from his standard. He just really hasn't settled into this match yet. But the way that John has come along and taken this match, I only see one winner. And that's looking like John McAllister, 5-0.
Just catch up with some live scores, and you see top of the pile there,
26.
Craig Marsh,
John McAllister the break, leading
2017
5
world
frames to
champion,
0.
just scraping through.
Time running.
7-6 in a final frame thriller, and I think he was slightly fortunate to win that one as well. I think his opponent had a good chance. Just I think the pressure got to him. And the Buddha lives to fight another day.
Yeah, and sometimes names, they sometimes get that little bit of luck, or there's a little bit of pressure on the opponent. That's what this IPA does to players. It really tests them, doesn't it? You know, there's quality throughout both ranks, the amateur ranks and the professional ranks. And we've also got a ladies' competition that has just started now. You know, there's 4 groups of 4. And, oh, I'm sorry, 8 groups of 4. I'm getting mixed up now. 8 groups of 4 players. Play out until tomorrow. I'll try and keep you updated with some of them scores, but they've only just started, so we'll probably get back to you on that later on. But at the moment, this is the last 64 match here in Coventry in the European Open.
Yeah, today's all about this event.
10 seconds.
This is
Extension
the one
call.
that carries a lot of prestige when you're one of these, because you've got, you know, not just the pros, then you've got all the top amateurs in as well, so you've literally got to beat everyone to win the title. At the moment, it's a one-man show.
I've got to say, that looks absolutely perfect. Is he going to try and disturb this, or can he just draw this back enough? Probably for the yellow back into the bottom right. take it into the top left then. He obviously made his mind up early doors. He did have options there.
Yeah, I think John's one of those type of players that if it goes, he's not going to move it. You know, he had opportunities there. He could move it now if he wanted
10
to.
seconds.
I think he'll just play position. Yeah. Leaving himself a nice angle just to stun the white across, just maybe 8 inches above where the black is. Just to leave himself an absolute dolly of a yellow. Leave himself a dolly of a yellow. If only I could play as well as I could commentate. That's absolutely perfect. That black goes in the right centre. And Chris Boron can just sit, watch, tip his hat and just say, well played, John McAllister at the moment.
Yeah, one word I've got for this performance is a masterclass.
Frame.
It's absolutely superb. 6-0. I'm not sure Chris has deserved this thrashing, as it's actually called in the pool world. But I'm not sure what he can do. But he's going to have to get his break working if he wants to get any frames. Let's just look at some of the latest scores again. Any of your favourites on there? Quickly have a look.
Yeah, just looking. Ryan Walton and Jordan Shepherd there in a final frame thriller. Ronan McCarthy, the man who's been playing pool for about 200 years. He's 5-2 up against one of the young breed, Keir Monaghan. Ross Fernie's been dumped out by Rapid Roberts.
Frame 7. Chris Boron to break,
And,
trailing 6 frames to 0.
we'll keep
Time
you
running.
updated on those scores throughout the day. So come on, Chris. Nobody wants to be nilled, particularly on the main table. Let's get one down, avoid being off, get one on the board. He's potted one, so he's at the table. Right, what's he got? What's he got in the tank? At first glance, probably yellows.
10 seconds.
Yeah, the referee there shouting 10 seconds. On the stream table, each player plays to a
Extension
30-second shot clock, and they're allowed one 30-second extension per frame. Players generally use the shot clock, the extension, after the break, because that's usually when they've got to do the most amount of thinking. Plan the route. If the balls are a little bit messy, 30 seconds is quite challenging. I think more and more as the players play this format, the more they get used to it. Good news, bad news there for Chris. Managed to move the red away from his yellow, but promptly tied up the yellow and the black. So you just sort of get that feeling it's just one of those days.
Yeah, it certainly is. I'm not sure what he can do here. Is he going to try and get into him now? We know Chris produces some great shot making. And I've got to be honest, it ain't too bad. It's not going to be perfect, but it's a chance. And these are chances that Chris normally takes, as we've already seen. Not in this match, but we have seen it in his previous matches. And some great shot making from him. Put 6-0 down against the current world champion. This is a tough ask.
Well, I think Chris would have accepted it being a tough ask, but for me, it's an impossible task. Just can't see where he's going to get 7 frames from when he needs to win at least 3 from the John McAllister break. But we've seen it done. Let's not write him off just yet. The bazooka.
Foul.
But that's what happens when it's just not your day.
One free shot.
Yeah.
One visit.
Is this lucky or bad luck? I'm not sure. It's bad luck in my eyes. Kicked into there.
That is sick. That really is sick. To hell, that Black's just come in and knocked it perfectly, or imperfectly from Chris's point of view.
Extension call.
I've got to say, I'm feeling the worst now for Chris. And this is definitely not the performance he wanted. The first one on this TV table.
He certainly looks like a man on a mission today.
10 seconds.
I guess John will have had, high hopes for the Champions Cup. He did. I know he was suffering with a bit of a bad back. I've not seen or heard anything about that recently. So whether he's, had some work on it, and he's feeling a bit easier.
Yeah, and John's also one of them players. He don't make excuses. He just sort of gets on with his way that he goes about the game and tries his hardest, and is a really true professional player. And as we're seeing here, I know that hasn't gone to plan, but he'll be working out now of how he can make this clearance happen.
You just got to be careful. I don't think the red and black are a plant into the corner, but you don't want to be dicing with that too much. Close-up shot there of these brand new Aramith Pro Cup balls. He's overhit that one. So we may see a collector's item. Could be a John McAllister safety shot. And even the safety shots are played to perfection. A tap on the table there from his opponent. It's one thing that you notice at these IPA events, whilst, everybody wants to win, and everybody's got their tough match heads on. There's still recognition of great shots and great sportsmanship throughout the men's and ladies players.
Yeah, absolutely. Even on the outside tables, the ones that aren't sort of filmed from the cameras, you're forever seeing acknowledgement from every player about some of the good shots that everyone plays. And that will continue throughout. There's some big respect out there from everybody. Quite a big family out there as well, Kevin, isn't it? It really is.
Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah, great atmosphere out there. I mean, it was so busy in the room last night. It was, I was chatting with quite a few new players I've not seen before, not spoken with, and maybe had a few emails, about the tour, the first time and stuff, and said how they're enjoying it, and chatting to people that they didn't know before, and making new friends, and that's what it's about.
Yeah, at the IPA we try and make to feel everyone feels welcome. And anybody still wanting to join, I know we're one touring, but we do single events. We've got one in Gosforth in 5 weeks' time. We've got another one in October in Bournemouth, and then we've got two in the Isle of Man, and we do single event entries. There is a couple of places left on certain ones, so if you wanted to join, have a look at the IPA website, ipa.com, and there's a shop on there. Get yourselves down if you want to play, and if you want to be as good as John, as we've seen here in this first match here, live from Coventry for the European Open. John McAllister, absolutely superb stuff there. We need 7 frames to 0. We've not seen the best there from Chris, but he'll be back. I'm sure he will. Yeah, we've still got another event to play. He's in the amateurs ranks, and I'm pretty sure he'll be straight on after this. There's no rest for these players. There's a lot of tournaments going off, or a lot of events, should I say. But what a great start there from John McAllister. He's really setting his sights on trying to win this European Open. Local boy from Coventry himself. And there is a lot of great players here from Coventry. we've had quite a few of them in this event, and they've all come here to do well and win the event. But I think we're just about to, well, we think, I know that John is just going to have an interview. So I'm going to hand you over now. There might be a bit of silence.
Welcome back, and what an absolutely sublime performance there from the current longest ever world champion, John McAllister. John, that was impressive stuff, pretty clinic.
Yeah, it helped with the breaks going my way early doors, so it allowed me to settle down at 2-3-0 up. And then obviously when he's 3-0 down, he's got a relatively easy finish for his standard. But obviously when you're 3-0 down, everything's a little bit tricky, especially first game in the morning as well.
I must say your cueing looked like crisp, rapier-like. You used to be really pleased how you've come into this tournament.
Yeah, with the table being so reactive and slidey and that, all you have to do is just cue the balls in, and the table does the work for you. So obviously if you're not cueing well, it does catch you out a little bit. But yeah, hopefully carry on that performance.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's been a bit of a weird, as it has been for all of us, the last 15, 16 months. You won that world title, and we've literally had a couple of events since, one recently. Do you sort of feel now that you can start to enjoy being world champion tag now that we're back into the event season? They start to sort of kick in a bit, do you think?
Yeah, a little bit. Obviously, yeah, everyone does joke about I'm the longest world champ, but yeah, hopefully it's sort of with the year gone by, I've got that monkey off my back where they don't perform the next year really. So just hopefully just continue that performance, and then just try and kick on.
And obviously you played in the Champions Cup a few weeks back. Thoughts on that event? You're a little disappointed that you weren't lifting the title, or is it just one of those things?
Yeah, of course. Obviously, in them events you can lose to anyone really. There's such a high standard of players. Obviously, I was just a bit gutted really from 4 each. I didn't really get many chances against Gareth, and like you say, he's gone on to lift the title. But it don't always work like that. But as long as you keep performing, and then just see what happens really.
I know at the Champions Cup you're suffering a bit with your back, and I know it was impacting on your break a bit. Are you sort of over that now? Have you been in the on the massage table?
No, it seems to be okay at the moment. I think it's just if I do a sustained period of practice and that, it starts acting up. So I've sort of limited my practice really, but sort of put a lot more effort in, if that makes sense. So and then hopefully as long as I'm sharp here and then get a bit of run, then hopefully I can just get the wins under my belt.
And well, certainly on that form, someone's going to have to do something pretty special to beat if you keep that level up. We were just saying on comms that there's a lot of new faces at the event this year, particularly on the amateur side of things. I've seen one or two have caught my eye, and a few surprise results, or surprise to us, because we've not seen them before. Is there anyone that's caught your eye, or have you seen any of these amateurs?
No, I don't really stay around the arena when I'm not playing, to be fair. I just try and keep them in a little bubble. Just watch a few games, like a few friends here and there. But yeah, like always on the amateur, there's always sort of a couple of people that make the last 16 quarters. It's never any doubt. And especially a couple of the local lads from Coventry as well. They're always top players, but they just don't go on the tour regular. So obviously you do normally see them in the later stages of this event, to be honest. So just keep an eye out for a few of them, really.
Yeah, and you do like to do your own thing at the tour, don't you? You don't sort of mix about. You'll probably take yourself away now. Is that your routine? Take yourself away, then come back when it's just the next game?
Yeah, just try and relax really. Obviously, make sure I go back, have a shower, get changed, just fresh for the next game really, as much as I can. It just puts me in the right mindset really. So I don't mind hanging around the arena, but obviously it's not my cup of tea as much really.
And you just sort of touched on practice. What has your sort of practice regime been like compared to what it would be normally? Bearing in mind your back and the times that we've been in, people want to know what does the world champ do to practice to play like that?
It's just practicing with people of a high standard, really. Obviously, if you're not getting many shots in practice, when you've got a chance, you've got to take it every time. So I've just not put in as many hours in as I normally would, but and sort of it's not been going particularly well, to be fair. It's just when you turn up like that, and it's not too bad in the end.
That's when it matters.
Yeah, of course, but like you say, you get a bit of match practice as well, so as the rounds get on, you're hoping the early rounds are a bit easier to sort of get into the tournament really, to the Saturday afternoon stage, and then you can really kick on from there.
Is that when you feel like you're in the tournament, now that you win your first game on the Saturday and now you're in the 32s? Is that when it starts?
Getting to the Saturday is the main one, obviously winning on the Friday night, and then so it's sort of like a new day, new tournament. So if you can get through to the 32 stage, like you say, it does really kick on from now.
And good to be back.
Yeah, really happy to be back. Obviously, everyone's enjoying it now because they've not been able to play so much. But yeah, when there was nothing to play for, I didn't really want to play. So that's probably hindered me sort of before the Champions Cup, etc. But I've had to knuckle down a bit more for these events now.
Well, it certainly showed there, John. Well played, and hopefully we'll see you later on in the tournament. Thanks a lot, John. So that's John McAllister. So that's how you play black ball pool. That was pretty clinical. And talking of clinical, we've got the finest exponents of black ball coming up next in the next couple of minutes. Wales's Corey Reese against the 2019 World Champion Mark Farnsworth. So don't go anywhere, and we'll rejoin Mark Pickworth again in the commentary box.
First match that was, and John safely into the last 32. He is now playing Rapid Roberts, and that is coming up around 1 o'clock. I'm not sure if it'll be on this table, but I'm sure I'll have some information about who's going to be here next. We also know who's going to be playing on this table next. Corey Reese against Mark Farnsworth, and that's in the last 32. I mean, I'll just go through some of the fixtures already. We've got Liam Dunster. He's going to play Ricky Jones. John Cairns is playing Gavin Robinson. Michael Tomlinson playing Paul Harkness. And Michael Tomlinson, you know, we saw The Godfather. He eliminated him in the very first round, Gareth Hiba. Dean Shields is going to play Ben Davis. What a great game there. England against Wales, exactly like this tie is going to be. The English against the Welsh. This is one that we always wait for. We've got Mark Boyle, remember, the Champions Cup runner-up. And he's playing Jake Dylan Newlove, who's had a terrific result in the previous round. And, you know, he beat Rob Duncan, and what a great result that was. And then we've got now Corey Reese against Mark Farnsworth. And myself's also in the last 32. I'm playing Double D, Dan Davey. It's going to be a great clash, I'm sure. Hopefully it'll be a bit better than my last game. Scraped through 7-6. And then we've got Alex O'Donoghue against Matt Steeper. Craig Marsh against Arthur Dad. Great game. And then we've got Crowe against the Boomerang, Simon Ward. What a great game that will be. Adam Griffiths, Morgan McInnes, who's just got through 7. He beat the Dazzler. Darryl Whitworth, 7-4. Great result there for Morgan. Then we've got Wade Morley against Jordan Shepherd. That is going to be a cracker. And Wade Morley has eliminated Lee Clough 7-1 earlier on. I do apologise, I've got that wrong. And Wade Morley is the local boy. He beat Mark White, the local boy, 7-1. Great result that was. Connor Tracy against Rona McCarthy. That's another great game coming up. As you see, some of the results there. And still some of them in play. A couple of games still in play there. Jimmy Carney against Chris Day. And then we've got Nathan Davis. Remember Nathan in the Champions Cup against Anthony Mason. 6-4 up at the moment. Needs one more frame to get on. And Jimmy Carney, the showman. And I'm sure he cannot wait to get into the 32. Still a couple of frames there to go. There's the draw as I've just been going on about. That's the draw for the last 32. That starts at 1 o'clock. But this game now, Corey Reese against Mark Farnsworth, is a last 32 matchup. And I'm sure this is going to be a cracker. England against Wales. And I'm not sure who's going to be next on this TV table, but I feel that somebody is just about to deliver that name, that news to us right this minute.
No, I'm not. I've got nothing to say. So next up after this one, it will be another England-Wales battle. It'll be Dean Shields against the 2018 World Champion, Ben Davis. So we're seeing the world champions in reverse order, the first 3 matches.
I know, and that's another England against Welsh style. You know, we look as Paul, we love the English against the Welsh, don't we? We really do. Some fantastic players from both nations. But as you say, Ben Davis, 2018 World Champion, he plays some absolute fluent stuff. He's fantastic. We know how good Dean is. He's sensational.
Well, he's the next doubles world champion.
Yeah, he's nicknamed the Shootout, and that was the reason for the doubles. You know, he got that clinical black in the Shootout, and what a tremendous final that was. Many moons ago.
Yeah, probably, crikey, 3 years ago?
16.
4 years ago? 3-4 years
Yeah.
ago? I'm sure he'll tell us at some point. But I think this is a very, very interesting matchup. And so Corey's one of these relatively new pros. I think he's only his second year. And we all know his talent. You know, he's one of these that's coming up the rankings, winning, winning great matches. Not quite got his hands on one of the majors yet. But, we all know what a talent he is against the man who needs no introduction, won just about everything, 2019 world champ. And but I think there's something to prove. I think I know he won the world championships in 2019, but apart from that, it's been a pretty lean period for someone of Mark Farnsworth's ability.
Yeah, it has. I mean, he lost to Gareth Hiba in the quarter-finals of the Sporty Stuff TV Champions Cup. But he looks very focused this weekend. He's just going about his business, producing some great stuff. And I'm sure we're all expecting great things from Mark, just like his hometown will be as well. You know, he's got a local club called the Sky Lounge. I'm sure they'll be watching this today.
Yeah, Mark gets the action underway. Didn't quite nail the break. You saw the white slide off to the side rail once it connected with the pack, so didn't quite hit that front ball flush. We've talked many a times in the past about his break and how it is a little bit of his Achilles heel. So it wasn't it wasn't one of his best breaks, but anyway, he's potted and he's at the table, so he can. It's a good early chance to get his arm going.
Yeah, it is. And one thing about Mark, he hasn't got the strongest break in the game, but his pattern play is tremendous. And if you want to learn about pattern play, you need to watch Mark Farnsworth. He is definitely one of the best in the world at pattern play. Would you agree, Kevin?
Yeah, hand on table, he is definitely up there. As I said, since apart from the World Championship, it's been fairly lean. He had a couple of years of complete dominance. He was so far ahead in the rankings. He could have had a year off and he'd still been number one. He was so dominant. So 2017, 2018, I think around that time. But. In any tournament, he's going to be up there as one of the favourites. And rightly so.
Yeah, and in the, I keep mentioning the Champions Cup, but he was favourite throughout that tournament for the outright with the bookies. And, I think if there was pricing this tournament up, I think he'd be definitely in the top two, without a shadow. And I just want to talk to you about result. I was on about Sheppy. He squeezed through 7-6. So all you Sheppy fans out there, Jordan, Jordan Shepherd, he is safely through. He's definitely dodged a bullet there, 7-6, but he's in the next round. And that was a bit of a sloppy shot there from Mark. Ended up behind that yellow. It might have been a little bit of bad luck as well. But we know Corey. He's a great player, and what a great opening shot that is. There.
Yeah, Corey has been bubbling under for a while. I think he's due one soon. I think he's one of those players that he can certainly go all the way. He's got the belief, certainly got the talent. It's a big achievement to win one of these things. The field is so tough. I know we keep saying it, and it's just a matter of the difference is usually just that little bit of luck at the right time. You know, everybody gets the look. We all know that. But he's getting it at those crucial times when you need it. You know, they're getting a little nudge at 6-all, or when you're 5-4 down. You know, at those critical times in a match. You know, pointless getting it when you're 6-1 up.
Yeah, he's a great competitor. And he sort of normally ends up in the quarters, semis quite regularly, doesn't he? And Mark's got his a very tough opponent today.
I think he can just drop this one into left centre. I think you just have to put a little bit of pace on the white ball just to get that white to brush off the second yellow. Yeah, it needed more pace. Definitely needed more pace. He's only got a double. It looks pretty, not a bad double. He's just got to get his cue out of the way in time. He's going to be stretching over the table. He's not the tallest lad, isn't Corey?
10 seconds.
Big shot early in the match. It looks good. It looks very good.
Yeah, that was very superb, and what great timing that was. This is really punishing Mark, and you know, when you do play somebody of Mark's quality, this is exactly what you need to do to him. This black isn't straightforward though, and what a brilliant chance, and what a brilliant pot that is from Corey Reese. He is now one frame ahead. Brilliant stuff, brilliant clearance. A bit careless there from Mark, you know, to land up behind that yellow, but, sorry, yeah, that yellow. I was a little bit mixed up then. But yeah, and great start from Corey.
Yeah, it was a good finish. I think Mark was a little bit unlucky to snooker himself. However, I think the mistake came earlier on in that frame when he played a loose positional shot. As we look at some of the scores there, Wade Morley, another one of these amateur tigers who's started well in his IPA career. Good win against Mark White, local boy. Very, very, very good player. So that's a good result for Wade.
Leading 1 frame to 0. Time running.
Again, not the best break from Corey. And it almost went enough, but you can see he's judged it well enough. But dry, and it's a first opportunity to mark, but nothing exciting here. He's got reds, but well, what a lot of work to do if he wants to go for the finish in this clearance.
Yeah, I'm not sure he'll be too disappointed about missing that one.
It's just one of those shots that just ebbs a little ebb at the confidence. You know, it's just going to take another little couple of percent, you know, on the top of what happened in that first frame and that you know, good clearance by Corey. So interesting early exchanges in this match.
Yeah, and as you already mentioned, these reds, these aren't straightforward. I'm not sure if that red goes into the top right-hand corner. And where does this red go? Just above this white. I don't think that goes into the bottom left either. It looks tight. Definitely ain't got all the pocket.
Tactical safety, but he's left a half chance. It's a long yellow bottom left hand corner. rail. He's got a few options. Yeah, again, that's another miss. That's 2 in this frame already from the ex-world champ. Just not settled yet into this match. Just hitting things a little bit thick, which is always, I think, a little sign of a bit of tension.
Yeah, and a couple of things haven't gone Mark's way, and that might just created the tension. But is this going to be another great chance here for Corey Reese? I mean, I'm not sure if that red passes into that yellow. I think it does. Looking at one of the camera angles we can see, it definitely ain't got all the pocket, but it just should come off the knuckle. But is that one of them, Kevin, where you sort of need to land pretty much straight behind, just so you can make sure the pot?
Yeah, certainly. He wants to be as close to that red that's nearest that yellow in the top right corner area as possible. As you can see, as you said, he's only got half to 3/4 of that pocket. So he could leave it to the last ball, or I think he either plays for it now, or it becomes his last ball. He's gone for the former, and this is going to be a little bit of awkward queuing again for Corey. Could just about reach it, but not perfect. White near the cushion limits what he can do with the white ball.
Yeah, he needs to be careful with this one. This could just go onto the bottom cushion. He's going to hope this goes near the bottom right-hand corner. Depends on how much angle he's got. He's just playing it very controlled, and what a great controllable shot that was. Looking like he's going to have 2 little roll-ins here. Just really needs to concentrate on this one.
10 seconds.
Just drop it in, on and off the cushion. He's been called his 10 seconds. Oh, and he's overdone that. That's a little bit of attention. He's sort of in the middle of nowhere, but I'm expecting him to pot this. And this to take a 2-frame-0 lead. And there you see it, Corey Reese now 2 frames up, and he is punishing Mark Farnsworth for every mistake he makes, and it's a pretty great start.
Yeah, looks pretty solid, Corey. Pretty solid. The errors have come from the ex-world champ, Mark Farnsworth. So it's clear what he needs to do. He's got to cut out the errors. Certainly not settled into this match yet.
Yeah, we were seeing pretty much 3 errors in 2 frames from Mark Farnsworth. And that is what you don't normally see from the 2019 World Champion. So he needs to book his ideas up a little bit. But he still looks very focused. He's definitely not out of this match yet. But one thing you don't want to do is give Corey a 3-frame-0 lead. And he's got a ball off the break. Again, not the best break. First glance, I think he would like to take the yellows, but he hasn't really got an easy opener. And the reds are okay. Not so much an easy opener. Looks like he's only got one into the right centre, one in the bottom left. So, and that's why he's electing the reds. He just wants to keep on the table. Try and keep Corey off it. Get back to potting a few balls. He's hopefully going to clear these out. But that one in the top half of the table is a little bit tricky. It's not going to be a straightforward pot. But it's all down to position. And this is where he needs to be on it. He needs to be on this perfect. And that looks okay. He should be okay. Just pot this into the top right and come on and off the cushion. So this is the key shot of the frame. Dropping that in, he's missed it. Oh, I thought he'd missed that. And that had wiped its feet. He'll be pleased to see that drop. Just have a look at this. This is definitely at the far jaw. Oh, God. I'm sure his heart was in his mouth then. But yeah, it's not completely settled yet, Farnsworth. Big Ray is his nickname. Just this one into the right centre. A little bit tricky. Just needs to keep his concentration. I like the way he's played that. Nice and positive into the right-hand centre. And this straight black now to reduce the deficit by 2 frames to 1. And that's a better frame there from Mark. Not a lot of Corey could have done that. Just sort of sat there and admired Mark taking that break and clearance out. And that's what we normally expect from one of our former world champions.
Much needed frame that for Mark. 3-0. The early alarm bells start to ring. But 2-1.
Frame 4. Corey Reese to break. Leading 2 frames to 1.
A lot more appetising.
Time running.
And as we always say, he's got that first frame. Feel is in the match, and now it's battle on.
Yeah, and if there's a time that Corey needs a good break, it will be now. But that didn't sound his best break. And Corey, for me, he's got one of the biggest breaks in the game, and that definitely wasn't one of them.
Look at the split of these balls. Take your pick. You could have either colour. I think it'll be yellows, but if you wanted to test himself and give us some excitement, it could go for reds.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to go with your first choice there, Kevin. I'd be surprised if he took the reds here.
See the tables in the background there. 20 tables, all busy away with various matches. We've got the obviously the open event that we're watching now. Then in the background we've got the early rounds of the amateur. I think they started at 10:30 this morning. We've got the ladies who start this morning. We started the pro event yesterday. We'll be watching those players in action tomorrow afternoon. No, tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon. That'll be what we'll be focusing on. But that's a bit of a careless error there from Mark.
Yeah, and that was very similar to that red in that previous frame. And look, you know, with that red in the previous frame, he was lucky it's dropped. But that yellow, it hasn't. It's hanging there. And that is another miss from Mark Farnsworth. I've never seen him miss so many balls, and especially in the first 4 frames of this match. He's missed 4 pots, and that is not normal sort of things that happen for Mark.
Yeah, certainly didn't expect that, particularly after the last frame. I thought we might start to see him move through the gears, but again, I guess that's probably typical of his play over the last few years. Just those odd, careless errors that have just crept into his game, and we're sort of really surprised to see that. I guess it must be strange for the players as well. Most of these professionals that we're seeing will have played in the Champions Cup, where we had no crowd, no noise. You could literally hear a pin drop in that arena, and breaks for adverts. Completely different setup to what we've got with the tour.
Yeah, it is. And this is going to be continuous action. I mean, when I played in that event, I used to like the rest and the break, just so you can sort of, I don't know, just have your thoughts or whatever it was. And but these players, they're going to have to play all the way through. There won't be any rest breaks. There's not going to be any breaks throughout the day. And that might seem quite mean what we're doing, but we're going to continue with the action all the way through, right up to the final. It's scheduled for 10 p.m. tonight. I'm sure we can't wait. Who's going to make that? There's loads of players that have already been eliminated, great players. There's loads of great players through, but anyone could make this final. It is so open. And John McAllister safely into the 32. This is the last 32 match. Corey Reese needs this double. This is a big shot now, this frame, and that looks heart of the pocket from Corey, but he's still got work to do. I'm not sure if he's on this in this bottom left-hand corner. That looks tight.
That looks very tight indeed. And on the overhead camera, I don't think he can get that. And if he can't, it might actually be it's not a total, but he's having to swerve. He's digging around. Lots of right-hand side on the white ball. I think he's over swerved. And that's a chance gone. And that all stemmed from, I know he got the double, but it stemmed from the poor positional shot that left him the double. He didn't get into that white ball whatsoever. And it's a second chance in this frame for Mark Farnsworth to tie things up. And I think if he can do, he'll certainly be feeling a lot better of the two players with the way he started.
Yeah, absolutely. And Corey, that previous shot, he was under pressure from the time clock as well. He played that with 3 seconds to go. There's even more pressure, not just playing your opponent. That shot clock is pretty rapid, 30-second shot clock. But what a chance this is for Mark now. He was 2-0 behind in this, and he'll be feeling very good if he can take these last 3 yellows and the black ball out. But this should be a formality from now. Great positional shot there from Mark.
Yeah, despite the errors that he's made, it looks like he's going to tie things up at 2-all, and he's going to be feeling pretty pleased with those last 2 frames. Hopefully he'll put the errors to the back of his mind. Just overscrewed that one again, but shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, and that's another clinical clearance. I mean, it's not been vintage Farnsworth, has it? He's normally, everything's in the middle of the pocket. His positional plays are always spot on. And he seems to be struggling there. I don't know if he's struggling with the pace of the table or the arena. He's just not settled.
Yeah, he certainly used all of the pocket for that black. It went in the side door, but in it went. He's 2-all. That's all that matters. And the mark to break in frame 5. Can he get a decent break under his belt? Start to build that confidence.
Frame 5. Mark Farnsworth the break. Scores are tied, 2 frames all.
It's always important in these race to sevens is momentum. And you know, he's won 2 frames in a row now. If he gets a good break here and run, that is momentum. And I'm only going to see one winner then. Well, here we go. What's he got here? He's definitely got a ball. Where's the white? Synchronised commentary there, Kevin. Well played.
Gold medal performance there. But yeah, better break from Mark. The white was coming back down the middle of the table. Got a little kick, but no alarms. And you know what a difference a good break makes. You know, the balls are spread far and wide, so a few little areas to negotiate. But at least you're giving yourself those opportunities, and you know, chance to get your arm going, relax, and as you say, get some momentum.
Yeah, needs to get a few shots going. First glance here, I think the yellows. I mean, if he does take the yellows, that tricky one on the top, but he needs to get on this now, and that is exactly what he's doing. He'd rather have an angle. He looks to be straight on that. I think he'd be quite happy with that because he'll have options.
Yeah, it's a good positional shot. He can get his cue into the white ball, screw his back, bits of side. Is it going to come enough? Oof. Well, can he get his Jackie's cue up in the air? How close is that red and yellow? There's probably about 3 or 4 millimeters between them.
Yeah, this is going to be very tricky cueing. He's going to really launch this cue up in the air. I'm sure Ben Taylor'll be watching. That looks pretty good. Didn't want to be on the side cushion. This is going to be a very tough pot. He's got an option of 2, has he, or just the 1? He's only got 1 in the bottom right. Does that one just above the black spot, going to the bottom left. It looks tight. He's going to clip into the middle.
That was the only one you didn't cover. Well, does that yellow in the middle of the 3 yellows, at the top of the triangle of yellows, does it go in the bottom right hand corner? Looks mighty tight. Is there a gap?
Yeah, it's really tough to see. Has he got a gap through the red and the yellow? Is that what he's playing?
If he's got a gap, he's very lucky. Oh, he had a gap.
Wow. And, you know, because that sort of clearance was getting away from him, especially when he went out of position in that previous shot. I thought he was struggling then. But even this positional shot is not simple, because he needs to be pretty accurate on getting this one in the bottom left-hand corner, after this into the left centre. This needs to be good. Look at this shot. That looks superb.
That was a classy shot. That was a classy shot. Just that little subtle bit of right-hand side to spin the white ball off a couple of cushions to get the angle onto this last yellow. That was a classy shot there from the ex-world champ.
Yeah, he didn't have a lot of cushion to work with then. You know, he was what, 2.5 inches. It was not a lot.
This black just.
Certainly. Time out.
I think this black just sneaks into this right centre.
Time running.
He's not got all of the bag, but I think he's got enough. And there you see at the top end of the bag, and in it goes, and that is 3 frames on the trot for Mark Farnsworth, and he establishes a 3-2 lead. Corey's just nips to the facilities, probably just to clear his mind.
Put it on, but it's not going on. Okay. Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, I'm sure Mark will feel mighty relieved now to be 3-2 up. And Corey, he hasn't really done a lot wrong. You know, he's probably, I can't remember the last time he was at the table, to be honest. But Mark has been his normal sort of clinical self. You know, it's not been fluent or terrific play from Mark, but he'll be happy. 3-2 puts him in good stead now. As you see, there he is, just being blocked out by Ben Taylor while he's setting the balls up. Mark Farnsworth, former world champion in 2019.
And what a final that was against Tom Cousins, one of the greatest matches of all time, I think is all I've got to say about that.
Yeah, 6.5 hours of stunning play. It was, oh well, nail-biting stuff at the end, weren't it? It really was. And Mark Farnsworth showed absolute brilliant bottle and took out the match absolutely clinically. And it just, you could just see him. He was drained. He was just so proud of himself. And it was a brilliant sort of day for Paul. Unlucky to Tom Cousins, just missed out. I'm sure Tom will be back, and he'll be fighting for the next World Championships, which Kevin's already mentioned. We will be announcing that over these next few weeks, which when the dates will be. And I'm sure everyone cannot wait to be watching, never mind playing this World Championships. And there's going to be some great news with some of that announcement, so keep your eyes peeled for that. By the moment, we've got to concentrate what's in front of us. We're here live in Coventry at the European Open. And Corey Reese against Mark Farnsworth. It's Corey Reese to break. It's the time. We've said it before in his previous break. He needs a good break, but this is definitely the time. He needs to hit these pure.
It's his best break of the match by some distance. And what a great split there for Corey, and those yellows just look very, very inviting indeed.
Yeah, and I like the way that Corey draws his white ball back into the middle of the top cushion. It sort of gives it no chance of going in off, and superb. And these yellows, how good do these look?
Yeah, he's just got to make sure that he still takes them out in the right order. He can't take liberties with them, even though they're all out in the open. We see it time and time again, don't we? That sometimes the easy clearances can sometimes catch the players out. You just maybe just take the foot off the gas a little bit because they know they're pretty easy. All of a sudden they've run out of position and the opportunity is gone. So just using his extension there just to make sure that he doesn't fall into that trap.
Yeah, and I think the problem is that yellow is pointing out there, the one sort of below to the right-hand side of the blue spot, if you want to call it that. And that would be the tricky one. Because if it went into the right centre, this would be a very simple clearance indeed, but it doesn't. So I'm expecting a little screw back. Does that go in the top left? If it does, he can then get his cue, where he's pointing his cue, he can then play the yellow onto the yellow. And then that will give him a fantastic chance. But this pot is definitely the crucial part of this frame. Just needs to make sure of this.
Yeah, I think he just underscrewed there by an inch. And this is just a little bit thinner than what he would like, but it should still be okay. Because still on these cloths, you can really grip the white ball with minimal effort, like he did there. So you can get that screw back, that grip that you need. And this is prime position to level things up at 3-all. This has got all the signs of one of those IPA thrillers going all the way, Mark, don't you? I'm sort of starting to sense that now.
Yeah, I am. And if Corey takes these final 3 balls out, well, final 2 now, we're going to be into a best of 7.
You can see on the scoreboard graphic there the 7 in the brackets in between the 2 and the 3. That means it's a race to 7. For a place in the next round and still in with a shout of taking home the fantastic trophy, the prize money, but more importantly, that title, European Open champion, first event back for 16 months. That must feel good to whoever's going to win.
Yeah, it will. These players have been out for so long, and anybody that wins this tournament this weekend would have done really well after being out of the game for so long. You know, they cannot wait. But I like the way that Corey Reese has just picked his pace up, and now we just see, you know, towards the end of that frame there, the way that he's sort of gone around, punched everything in. He means business now, and Mark has got a really tough game in his hand, and he's not going to go away. Corey isn't, but it's all going to be about the break. I think this best of 7 now.
Yeah, decent break from Mark, and keeps him at the table. So if you're new to black ball rules, so if you break and whatever you pot from the break, you know, if you pot from the break, that just means that you stay at the table. It doesn't mean if you pot 6 reds off the break, it doesn't mean you're on reds. You are on the next legal ball that you pot. So whatever Mark pots next, which you might take this long yellow to the bottom left corner. If he pots that, then he will be on the yellows. If he misses, it'll be an open table. And I saw a lot of arm movement on that shot there. That was a definite twitch. He knew how big a shot that was. Did not cue that one well at all.
No, not at all. And that's the second one I've seen him in this match. One of them longer pots he seems to be struggling with at the moment, but he needs to overcome that. And that was a big puff of the cheeks. There's definitely a little bit of tension out there, and Mark will be feeling it more than most, as you already said. You know, he's not won a title for a while now, and this is one that he wants to get his hands on. But playing shots like that, he's going to find it very difficult. And Corey Reese, a great competitor. I mean, let's just see if Corey keeps this pace about the way that he's just been playing. It's really important. He sort of shows a great demeanour, and Mark will be looking at the body language of Corey to try and get some signs of how he's feeling. I'm sure Corey's just learnt from that previous shot there from Mark what Mark's feeling. So this is a great opportunity now for Corey.
Yeah, I was speaking with Corey yesterday, and we were talking about the Champions Cup and the shot clock, and he said sometimes he had to sort of force himself to play a bit quicker. He felt he was just a little bit, you know, a little bit slow on the pace at times. So I think, you know, he's obviously conscious of it. You know, he felt as if he was getting caught out by the shot clock. So he's having to make a conscious effort to play above his normal playing speed.
Yeah, I mean, he's not the slowest player by a long way, but you normally when players are feeling confident, you'll see them pick up the pace.
Now, I think he's going to leave this red that's on the right rail. I don't think he wants to risk moving it, because then he's just in the lap of the gods. I think he's sizing this up for the double.
10 seconds.
Certainly doesn't go in the top right corner. That looks pretty perfect. If you can see just it's about a half ball shot on the red.
Yeah, what a crucial shot this is at a crucial stage of this match. 3 frames all. This shot, this is very crucial indeed. How positive has he played that shot? And you just see Mark Farnsworth tapper there on his leg, acknowledging that shot. It was absolutely perfect. Just look at this, the way, I mean, he hasn't even got all the red to aim at, but Wow, brilliant from Corey Reese.
And we saw the white ball there after it hit the red, how it sort of arced round, you know, because of that grip that you can get on this cloth.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot more selection of shots on this cloth, isn't there? And these players know how to play them. And that was one of them. Superb stuff there from Corey.
Thin nick for the black, in it goes. And that is a good breaking dish there from the Welshman. He edges into a 4-3 lead. Just needs 3 more frames to take his place in the next round. So Mark Farnsworth is going to have to win this match 4-2 if he's going to progress. So pickers picks, who would be your pickers picks now?
Well, the way I've seen Corey just playing in the last couple of frames, so positive. Well, he'll know that Mark Farnsworth is not going to go away easy. I think we've already said it. This could go the distance, but again, it's going to be on the breaks. And Mark, you know, he didn't have a great break in that previous one. Let's just see what Corey's got, and then I might make my prediction. Might be cheating, but I'm here. I'm holding all the ace cards, and I'll be making that decision very soon.
So Corey to break, another good break, but looking dry at the moment. Dry it is.
Yeah, and first glance at these seem very tricky indeed. That top left-hand corner, one's blocking the other.
10 seconds. Extension full.
Yeah, certainly nothing easy in this rack. Interesting tactic there from Mark Farnsworth. He's keeping it tight. He's not going to push the boat out. He knows the importance of this frame. So just taking the yellows, taking control of the frame.
10 seconds.
How can Corey respond? I think he's going to be pleased with that one. To hit that by some 6 or 8 inches. Just to remind you, if you've just joined us, this is our last 32 match in the IPA European Open. We'll be playing all the way through till tonight's final and the conclusion, which we're hoping the final will be at 10 o'clock. If all goes to plan on the schedule.
Extension call.
And then we're back with you again tomorrow for the conclusion of the professional event. And if time permits, we'll show a bit of the ladies and the amateur as well. Lots of pool on today and tomorrow. Probably around 500 matches in total over the weekend. Maybe a few more. Those tables, those outer tables, all non-stop. They've been going since 11 o'clock yesterday morning.
10 seconds.
We had a bit of a late night last night, or early morning. We finished at, I think it was around 2. dreadful match that was keeping us all up. But, it was a great match in the end. And we started again this morning, 9 o'clock, rise and shine.
Yeah, you say 9 o'clock, Kevin. I was one of them matches at 9 o'clock. I was even one of them matches that finished, I think it was 1:45 this morning. And that's what those pool players do. I'm not classing myself as one of them pool players, but at the moment I am still in the competition.
Yeah, and I just saw a little bit of your at the end of your last match, which was a final frame thriller again, and that's where you put a fantastic last pot under obviously all the pressure that comes with the last frame. So you must have been pleased with that finish at the end.
Yeah, I was definitely pleased with it. You know, after being out of the game for so long, and you getting me busy doing this live TV coverage stuff. So it sort of kept me away from the table, doing all of the other bits and bobs that you were forcing me to do. But I'm obviously say forcing. I love doing it. I love sort of being and delivering this great sport to our very captive audience who love it. And we're going to be continuing with all the action all the way through. I reckon we're going to be here till midnight tonight at least, aren't we?
Well, don't tell Dave that.
Oh, I think you can hear me. And but well, maybe if you hadn't already told them, I know I have now.
Don't mention the midnight word. We've told him we're going to be finished by half 10, so we need to stick to that.
Well, the clocks are going forward. As far as I'm concerned, we'll be here till midnight. And, but one thing for sure, Corey's not going to be on this table till midnight, because the way he's taking these this finishes out, he's looking to get into the next match straight away. And he's definitely looking the better of the two players.
And that is judged to absolute millimetre perfection. And this easy black to take a 2-frame lead. How crucial will that be? 2 away from a place in the next round. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here on our YouTube channel. It's been a while since we've done some stuff on YouTube. Too busy with TV and BBC. But hopefully our big following on YouTube are all enjoying the coverage. If you don't follow us on Twitter or Facebook, you can see the links there around the arena. Come and join us, catch up on all the action. Also check the website out, www.ipapool.com. Lots of content on there for you to have a nosy around. As our tournament director, Bron Ward, just brings in a little supply of Ferrero Rochers for the Coventry team. That's very...
Yeah, we've got some treats, 4 of them, I may add, and that's 3 for me, 1 for Kevin. Not really, I'm very fair, I'm not normally this nasty. So if you do hear us chomping throughout this coverage, we're going to blame Bronick Ward. He's doing a terrific job, along with Paul Bebb at that top table. Very busy, running 4 competitions while we're sat in here, sort of resting and getting all the treats delivered to us, feeling like royalty.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned the champagne hasn't turned up yet, but maybe that's on a second trip. Farnsworth to break, trailing 5 frames to 3. Good break. Can he get a ball in? He can. And that is a very nice split indeed. So, good chance here for Big Ray. Nickname given to him by one of his good friends, Ronan McCarthy. The man they call Big Ray.
Yeah, and that's stuck with Mark for a long, long time. He doesn't seem to be able to shake it off. And that's why he's even getting started printing it all over his shirts. But brilliant stuff. And Mark needs to take these out, get back into this match. You know, these last couple of frames have got away from him.
So he's got the option here. He can either pop this one into the right corner, try and bounce the one that's on the rail, or just play position on it from the one into the right centre. That seems to be what he's been doing. Putting the white in a place where he's giving himself options, which is what these guys try to do, to put that white ball into areas.
Yeah, we talk about areas. I mean, the probably trickiest part of this sort of clearance would be getting onto the black. Would you agree there, Kevin? You've got all the black to get at.
Yeah, it's difficult to see. I mean, the black, does it go in the right centre? It certainly goes in the left centre. I think he'd like to play it into the left centre of the red that's nearest the top right corner, but I think he's going to need to play that next. So these next two positional shots will be the key to this frame. Play with lots of drag and side. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. He's just going to glide this white off two cushions to leave the black into the left centre. This is all about pace. And that is millimetre perfect. Maybe just slightly close to the cushion. But this black is in, and that is a confidence boosting clearance there for the ex-world champ. Just exactly what he needed.
Yeah, it certainly was, and that is what Mark is really good at. His positional play is absolutely superb, and that's what we've seen. And Mark Farnsworth is right back into this match, 5-4. So this is our last 32 draw. I mean, we've got a match already in progress, Corey Reese against Farnsworth, which you are watching now at 5-4. But there is some great. Ben Davis against Dean Shields is up next on this TV table. There's the fans' favourite, Jordan Shepherd. He's got Wade Morley. Wade Morley's been playing terrific stuff around this tour. And that's going to be a great one. Andy Crosdale against Simon Ward. That's going to be terrific. It's a shame we haven't got more TV tables to show you every game possible, but there's only so many games we can get on this one table setup.
And the big question for Andy Crosdale is, has he got a decent nickname now? He was on the Champions Cup. They called him Crowy. I wasn't happy about that one, Mark.
No, and we put it out there, didn't we, on Twitter, what Crowy should be called, and there were some terrific ones that come back. But he's decided to stick with Crowy, and throughout the final stages of that tournament, we still nicknamed him Crowy. So I think it's going to stick for a little while longer.
Well, I'm going to be starting a petition, start a campaign. I'm going to take it all the way to number 10.
Well, this is the second one that's been on the petition sort of listing, and I think it's going to be called Bullion. I think. Sure, I'll be expecting a letter from a letterbox to the secretary. Shall after action.
What's Corey Reese's nickname?
I can't remember actually.
He's got jibs on his shirt,
Yeah.
but he certainly wasn't called that in the Champions Cup. If you've got any questions in the chat whilst you're watching on YouTube, send them across. We'll do our best to answer them. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Great to be back. 16 months away. It certainly felt like a long time, but sort of since we've been here since Wednesday, it's felt like we've never been away now.
No, it's going to be nearly a week by the time we get packed up and that. And, this is what we do. These tours, they don't just set up in half an hour. They take us 3 days. It's not just about setting the tables up. We've got all the cameras, all the arena, all the top table stuff, everything else. And, that's not just a setup for the tour. It's all the preparation, the hotel bookings, the Q score stuff. It's endless stuff. Months of work.
Certainly is. The lighting, Ian Whitehorn, who's stood in for our regular top guy on the lighting, Dan Fairway, who you'll know from the commentary box. He's does our lighting as well. He unfortunately he's had to go to a wedding this weekend. I mean, do we believe him? Have we checked it out?
I'm not sure. It's quite a selfish act, to be honest. Leaving us here, doing his commentary work. But I'm sure, he's obviously earned to be best man, and they were very important roles.
Yeah, Dan is rapidly becoming the voice of Poole, one of the best commentators in the game. I thought him and Jim working together for the final of the Champs Cup were absolutely on it. Absolutely on it.
Yeah, well, hopefully we're going to get that coverage on YouTube. Probably won't be in the next few weeks because we're very, very busy. As I've already said, the next tour's in 5 weeks and we've already started. And what's Corey Reese done there? Is he feeling a little bit of pressure now? Has the tides turned?
Yeah, he certainly didn't time that one. That was a very, very tentative one. He's not happy about that one. So a chance for Mark Farnsworth. He seems to be continually behind in this match. But he's got a chance now to level things up, and we could potentially be in a best of 3.
Yeah, I've got to say, this isn't a chance that Farnsworth was expecting, because he'd be thinking that Corey should have cleared them up, and this is definitely a chance to capitalise on this.
Yeah, I think he's going to leave the difficult red till last. Up the rail, that is going to be his last shot. He'll just need to screw the white back a few inches for the black into the sort of right centre, or he could take it into the right corner, but he's just working out his path, how he gets rid of these 3, this little triangle of reds before he gets to that point. Confidently played the cannon there. I think it's about this shot now. I think it's all about this positional shot.
Yeah, so for me, on and off the cushion and try and hit the gap between the black and the red. That's where he wants to be.
10 seconds.
Well, depends on this angle. Has he hit it enough? Has he hit it hard enough? He's travelling, but it's awkward queuing. But I think he'd be quite happy with that.
I think he can get his cue in there nicely. I think he's played that absolutely perfectly. No, just a little bit of bridging. Just running that cue at the side of the black and down this pot, which, well, he's landed absolutely perfectly. Dead straight. He's just going to soft screw this back, couple of inches, anywhere near the centre pocket. Doesn't want to hit it too hard, give the red every chance to go in the pocket, but a lot of pressure. And we've seen signs earlier that he's feeling the pressure, but knocked in pretty confidently. It looked a bit narrow on the narrow side at first, but in it goes, and it is 5-all with Mark Farnsworth to break. So pickers picks. You were going to give us your pickers picks view about 3 frames ago, and you've dodged that one.
I did. I can't dodge it now, and I've always said this sort of pool is about momentum, and it's with Mark Farnsworth at the moment. He's sort of capitalised there on Corey's mistake, and I still think this is going to be 7-6, but I'm going to go for Mark Farnsworth. I'm sure he's one of the favourites. And that's why I'm sort of sticking with him. And what I've seen in this past couple of frames, that is more than the reason enough to stick with him.
Mark Farnsworth to break. Scores are tied.
But this match is far from over. Best of 3. And this is for a place into the last 16. And the winner of this will possibly play Mark Boyle or Jake Dillon Newlove, who start at 1 o'clock, and that is Mark Farnsworth's first dry break. And what a time to get it. But what is he left?
It was a good break, to be fair. He just, nothing really threatened the pocket. So first chance in this frame to Corey Reese, but he needs to do some thinking around this clearance. He's got into his extension time. It looks like he's set on reds. If he is, then the problem area is the red near the black. And he's got other things too as well. The red that's just nearest the right centre, that's a little bit tied up as well. Red successfully potted, but the hard work now begins. These are not easy. Well, if that red nearest the white ball goes in the left corner, that is absolutely perfect. Can stun the white across, move that yellow that's just above the red. It does go by the looks of it. Not perfect, he played the cannon well, but the white just stood there, just wanted to glance off it, sort of half ball. This is why we love these tour events, these big matches, big players going right down to the wire. This is what it's all about.
Yeah, and I'm sure the nerves are jangling. That was a tricky little pot, and how well has he played that under pressure? Brilliant stuff.
You've still avoided your pickers' picks.
I didn't. I said it while you was enjoying a Ferrero Rocher. I said I'm going to stick with Mark Farnsworth, and it's only down to momentum and the way that Mark's played in his last couple of frames, and that's my reasons behind it. But what nerves of steel we're seeing here from Corey Reese. Is he on this red? Has he overrun it? And things are not going great now. I'm pleased I got my prediction in just then. But at this game, anything can happen. There's still a lot of balls to be potted to get through.
Yeah, Corey again just didn't really hit that one as he would normally expect. He sort of just, you know, like the one in the previous frame where he played the long, slow drag shot, just didn't quite hit them with enough positivity. But he's hit this one, and where's the red going? He's slotted it into the bottom left-hand corner. What problem? There was no problem.
Just look at this shot again. It's superb. That's the middle of the bag, and he's nudged the yellow out to get onto this red in the into the left centre. It's sensational stuff. He's got to get on this last red though. I think it just passes into the right corner. But he's still got a tricky shot to get onto the black. What can he do?
Yeah, well, that yellow is actually quite nice to use. That's to the left of the red. He can screw back off the yellow, and the white will come up to the left-hand side of the table for the black into the same pocket. Can he execute the shot? He certainly can. What a clearance here from the Welshman, Corey Reese.
Frame.
Brilliant stuff there from Corey. And wow, just when you thought Mark was going to get back to the table, he produces a great shot-making shot on and off the cushion. Oh, brilliant red, brilliant red. And, you know, people say that they don't play them shots. These players at this IPA tour, these professional players, this is what they play. Just look at this shot, on and off. This is what he's played. And how well has that been executed? I'm lost for words.
Well, you can tell that's what he played at the pace he played it. He played it just nice, firm, just over pocket weight. I mean, absolutely struck it perfectly, and completed the finish. So Corey nudges ahead 6-5.
Frame 12. Corey Reese to break.
Can he finish the
6
job
to 5.
and send the 2019 world champion packing? He'll be just praying for a good break. Where's the white?
Foul.
Disaster.
One free shot.
Yeah, you say disaster, and that is what a crucial time to go in off, and that is a poor shot at this level. But you've got to say there's a lot of pressure out there. Is 1 frame away from getting into the last 16. And just look how gutted and the emotion is there. And this now, we said it, well, you said it from the start, Kevin, and I backed you up. This is going to go down to decider. But we are still 6 yellows away, because he's definitely going to take yellows here, you know, after putting that red safe. That was part of his free shot.
Yeah, just cleared any congestion, moved the red, and he can go about his business on these yellows. As you say, he's just got to hold himself together, work his pattern out, execute the shot, and then he will be breaking in the last frame. What a great arena these guys are playing in. The best arena in Poole, bar none. This is where they all want to be.
Yeah, on the red carpet. That's exactly where they want to be. They trek like royalty here. But God, don't we see some fantastic shots, some fantastic frames, some fantastic matches. We've got it all here. And this is just another one that's going to add to this huge sort of, like a Bible of pool matches. Oh, God, I can't get my breath. We're going to go into decider. 3 balls away.
Just needs to make sure he screws this off the cushion. White in the centre of the table. Well, to be fair, this is the best that Mark Farnsworth has looked in this match to me. He's had every positional shot to precision. This straight yellow, you can see he's pumped. No mistake. Look at the face, look at the eyes.
He means business.
Look at that stare.
Frame.
In it goes. We called it.
He certainly did. I backed you up 6-all. I mean, even at 5-all, I sort of said this is still going to go down to the decider. It's going to be about the breaks, and we've seen 2 against the serve there. But Farnsworth, can he break now in this deciding frame? There you see the normal handshake to give both players the best of luck.
Thank you. The score's tied at 6 frames all. This is the 13th and final frame. Mark Farnsworth to break. Time running.
Hold on tight. Here we go.
And the noise is getting loud in the arena. You've heard Ben Taylor has raised his voice to get this last frame underway. Has he got a ball? He has. And how well do these reds look? Oh my God. What a chance here for Mark Farnsworth.
It's his best split of the match. And if that red goes past the yellow into that bottom right-hand corner, these are there.
Oh my God, even more pressure to be added. All the players are watching this final frame. Everyone knows, doesn't it? It soon gets about, doesn't it, if there's a final frame shootout. Oh, brilliant stuff.
It's standing room only here at the Hilton. What a great atmosphere. Absolutely what these players want to be doing, playing in front of crowds, deciding frame thrillers, strutting the stuff. This is what these guys play for, and it's this sort of thing that is going to get Mark Farnsworth's juices going. This is what he wants, isn't it?
Yeah, he loves the crowd. You know, he's played in a lot of money matches over the years, and even that World Final in 2019 against Tom Cousins, it was superb. And everyone could not go 6.5 hours of action, and they just never left the arena. No one wanted to leave. It was brilliant.
He's okay.
And he's nudged that black out as well, hasn't he? Does that black now go into the bottom right? I'm sorry for interruption. I'm excited. I want to commentate on this final frame.
It's that exciting. He can't get to his Ferrero Rochers.
I've left them.
10 seconds.
Couple of good positional shots still to execute. Ooh, bit of tension there in that one. There's a little bit of body movement there.
Yeah, wow. Are we going to see some drama? Because that is far from perfect. Oof, I'm not sure where this is going to go now. He's got to come on and off the top cushion. He's got yellow balls to miss. He's missed them.
Needs that white to slow down. Oh, it's absolutely perfect.
It certainly is. But has he got an angle to get on this final red? Is he just going to run it through? But where does the black go? Does it go in that bottom right?
At first glances, I think he can punch this to the left cushion. But this is a tough shot. He's hit that sweet as a nut. He's going to have to leave a black at distance. I don't think he can risk. I think he's just going to pop this and just a little bit of right-hand side to bring the white past the 3 yellows. There he risks going off the right-hand rail as well. He is going off the rail. And that is why he is a world champion. This is world champion quality coming through when it's needed. Back against the wall, 6-5 down, and this black to take his spot in the next round.
But he hasn't got all the pocket here. Isn't easy. But he's made this clearance look easy, and what a match that was. You have been treated to some great stuff. Corey Reese put on a great show there. He's just fell short by the 1 frame, and Mark Farnsworth, as Kevin already said, that is why he is a former world champion, and he is now into the last 16. Brilliant stuff there from Mark, and I know pretty certainly we're going to hear some words. You know, our chairman, Kevin Barton, he's going to get a few words. I'm sure these are going to be proud words as well. And, you know, if there is some silence, I do apologise about that. If there's some pause, but I'm going to hand you over to the table now with Kevin Barton.
Well, delighted to be joined by the winner of that absolute epic, Mark. 7-6. Talk us through that match.
I thought it was a fantastic match. It's just I'm pleased to be able to compete again. I just feel as if that's probably the first match since after the lockdown where I felt even under pressure I've had a bit of confidence. You know what I mean? It's just it's been a massive miss, and obviously I'm delighted to be able to take a couple of finishes out when I needed them. Other matches I've felt really patchy and stuff, but I was up against it. I think Corey played brilliant, but I was delighted.
Started off a bit ropey, a few misses, hitting the ball a little bit thick. Was that a bit of early tension?
To be honest, I felt really comfortable going in the match, and I made a couple of bad mistakes early on the match, and I was frustrated. I just basic mistakes really, but I felt really comfortable. I wouldn't say there was nerves. Obviously, I was looking forward to the match, but just a couple of daft mistakes and probably not concentrating that much. And Corey took full advantage, and I battled it back to get in front, and then he came back at us again. Then he had that fluke at 5 each or whatever it was, which was a dagger in the heart, but fortunately he went off the next break, you know, so it swings and roundabouts a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm going to say that shot 6-5. I mean, it was some shot that he played, and he played it. So of the speed he played it, and you know, it's I don't know, 1 in 10. Or I don't know what the odds are, but to come back from that, you showed tremendous character. So you must be pleased how you reacted.
Yeah, definitely. I think that it was a bit because the tables are playing fantastic. I think it's obviously respect for the IPA for getting the standards the way they are, but he's played the shot he's played, and he just hasn't gotten in the white much. And because of even though it's a brand new cloth and cushions, the cushions hasn't reacted the way he wanted it to, so he's dropped himself short. And 1 in 10's probably been generous. I think it's probably, I'm happy to lay him 1 in 10 for that. But obviously at the end of the day, he's went for it. He's got it. And like I said, I'm just fortunate he's went off at 6-5 to give us a sniff to get back to 6-all, you know. So, and then 6-all, it was a tricky finish, but obviously, especially with the shot clock, you're sort of forced to go in for them. It was all one down the rail where I managed to get it, and then I've played a couple of really good positional shots, which I was happy with.
Yeah, I thought, because we were doing the commentary with Pickers, we thought it showed real world champions quality there to take that finish out, because as you say, it was one of those like little tricky ones, and pressure, and great to be playing in front of a big crowd as well.
Yeah, it's been a long time, you know. Obviously I know we've had a couple of TV events, but there's nothing like obviously having a crowd in the arena, you know, and it adds more pressure, but like it gives that little bit extra buzz as well. You want to perform for yourself and obviously for the crowd that's watching as well. And like I said, it's the first time I've probably went into a match since the restart where I felt really, really comfortable under pressure, and that's what obviously was one of my strongest points when I was playing really, really well. So I'm pleased to have. Hopefully, I can continue with that form.
Yeah, do you think that performance, that's probably one of your best performances that we've seen in a while, do you think that can kickstart, you know, your quest for the title?
Hopefully, obviously I've come here to try and win the tournament. I haven't put any practice in, to be honest, which normally I'm the complete opposite. Normally I put a lot of practice in before the events, and just with the good weather and whatever else, and probably not the buzz inside of us, but obviously that's them sort of matches with a crowd. It makes you want to put the practice in, and makes you want to perform, so fingers crossed that can keep it going.
Were you conscious of everyone watching on the side there? I mean, there was probably, I don't know, maybe 100 people watching there in that last frame.
It's strange because obviously I've all through playing pool, I've always played in front of crowds, and I've gradually, anybody who says they don't feel pressure, just tell them barefaced lies. You know, it's how you handle the pressure and try to channel it in a positive way. And generally, I've always been pretty good at that. Today it was great having the crowd there. You know, and it's sort of, it adds pressure, but obviously it gives you such a buzz to try and do well as well. So today, obviously, I got a little bit fortunate, and I've took a couple of good finishes out, which I'm absolutely delighted with.
And after 16 months away from the tour, good to be back.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Like I said, it's a first class setup. I think the tables are playing fantastic. Obviously the organisation's been brilliant as well. It's like I said, it's been a long time away. I think it's been difficult for everybody, the players, obviously the organising everything, you know. So to get back to the first event and everything being obviously perfect from a player's point of view, it's absolutely fantastic.
Into the last 16 now. Obviously, we've seen a lot of big names go out. You know, we know the standard is absolutely phenomenal. Lots of new amateur players that you know, we've probably not have gone under the radar and come in. Have you anyone caught your eye that you've seen, or you know, what's your thoughts on the standard so far?
To be honest, I've never really watched any of the matches. As I'm getting a bit older in between matches, I tend to just go back to the hotel room and chill out, because obviously match after, because if you want to do well, and it's a long day on the Saturday, you know, playing match after match. So I try to just like switch off in between matches. Obviously, I keep an eye on Q score and stuff like that, and there's a lot of fantastic players, especially first to race to 7. It's difficult. Like obviously, I made a couple of mistakes there, and I went well behind against Corey, and there's plenty of other players capable of taking the chance, you know. So you've just got to sort of hope for the best at times, you know, and try and just take your chances when they come to them. So I think there's any amount of players capable of winning, and obviously, hopefully, I'm in the hat as well, you know. So fingers crossed.
Are you one of these that looks at the draw? Have you mapped out sort of potential opponents, or do you just wait and see who turns up at the table?
Well, it's one of them. Obviously, I was top of the draw for a few seasons, and it was easy to look at the draw, you know, because obviously number 1, 2, that's long gone now. I think I'm just struggling to get in the top 16, so it's difficult to find my name in the draw sometimes. And obviously, I've looked around, and obviously there's good players everywhere, you know. So you probably don't take as much notice. You know who's in your quarter and whatever else, you know. But at the end of the day, you've got to get there. You've got to get the quarterfinals before you start thinking about that, you know. So in general, it's just one match at a time.
Well played, Mark. Great performance there at the end, and hopefully we'll see you later on in the tournament.
So thank you.
Yep. Well done, Mark Farnsworth. Fantastic performance there under great pressure to take that final clearance out. We've got another world champion coming up next. That is Ben Davis, the 2018 world champion. He's coming up next in another fantastic match against Dean Shields, who is also an ex-world champion, albeit at doubles, but another fantastic match, and that's coming right up.
Yeah, so there it is, the last 32 draw, and you know, I'm on very soon, and I'm sure I'm going to hand over to Chris Rushton, who's just popped in to help out with the commentary while I'm struggling playing anyway against that. And Chris, are you looking forward to doing a bit of commentary for us this afternoon?
I am, yeah. It's not the first time I've been in the box on the hot seat. But
no, you haven't. You have been. I think you've assisted me before, and you've got a great game coming up. Dean Shields against Ben Davis. Who's your thoughts?
Well, it's going to be very, very tough for Dean. Ben's playing very, very well. I think he's put a lot of hours in for this. He's been looking forward to getting back playing pool, as we all have, obviously, during the long break we've all had. But Dean is an extremely capable player. Watched him numerous times, and he knows exactly what he's doing on the pool table. So Ben is definitely in for a good game. So this should be close.
Good. I'm going to leave you to it. Sounds like you know exactly what you're doing in this comment box, so I'm sure I'm leaving it in safe hands.
Yeah, don't
Because
worry.
I've got the tournament director right behind me. He's pinging me on, so I'm just going to turn off now.
Well, good luck, Mark, in your game. So the players are ready. Last 32 match. They're like jet pool, you know. So joining me for this match on commentary is my old friend Paul Bebb, one of the the IPA veterans. Okay. So Paul, how do you see this one going?
An on-form Ben Davis would be the favourite. I haven't seen much of Dean Shields play for the last couple of years, like everybody else. So
no, we've all been wanting to play, obviously, but there's been nothing on.
Great, yeah.
It's been a long break for all of us.
It has. I've hardly seen a pool table.
Yeah, well, some of us are lucky we've got them at home, but it's not the same as match practice.
All the best, right?
Yeah.
You know, the pressure
Thank
of
you,
the
gents.
game.
Please lag for break.
So it looks like Ben
Davies wins the lag.
Ben's won the lag.
Break first.
He'll break first.
30-second shot clock, one extension. 30-second shot clock, one extension.
So unlike the rest of the tables in the arena, the match table has a timed clock. Is it 30 seconds a shot and one extension per frame?
And one extension per frame, yeah. To be quite honest, I quite find that a 30-second shot clock is just about perfect.
Can you hear Paul now?
1, 2. Yep.
So Ben is renowned for having one of the best breaks on tour. He gets so much power through the pack.
Thank you.
They
European
literally go
Open,
everywhere.
last 32, race to 7 frames. First frame, Ben Davies to break. Time running.
Well, I've said he's had one of the best breaks on tour. First break has come up dry.
Yeah, it does happen quite often. I'm sure we'll see Ben pot a few of some of his breaks.
So, Dean's first look at the table. So it's a nice starter for Dean. No, not too many problems on reds.
Yeah, there's a definite pattern there. I mean, he's got the expertise to clear this. This may be the important shot, the position he can play here.
10 seconds.
Could play the plant.
Extension call.
Chris, do you ever wear a glove?
I wasn't keen to start with, but I entered a tournament in Liverpool and my hands were so sticky and then I didn't have a glove. Ever since then I've always carried a glove.
Yeah.
But I'll only wear it if it's needed.
Yeah, and that's how they originated in hot countries, you know, especially USA and the Far East. You know, it's getting too sticky. Q didn't go through the arms. Sorry, the fingers that well.
No, there's always been a bit of a stigma as well with the glove.
Yeah.
But you see more and more players wearing the glove now. So hopefully it should just become part of the standard kit for a pool player.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, look at his backup, really. When you get the hot weather.
Foul. 1 free shot, 1 visit. Time running.
So that's unlucky. He's gone for the double. It's hit the jaw and kicked the red in the corner.
Time running.
I don't expect Dean to make a mistake on this finish now.
No. I'll just come back down off the cushion now to leave the red in the opposite corner. Does that pass the middle pocket, the yellow? Very tight.
Yeah, it is tight.
Might hit the near jaw going off the yellow. Oh, top bag, great shot.
Frame.
So that'll settle Dean down. Want to frame off serve. It's his break next.
Yes, just always get that first frame under your belt. You feel so much better.
Well, that's what they say. The first frame and the last frame are the hardest two to win in a match.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
I occasionally get to the first one, but the last one eludes me more than the first.
More practice needed.
Yeah.
Frame 2. Dean Shields to break, leading 1 frame to 0. Time running.
But Dean's opted for the side break, cut break. I'd say that's now probably 50% at least players on the tour.
Yeah, yeah. You know, once you can get it working on the day, it's consistently gives you a good spread of the balls.
Yeah, it eliminates a lot of danger. You know, you see a lot of players playing the front ball break, and that brings into play both middles and both top bags. And you see the ball going in there, you know, on a regular basis, just screwed straight in without a kick. So that eliminates those 4 pockets really. I'm still old-fashioned. I still break from the middle.
You need to practice this other cup break, I think, Chris.
Yeah. So Ben's played a good shot there to develop his awkward red.
Yeah.
I mean, ideally he wants to leave that one last for the black in the opposite corner. So we could play this one down in the middle now, drift down to the one on the bottom cushion.
Seconds.
Right, decided to play that one first and have a better angle to get down to this one on the bottom cushion.
Yeah, you might be looking to take the 2 together at the top first, leaving the 3rd red.
Yeah, to roll through for the black.
For the black, yeah. No, you've got a better angle to go downstairs.
Just want to be straight. And Ben's got tremendous cue power. He does things with a cue ball that lots of mere mortals dream about. But he just needs to cue this one in and leave the red in the other corner. But he needs an angle then to drop on the black. Great shot. I know it's only in the second frame, but that's the shot of the match so far.
Yeah, it was a good shot, that one.
Frame.
So both players on the scoreboard.
Yeah, we might see some more fluent play now. Yeah, getting their arm, both getting their arm in now. They should be able to cue far better.
I don't think I've seen Ben Davies cue bad.
Not very often.
He came off the tour for a few years, didn't he? And then came back on 3, 4, 5 years ago.
Yes, I believe he did, yeah.
Frame 3. Ben Davies to break. Scores are tied, 1 frame all. Time running.
Oh.
Foul. 1 free shot, 1 visit.
See, that's the danger of the front break.
That's right.
Screwed straight enough, no kick. You know, for Ben, that's a poor shot.
Very poor shot, yeah.
There's still an open table. First shot was a free shot. So after that, I'm pretty sure Dean was going to take yellows. Still might, but he might change his mind after that.
Seconds. Extension call.
Yeah, still undecided.
And that was a problem. He was forced. He had to take yellows really. First shot was the poor shot, not the missed pot.
That's right.
Should have been on a ball much easier than that. Obviously Ben's got choice now. Still on open table.
Yeah.
Still open, yeah.
They should really make light work of these yellows.
You would expect Ben to dish these up.
I think the two yellows, they're not a plant to the middle, but it can drop on the other one into the middle and leave one or both, into the other top corner.
That's right.
He may screw back onto the yellow closest to the centre of the table to nudge it. No, playing at the top left.
Yeah, top left.
Yeah. You could drift down for the black in the middle or screw back across.
Yeah, he's coming across, I believe.
Find the gap.
Yeah.
Great shot. I spoke to Ben before the match and told him I was coming into Coventry, and I said, I'm going to have trouble picking your shots. And he said, I have trouble picking my shots. I don't know what I'm doing, so I think it was just a bit of banter. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Do you think so? I mean, you don't become a world champion for nothing.
No, and that was a great final.
Yeah, one of the best, yeah.
Yeah, it's one of his good friends.
Simon Maud?
Yeah.
Frame 4. Dean Shields to break, trailing 2 frames to 1. Time running.
It's an incredible split. Best break of the match so far.
Yeah, so it's especially the way that the yellows are left.
Yeah, you'd expect Dean to make light work of these again. I think after his last shot, though, in the previous frame, he overscrewed it, 6-7 inches too far. So he's going to be wary now. That'll be in the back of his mind. So he just needs to make sure. But I don't think they're going to be laid out any easier.
No, they're straightforward. Yeah, just done a little here. Oh, you rolled it through.
Just come off the cushion a couple of inches. Perfect. Two all. This could go close. I think you'll see the white ball come straight down the spots this time from Ben. He won't make the same mistake twice. I don't want to give him, obviously, commentate the curse, but he'll adjust.
Frame 5. Ben Davies to break. Scores are tied, 2 frames all. Time running.
And placing it in the same place as last time.
Much better.
Yeah. Hit it more full on, so you...
Well, he's been unlucky. Great split. And I think that's his... I don't think he's put the ball off the break yet, except the white ball in the second break. At this level, having the first choice, the first shot to take control of the frame is massive.
10 seconds.
Obviously, why the break's the most important shot in the game.
Yeah, for the boys at the top, the break shot is make or break the frame, really.
Yeah. So again, there's not too much work for Dean. I think if that black passes above that yellow into the bottom right, it should be straightforward.
Yeah, I believe it goes.
So we're trying to get on the middle of those three reds at the top as soon as possible. Might be able to drift through for it now. And you can just drop this in then. Leave the one on the cushion, roll that through, play the other red in the top right and stun down for the black.
That's the way I see it as well, Chris.
You don't see these top players hit the ball hard. You know, they just roll them in. They let the cue ball do the work, and they just follow the correct patterns. You know, normally when you've got 6 or 7 balls, you should be able to run them through without doing too much work with a cue ball.
Yeah, I mean, the difference with some of the amateurs is exactly what you say. You put them together and you can see the amateurs generally overhitting everything.
Yeah, myself included. We try and break out balls that don't need breaking out. You know, if they're on in a pocket, the pros will play for the pot rather than trying to make it easier. And that's where mistakes come in, and you know, you're relying on a bit of luck then. But you rarely see them hit them hard. Dean takes the lead. Could do with a good break here and maybe go 2 in front.
Frame 6, Dean Shields to break, leading 3 frames to 2.
There's obviously nothing against Dean, but Ben's obviously heavy favourite at the start of the match to take the win.
Oh yeah, quite rightly. You know, there's obviously up there's the top half dozen players in the world.
Yeah, there's not a lot between the top 5 or 6 players, is there really?
No. No, he's earned his place there. Dean is trying to get there.
Yeah, he's improved massively over the last 4 or 5 years.
Ten seconds. Extension call.
Strange, isn't it? You know, Dean's played the same break as the one he played before. Left 5 yellows over the pockets and rolled the black in. This time he's come up dry. Left awkward. Left a very awkward lie.
And the hardest thing to do, I think, is predict the break consistently.
Yeah. You see a lot of players practicing their break. You know, but you know, it is. You know, it's a lottery, isn't it? You've no idea where it's going. You've got an idea, but so does the red pass between the black and the yellow into the other corner?
It's very, very tight. From this angle we got, I don't think so.
Seconds.
But Dean's got the same problem with that the yellow next to that red.
Yeah, but he's got a yellow just below the black that he can use to kick those out. Which will just push that yellow into the red over the middle, so it should leave it on.
Yeah, I mean, these yellows down the bottom are certainly his last 2 yellows.
You might see him playing safe after this one.
Before this one?
Yeah.
Total snooker.
Well, that is a good... Well, that is what you call snookered.
You've used it yet?
So Ben just asking the referee if he had an extension left, and Unfortunately, he's already
10
used
seconds.
it. Great shot. Tap on the table from Dean.
Yeah, basically you're playing a deep screw shot without any slide into the cushion, and then the ball will arc.
Yeah, straighten up.
Yeah.
Ten seconds.
So you might see Dean play the same shot in 2 or 3 shots time.
Total snooker.
I mean, it's still anyone's frame at the moment. There's still a lot of work for both players. I don't think Ben will miss a red here.
Foul. 1 free shot, 1 visit. Time running.
Now this gives Dean a great chance because he can open up his dead yellow.
Yeah, Dean's worked hard for that chance. Taking his time, made Ben work.
Ten seconds. Extension call.
We could just clip off this red thin white off the side cushion, which will leave the yellow into the right middle. We might be playing it at the top. Has he got the plant? Might be able to cut the one in on the top cushion.
Yeah. Not sure if you can actually see enough. It's a plant.
No, good shot. Looks like another plant. No. I think he'll... His first mistake he's made, I think he should have gone for the plant again.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the other one. You'd think he'd be a little bit more confident to go for the plant.
Time out. Yes, certainly.
So Ben just making sure. Really important frame. 3 all or 4-2. So
Time running.
race to 7. That's huge. So he just wants to leave this somewhere near the middle of the baulk line. Perfect, and just drift down for the black. Should be 3 all.
Yeah, 3 all.
With the break.
Right.
With the break, he hasn't. I don't think he's potted one yet, have he?
No, he's had
3.
three dry breaks. I think one of them was in off. We're pot 5 now.
Frame 7. Ben Davies to break. Scores are tied, 3 frames all.
Ben Fuentes Taylor, our referee.
Well, there we are. Ben's found a good break. I think he's going to be forced into taking yellows, but that's no hardship. They're all open.
Yeah.
Just needs to get hold of the cue ball. As soon as he's in perfect position here, it should be straightforward, but and there we are. Perfect position. We've seen a lot of the amateurs take that top. This one as the first shot. But obviously Ben's taken on the more difficult pot to gain perfect position.
Yeah, I mean, we say it's more difficult. You know, players of Ben's stature, they find that just as easy.
There's a ball over the pocket.
Yeah, a clear shot at it. Put whatever he likes on the white ball.
Flirting with danger there. Got a bit more angle than he wanted, so he's going to have to come off the top cushion. Bottom cushion even. I mean, for Ben, this clearance hasn't been clinical. The cue ball hasn't been anywhere near he wanted it to be, and that's why he's missed the last yellow. Struggling all the way through that clearance. This is not like him at all.
No, he seems to be a little off this morning. Not this afternoon.
Yeah. We can't quite believe it himself, but Dean has to take advantage of that. You know, you look at people's body language in the chair, and you know, it's just got to be an encouragement for Dean. Dean's almost speeded up during this clearance because obviously Ben's given him a chance he should have never had. And you have to punish mistakes as well, don't you? You can't let players off.
Oh, certainly a top standard, yeah. I mean, you can get away with it with the lower players, you know, the amateurs, etc.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, if Dean rattles that black and Liz over the pocket and Ben just has 2 tap-ins, he's forgotten about his last miss.
Exactly.
Now, that's all that's on his mind. So, that's very, very well played from Dean to punish the mistake. And he's got the break next. It's always the way when you miss an easy chance, you come back to the table and you've lost 2 frames.
Yeah.
Dean certainly looks more relaxed out of the 2 players at the moment.
Frame 8. Dean Shields to break, leading 4 frames to 3. Time running.
It's a tough cluster on the left-hand side as we look at it.
Yeah, this could be tactical unless he gets into it early. But then that's just, you know, it's a risk as well, because if you go into it and
10 seconds.
It doesn't come off, you're leaving your opponent an easier chance.
Yeah, I think he's gone for the yellows because I think they're the easy balls to get out of that cluster.
Yeah, he's got 1 yellow to the top bag just to come into them, and it should develop, you know, at least one of them. go into it after this one, off this one. As we don't look at this, caught the reds full in the face, double kiss back out.
I think he'll cut this one up the top left and hopefully disturb the others.
Yeah, I think that's the shot, but if you miss the pot, all the reds are out as well.
Yeah.
Extension call.
You might think that a little bit too risky. I don't know if he's got the angle to hold for the yellow in the top after this either.
Whether he can push the black away enough to get position. No, I don't think he's got the angle of it.
I think he's chasing a finish. So we'll just try and hide the cue ball now between the two reds. Great shot.
Good call.
Time out. 2 seconds. Touching ball. Time running.
So I'm not sure how Ben can escape from this without leaving at least one of the yellows on. So he was touching ball, so
yeah.
This is a little bit more difficult for Dean to leave this safe. I mean, if that red wasn't by the white, he'd play the cross double obviously and go into them, but I don't see what other option he's got. Well, it's just
Yeah, he's still chasing it.
yeah.
I mean, can he cut the yellow up to top left and get on the bad yellow? There's not much else to go for, I don't think, unless he's looks to play a safety.
Was the back double on again? So Ben should take control now. So is the case when you go for a clearance and you fall short, leave 1 or 2 balls left, and the opponent's got 5, 6, 7 balls left. It makes them obviously favourite for the frame. But I don't know what he's done there.
I don't think Ben does. I'm looking at his face.
Ben's a professional. He'll know there's a long way to go in the match. He'll gather himself and give it his best.
That's all he can do.
He'll never give up. Dean's played a loose shot there. I think he was trying to develop the yellow, but when you play side off these new cushions, it slides and exaggerates the angle.
So you're going to look at cutting the yellow onto the second red and make it up in the corner. I think that's what he's looking at.
Well, it needs a bit of an imagination, this shot, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, he's got to go for it. We held his hand up because obviously a red's gone safe, but Ben will just be glad to get back to the table. You probably see a lot of amateurs go for the one down the rail, screw back into the 2, which is obviously not the right shot.
Yeah.
That's why we're amateurs. So I don't think Ben will be going for the finish here.
No, he's looking to hide the white behind the black. Oh. What do we know?
I'm not sure what he's doing. He did tell me I wouldn't be able to predict any of his shots before the match. Ben is renowned for being one of the best doublers in the game, so he's probably relying on that. And obviously doubling one of those reds should cannon the other one towards either the middle or the corner, depending on which red he goes for on the double. So I think he'll be back doubling this into the middle and knocking the other red over to the corner. Fantastic shot.
Great shot.
Yeah. This will settle him down as well.
Yeah, he's one of the frames who should never win in the position the balls were, so that should give him a big lift.
Yeah. Dean will be kicking himself as well, that's an opportunity missed.
Yeah.
So it's down to a best of 5. 4 all, first to 7.
Frame 9. Ben Davies to break. Scores are tied, 4 frames all. Time running.
So Ben to break.
He's potted a ball.
He has. And not the white ball. So at first glance, there doesn't seem to be many problems. The first shot, if we can get through here, yeah, that's probably gone 8 inches further than he wanted. So he's going to be trying to get on that top red as soon as he can. He might be able to pot this in the middle and drift across somewhere close to that yellow on the left hand side at the top. Just to miss the yellow. Great shot.
It's just ABC now for Ben.
Yeah, just got to be careful here. If he goes for the one in the middle, the white will flick off that yellow and it might go a little bit further than he wants. Or he could just do that and it'll be perfect. Stone across, black in the same pocket. Yep, that's his best frame by 4, so
frame.
Just like that, Dean could have gone 4-5-2 up, and he's now 5-4 down.
Yeah. Yeah. It'll be difficult, I think, for Dean from here if Ben keeps, the level up.
Yeah, that was his best frame, by far.
Frame 10. Dean Shields to break, trailing 5 frames to 4. Time running.
We could do with a break like he had in the third frame.
Some windows.
Oh. So basically he's gone for the cut break and he's caught the first ball fractionally first.
One free shot.
And that's why the white's left the table.
Time running.
And watch this again, you can see it come off the red and yellow.
There you go. If he misses the first ball, it's perfect. If you catch that first one fractionally at that pace, it's just
pop.
Well, it's just white's going off the table.
10 seconds.
And that could be his last shot.
It could well be in the swing, yeah.
Like we saw in the previous match. Corey broke it 6-5 up, went in off, and then Mark's cleared, and then broken dished 7-6. So that's his free shot taken. Obviously it's still on open table, so he can still take reds, should he choose to. Like that.
Like that. Drop the red in the middle. And then the other way to the white now into the bottom right hand corner.
Well, I think he might go middle.
Or he might go middle, yeah. Certainly going to give him choices.
Yeah. How has that not gone in? And is that a foul?
Foul.
Yes.
1 free shot, 1 visit. Time running. Yeah.
Watch the
Time
after the ball strikes, nothing hits a cushion.
Time running.
Well, that was well spotted by the referee because that was extremely close.
Yeah.
Well, that's a big surprise. A lifeline for Dean Shields. Of course, it wasn't an open table, was it? So yeah, Dean is on yellows.
No, this is a great chance for Dean to get back into the match.
Yep. And Dean will know that as well. He's been in situations like this countless times. He knows the importance of this visit. When you never hear Dean moan or whinge or anything, if he comes off the table after a defeat, he's always very gracious, and even in victory, he's a very nice chap indeed. I've only played him once in competition. It's currently 1-0 to Dean Shields.
What are you in the amateur rankings, Chris?
It's my first event for 5 years, so haven't got a ranking.
You must have had a twin over the last couple of years. I'm sure I've seen you in between.
No. Surely not. On my first tour I finished 18th on the amateurs. Got to 2 quarterfinals, which I'm very pleased with on the amateur side. But dropped off it due to work commitments and family.
Frame.
Now I'm glad to be back.
Older and wiser.
Older. It's nice to see some old faces and catch up with a few friends like yourself.
Yeah, it's been a long time. It's been a long time meeting most people in the...
Yeah, 18 months.
Yeah.
I always go down to the World Championships every year. It's just a nice week away, isn't it?
That's where I've seen you in the last few
Yeah.
years. Yeah.
Frame 11. Ben Davies to break. Scores are tied at 5 frames all. Time running.
One of the reasons we're here this week is because my friend's in an IPA event for the first ever time, friend from Holyhead, Martin Duffy. He's just been diagnosed with a horrible disease, MND. So the IPA committee decided to give him a wild card to the event. So thank you for that.
Brilliant.
Free of charge. So he can experience one of his dreams.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
Ten seconds.
So Ben's fighting back in this frame. Ben's making short work of this frame. A simple black into the middle.
Yeah, taking one frame away from the 7 he needs. Yep.
Frame.
Thing to break though, so still in the match.
Yeah, that break is, something you hope will launch a successful frame, but it's not guaranteed.
I mean, Ben obviously would have the break in the last bit. He'd much rather finish it in this frame.
Frame 12. Dean Shields to break, trailing 6 frames to 5. Time running. Void break.
So black in off the break is a re-rack.
With no penalty, the same player pre-breaks.
Nope. It's like it never happened.
It never did.
That was a nice split as well. It's the best split he's had for 3 or 4 breaks as well.
Void break. Dean Shields to break again. No penalty. Time running.
So here we go again, take 2. And that looks to be perfect. No clusters. Nothing really tying anything up. Both sets look equally as inviting.
I think the yellow's got the best start. It's easier to, for first pot in position.
Yeah, but reds, if he takes the red into the top right first and comes back across, that leaves him with the 2 reds in the same pocket, and it's a much easier pattern to get back down.
Yeah.
Like that.
Like that, just like that.
I know what to do, I just can't do it. So I don't know if you can avoid the kiss on it without coming back. Oh, he can, he's playing it with top, so he can avoid the kiss. Straighter than I thought that, although I had more angle. Just should be able to put this drift down, leave the one in the middle by the black.
Yeah, he's looking to stop the white.
Yeah, these top players, they play count back, so they look at the black after the break, and they pick the 2 best balls to get onto the black, leave them, pot the other 5, and then they get an easier route to the black, because everybody wants an easy black. Whereas you see amateurs or beginners, they'll pot the first ball that's in front of them and obviously run out of position after potting 5 or 6 balls, and then they can't get onto the black, or they snooker themselves, or something goes wrong. Because the hardest clearance of all is to clear up with all your opponent's balls still on the table, because they're obstacles, you know. So that's where they use it, just like count back, look at the black first and go from there. So it doesn't really have to do a lot with the cue ball after this. Just make sure the pot come back off the cushion. A little bit of bottom left.
That's right. Don't want to underdo it and leave himself tight on the cushion. You can afford it. Hit a little bit stronger.
That's absolutely perfect.
Yeah, perfect.
So you might have the angle just to top this in off the side cushion and leave the black in the middle, which is all you want. Perfect. So he's asking Ben the question.
And that takes us to a decider at 6 racks each.
That's all Dean could have done there, wasn't it? You know, break and clear. Ask Ben the question. So, you know, because Ben's been coming back into the game, hasn't he? He's been playing better, cueing better. So, I think if Dean was to give him a chance in that frame, it would have been.
Yeah, it would have been all over.
Yeah. He took that out well. Dean looks very positive. So the players shake hands.
Thank you. With the scores tied at
This
6
is for a
frames all.
place
This is
in
the
the
13th and
last
final frame.
16, is it?
Ben
Or
Davies to
is
break.
this the last 16?
Time running.
This is the last 32 stage to get into.
So this is to get into the last 16 of the
yeah.
European Open now. So that's the difference between the 2 breaks. Ben's got a few clusters, a few problems. I think he's going to have to take yellows because of the 2 over the top. Sometimes you're forced into taking a colour set you'd rather not take, but you know, player Ben's class.
10 seconds.
Can you see the one over the pocket, and then he's still holding? You know, of course, he's got the option of playing one onto the other.
Yeah. A lot of players forget that after the break. You know, they forget that it's still an open table. He's played this well. I think he's still got 1 shot. You can play the plant on the one by the middle into the top. And then every ball's got a pocket. Which I mean, it's a big pocket as well for the plant, because so, you know, you worry about the yellow kicking out and going on the cushion, but where the red is positioned, that should keep the yellow close to the pocket. Or go in. I think Ben would have preferred that to stay out though, because it gives him another option.
Yeah, I think he'll stand across.
And play into the red.
Yeah.
We could play on both the yellows here, couldn't he? To the top or the bottom corner.
10 seconds.
So just one more good shot. Onto the red. Come back 3 or 4 inches, play the other yellow into the top bag. Or if it goes into the middle, he'll play it into the middle. But, you know, the top bag for Ben's no trouble. And then just stun for the black. And Dean is probably fearing the worst. But he's made a great account of himself. He's played well.
Yeah, he certainly has. I mean, you know, he's had chances in an earlier frame which could have been the big difference.
Yeah, the big frames is, you know, because it's a 2-frame swing, isn't it? You know.
Yeah. But in saying that Ben hasn't finished yet.
Yeah, I know that. He's got to, take his time, play this into the middle, play onto the red. He could just top it in, give himself a more difficult pot. So I would have tried screwing into the red then and leaving myself perfect, and then just miss the pot. So for the match, Ben Davies takes the match, beats Dean Shields 7-6.
Ben Davies.
It's a very good match. Cool.
Great.
Yeah, enjoyed it. They both had chances. And obviously Ben was always a favourite, but he was made to work for it.
Yeah, I mean, Dean will be disappointed, but he can take a lot away from that performance. It was high class at times, obviously he made a few mistakes. I think what cost him was that when he was chasing during the middle of the match, he was trying to get onto a ball to get that split, and he just kept potting balls, and before you know it, he was forced to go for it.
That's right.
Which was playing into Ben's hands.
He should have played into that early on.
Yeah, well, I think he tried, but he just didn't get the white in the position he wanted it to be in. But all in all, it's a class match. It's what you expect at this stage of the European Open.
Yes.
And Kevin's just going to interview Ben now, so we'll be quiet.
Well, have you just caught your breath after that one? Another IPA thriller. The winner this time, Ben, 7-6. Talk us through that match. That was some match.
Yeah, I felt great. Obviously, break was a bit dodgy at the start, so I moved the white over a touch. I seemed to be making a ball. I probably could have won a little bit more comfortable. Obviously, I've missed that cut in there. I've just overcut it. And then obviously that silly error in the middle. But Dean punished every mistake I made, really, so I can't really say too much about it. I was just glad to get a ball in that last frame there, and then there's a little bit of work to do, but I think it came out all right in the end.
Pretty similar to the last match, really. Obviously you're a former world champion, Matt Farnsworth, former world champion. The last match pulled out a quality finish in the last frame, and you've done exactly the same there, showing those true world championship qualities when it matters. Yeah, well, obviously that's what it's all about. You don't win world titles if you can't do stuff like that. It's as simple as that, really, isn't it? You just got to learn to hold yourself together when it matters. Obviously, I probably looked a lot cooler on the outside than I was on the inside, but I'm happy just to get over the line. And great to be performing in front of a nice crowd there. It's definitely nice to have a crowd back. Yeah, obviously once it gets to the later stages of the match, you see it start to wrap around, and it's good. That's what it's all about, isn't it? That's what you want. You mentioned the break. Obviously early on you probably struggled a little bit with the break by your standards. You said you moved the white a little bit. Are you one that tinkers about, or do you sort of normally stay with your tried and trusted routine? No, not really. I normally try and stay where I always break, but the only reason I moved was because I felt like I hit the first two really good, and usually when I get that feel of a connection, I get a ball. But I didn't even threaten a pocket of getting a ball, so I thought I'm gonna have to just move here, because maybe it was just the way they was connecting or something, but like the cloth flying, so it doesn't make sense really. But anyway, it worked in the end when I moved over there. So just a word about Dean. He's one of those players that probably goes under the radar a little bit, but extremely talented, and obviously pushed you all the way there. Yeah. Obviously we know him from on tour and stuff. All the players know him. He's a great player. It's just you don't really hear much of him spoken about, like you say. But he's been there before. I played him in the final. I think it might have been a European Pro event before. Played him in the finals. He's a great player. He knows. You see what the balls he was potting there, and he's my kind of player where he just tries to go for everything. So it kind of works out great. Yeah, the match had a nice pace about it, didn't it? You were both, not messing about.
I need someone on shot. 2 seconds, please.
Yes.
Okay, gents, we're pretty much ready to go, all right? Half-hand pretty much ready to go, all right?
Yeah.
So, play well, sir. Thank you, gents. Please lag for break. Arfan Dad wins the lag. Would you like to break first, Arfan? Thank you.
So last 16 match now. I've had that Simon Ward. I've had to break first. Haven't won the lag. This should be a very close game.
Thank you. European Open, last 16, race to 7 frames. First frame, Arfan Dad to break. Time running.
So Arvan decided to go with the cut break. Let's come up dry. First opportunity to Simon. At first glance, there's no obvious colour choice. There's a few pluses, and just with one shot opens up the whole frame.
Ten seconds.
So Simon will just be looking for the best route to get down to the black. May see him move the red that's by the black, so the black goes in the middle. Yeah. That should be fairly straightforward. 3 yellows down the bottom of the table first. Simon's been a top pro on the tour for many years. He's always in the mix when it comes down to the final stages of any of the events. Just needs to find the gap between the 2 reds to finish on the top yellow. And that's perfect. He's got a bad contact there off that yellow. That should have come back a lot straighter. You saw the yellow just jump slightly. It's made this black a little bit more awkward than it should have really been.
Call.
Saw Simon jump up after he played the shot. He knew straight away that he had a bad contact. Where's the white ball going?
Foul, loss of frame.
You can't really legislate for that, and that's just bad luck. Bad luck to get the kick off the yellow, bad luck to go in off the black, off another red. Simon will forget about that quickly.
Frame 2.
his
Simon
break.
Ward to break, trailing 1 frame to 0. Time running.
And he's hit them extremely well. And at first glance, I can only see one problem if he takes yellows, and that's the black. But then you can drift the one down by the centre to finish it on in the opposite corner.
Ten seconds. Extension call.
Unless he can plant the 2 reds and free the pocket and move the yellow, he may take that option, but for me I would be taking yellows. So I think he'll try and move that yellow now. Or he may just top it through and just develop the 2 reds. And that's his problem area. If this next shot turns out nicely, he should just have a fairly straightforward run out to the black. Just drift this in and use the white line as a guide, just to come back across. I think he would have liked another 6-7 inches on that, because he's going to be playing into the other red now, but that will still leave him on the other red into the bottom left corner, but it should have been a little bit further on. Misplayed that well. We've still got to pot these, they're not easy. Well, they're not easy for me. They're easy for Simon Ward. One all.
Frame.
So both players should have settled down now. 1 frame apiece. It's always the hardest frame to win, the first one. So Alan to break. Nicknamed the Daddy all over his shirt.
Frame 3. Half and dad to break. Scores are tied, 1 frame all. Time running.
Well, I think he'll be happy with that.
Ten seconds. Extension call.
So it's got a couple of awkward balls on each set. He's just got to mind his work and pick his pattern. obviously taking yellow, so he needs to get onto that top one by the red as soon as possible, but that might be second to last ball, and then play the one into the left middle and the black into the right middle. So he might use the one over the right middle to drift up to that area, just about on the baulk line.
Ten seconds.
It's just finished awkward there, so it just needs to find this gap. It's perfect. So I think if we're looking to take the next yellow after this one will be the left, the yellow furthest left, so we can play on to the right centre. He'll need to use that to drift up.
10 seconds.
So that looks... Going with another couple of rolls, but might have to check this back slightly. And that is absolutely perfect. So he's aiming to finish the cue ball somewhere between the two reds and close to the line. Maybe a couple of inches past it, and he can use the red then as a stopper, or he can just push through. That red's actually helping him where it is at the moment.
10 seconds.
Okay, so he's gone completely the different way. That's a nice shot.
Ten seconds.
It's been a very, very controlled clearance. Just a black to go 2-1 in the lead. There we go.
Frame. Frame 4. Simon Ward to break.
So Simon will be looking to return the favour with the break and run. I think he'll be taking reds. There's no obvious yellow on straight forward. Obviously reds are dominating the right middle. He's just got
10 seconds.
So that's a nice shot. So with this one he'll just open up the whole of that right hand side of the table and should leave every red a pocket.
Seconds.
Great shot. I don't see any problems from here. Just drift them all in, roll them all in. Doesn't really do anything with the cue ball. Everything's got a natural angle. It should be 2-all. I think he'd prefer to have been a bit further to the left to play that one above the yellow first, because that's his awkward.
Extension, please.
That's his awkward ball. But I don't think he'll have too many problems taking these reds out. So we're looking to push this through now and leave the red into the left middle, but it just needs to be careful because these new cloths can grip. He doesn't really want to cannon the yellow too thick because he will lose the cue ball. So ideally miss the yellow, and he's managed to do that. Perfect angle just to drift this into the centre, roll up to the top red. I think the black goes into the right centre. It should be 2-all. So far the match has been extremely high standard. I don't think either player's missed a pot yet. He's got into that a bit. We should be okay. There we go.
Frame.
The game really isn't this easy. These guys are just making it look very easy. It takes years and years and years of practice, dedication, to get anywhere near this level. I've been trying for 30 years. So Alvan will probably go for the cut break again. Seems to be working for him, so why change it?
Frame 5. Arfan dad to break. Scores are tied, 2 frames all. Time running.
So he's aiming for the second red here. If you catch the first red, then you lose the white ball. Catch the second red down, screw into the side rail. Hopefully pot a ball, but unfortunately it's gone up dry. It's all about the break at this level. If you're not potting balls off the breaks at this level, then you're not going to win matches. So again, Simon's got a fairly straightforward run out on yellows. Every yellow's got at least one pocket. Well, I think he's looking to play on the two yellows below the 2 reds first. Drift off the side rail and come through the gap. So ideally wanted to leave this yellow till last because it was the easiest one to get him onto the black. Once that's to slow down a bit, perfect. Still got to find the angle to get onto the black. It goes in both middles. Not sure if it goes into the top left. I think it does, yes. So if he can get low on this yellow, he can drift off the side rail and just roll it through and play the black in the top corner. It shouldn't be any traffic in the way then at all.
10 seconds.
Yeah, so that's what he's tried. So we're looking to leave the white ball somewhere near the right centre. But any sort of a shot on it, and expect him to pot it. Doesn't need to be straight. Well, I don't know what's happened there. These cloths are very grippy at the moment.
Time out.
He's got into that.
Total snooker, time running.
That's the first mistake of the match.
Foul. 1 free shot, 1 visit. Time running.
And the whole match could just swing on that one mistake. Yeah, it's very unlike Simon Ward to make an error like that. I don't know why he just roll it off the side cushion and leave the black on the top. He tried stunning up to get perfect position when he could have just left himself a shot. I thought he was perfect, but he's at the table, It's nice to see the arena full of people, players and supporters. It's been a long time coming, 18 months I think since the last event.
10 seconds.
Extremely well organised again from the IPA. Which is just getting better and better. These new tops that they're all wearing are smart. Well, he's played that with so much run inside, and he's been so unlucky to leave the cue ball there. I mean, it's just incredible. There's no way the cue ball should be anywhere near that red. And now he's in a bit of trouble.
10 seconds. Time foul. 1 free shot, 1 visit.
So
running.
he's lost track of the time there. I don't know whether he had an extension or not left in the frame, but he didn't call extension, so I can only presume he'd already used it. But that's very unusual, time foul at this level. But it was extremely unfortunate to leave the cue ball where he did. And Simon said thank you very much. And goes 3-2 up. So Simon's mistake wasn't punished, so we can forget about that now. But if Avon takes those out, Simon's thinking about his mistake.
Whichever way you want.
But he won't be thinking about it now. Simon to break. Should have really gone 3-2 down. He could go 4-2 up.
Frame 6. Simon Ward to break, leading 3 frames to 2. Time running.
So Simon will be looking to capitalise on that error now, and obviously win the next 2 frames without Avon getting back to the table. And he's just got the last roll. I don't think he's got any sort of shot on. He hits the break extremely well, gets through the pack, times it beautifully. Is there a safety?
10 seconds. Extension call.
So a wry smile from Simon. He can't believe he's finished there.
Foul.
And he's, it's pretty much all he had. There was no safety on. He had to try and make something happen.
One free shot.
Yeah, he's been kicked off, but it didn't really matter whether he went in off or he didn't. It was still leaving an open table for Avan to go at. So one shot here should open the whole table. Push the yellow onto the cushion, put the red. Obviously, it's still an open table because that was a free shot and there was no other ball potted previously, so he can still take yellows if he chooses. Looking at that, not the best. Yeah, he's going to take yellows. I'm sure he was playing on reds, but obviously he's not finished on one, so. So we're looking for an angle, obviously, to drift back down to these two on the bottom cushion. I don't know if this is straight and he can push this through. If he's got any sort of angle, he might cannon a red. Nope, it was straight enough just to roll it through. We're trying to pot this, then the other one on the right side, and then leave the gap to play the yellow into the top right, and then the yellow into the left middle, and the black should just go to the top right of it. Just got to be careful here because these cushions are very reactive at the moment. They're brand new tables, they're sliding a little bit. So I think that's why he's been a bit cautious with that, because any sort of pace, it just throws the angle off. And should be okay just to drop this in pocket weight. Yep. A little bit more angle than he wanted, so he's just got to be careful. He's got to come. Oh, he's going to play for it in the bottom corner. So it's the more difficult pot, but affords the best position. He's played it well.
Frame.
Simon was unlucky there to finish where he did after that break. All the balls were well spread. It's all you can ask for a break, and not to pot the white, and he's left himself practically touching one of the balls without any shots on whatsoever. So this is for a place in the quarter-finals. This is the last 16. And there you see the trophy in the background. That's what they're all playing for.
Frame 7.
Obviously the prize money as well helps.
Our fan dad to break. Scores are tied, 3 frames all. Time running.
The event comes to a conclusion tonight as well, whatever the time. From the way the match started with the breaking and the dishing, I didn't expect to see dry breaks and mistakes, but it's the pressure of the pool, the pressure of the prize.
Ten seconds. Extension call.
Again, I think he'd prefer reds, but he's got one in the top left he could take. And he's ran out of position. I mean, reds with a colour choice for me there. But I'm not going to tell Simon Wood that.
10 seconds.
He's going to be obviously trying to pot this because there's no point in playing safe. If he's not left that red on, he's been extremely fortunate. Obviously, it goes into the bottom right, but if it goes into the left now, then Ivan should be able to take that next and get the white back out up for the other reds. It clearly goes. He's found the gap, and this should be straightforward. It's got one awkward ball on the cushion by the right middle, but he can use the other ball to push that further forward. He'll probably just play on it though and then drop it in and then play the other red into the opposite middle. Again, but he could have done with another fraction of a bounce off the cushion there. Still should be okay though. Just got to float it in. Yeah, good shot. You can take these in whichever order you like. Again, an uncharacteristic mistake from Simon Ward's, giving everyone the chance to take the lead. But don't call him the boomerang for nothing. He'll come back. I think out of the two players, Aman will be feeling the better. I think he's made fewer mistakes.
Frame 8. Simon Ward to break, trailing 4 frames to 3. Time running.
Needs a good break. Well, you can't hit them any better than that. So I'm being joined in the commentary by Paul again. Welcome, Paul.
Hello, Chris. How's the match gone so far?
Started off 4 break dishes, and then there's just been a few mistakes creeping in. Simon's made a few very uncharacteristic mistakes, positional-wise. But, you know, on the whole, it's just been very clinical from both players. The first frame, Simon's had a really bad kick off a yellow in the top pocket, and it's left him too much of an angle on the black, so it's cut the black in. The white's hit another red and then gone in off.
Funny enough, that's about the only shot I've seen.
You saw that one?
Yeah, I actually saw it from the top table desk, and there was no crowds in front of me for a couple of minutes.
Yeah. He's been unlucky with his break so far. He's hitting them really well, but on a previous break he left himself sandwiched between the knuckle of the middle and a red or a yellow, but hit no shot on whatsoever. And went for they call it a hit and hope or whatever. That's all he had, and then went in off and Avan cleaned up.
And Simon's an incredible player. Well, I don't know if a lot of people know, he very rarely practices. he's got a very, very good job. He's immersed in that. He tends to, if he does practice a couple of days before the tournament, which is not ideal, but I know for a fact if he could practice 24/7, he would be winning a lot more tournaments.
Yeah, but like I said earlier, he's always at the business end of most of the IPA events, professional or the Open.
Yeah.
When you look down the draw and you see his name and you're near it, you're worried.
Yeah, and he is a great player to watch as well.
Yeah. And this will settle him down a bit.
Yeah. So Boomerang equalises.
Frame.
Yeah, he got that nickname many years ago. Get going behind and he can't win. Can't win. He does.
Yeah. The boomerang keeps coming back. Simon's Havan's break now. He won the leg, so Havan needs to return the favour here again.
Yeah, Havan has improved over the last couple of years.
Yeah, he's always been a very good cueist.
That's right, and he keeps changing disciplines, as you know.
Yeah.
From 9 balls to snooker, I think.
Yeah, he's on the GB 9-ball tour, isn't he, as well?
I believe so.
Frame 9.
Yeah.
Our fan dad to break. Scores
I think
are tied.
he
4
plays a lot of
all.
Chinese pool as well.
That's
Time
correct, yeah.
I think one of his sponsors, Joy, obviously that run the Chinese, one of the Chinese disciplines over there. It's a very similar game to our game, but they're just obviously
big balls, big pockets,
yeah, so
big tables.
Yeah, the pockets aren't big, tiny.
Stopwatch for the time being, okay? Just starting a stopwatch instead of I'll still give you the calls, all right? Time running.
That's a great shot. That was his only bad area. He's developed it in his first shot. I think he'll, again looking at the black and coming backwards, I think he'd like to leave the red that's closest to the 2 yellows till last, just to stun that in and play the black in the bottom left. So he needs to come back through the gap now and play on any one of those 3 reds. Leave that one to last and then get you on the back. Black easiest.
That's right, the other end is to the black is ideal for position. Onto the black.
Yeah, no point potting 5 or 6 really good balls and then having a really hard shot on the black. But there we are, he's going to take it next. He must have.
He decided to go a different way because we said it.
No, it's because it's too straight on that one. He had options, didn't he?
Yeah.
This is how the match started off. Dish, 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 and then a few scrappy frames, and we've gone back to break dishing.
More entertaining break dishing. Much more entertaining.
Oh, I love a good tactical game. It's only because I can't break
Right.
dish.
It's a North Walian thing, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember watching Happen a few times over the years, but I think he's dishing more consistently now.
It's his pattern play, isn't it?
Yeah, he's improved 100% there.
Yeah. And you know, he's not hitting the ball as hard as he used to either. That's a big factor of his game. I spoke to him yesterday about that, and he's just rolling balls in. You know, he's not on a snooker table. He's on a pool table. So the less work you do with the cue ball, the better. But he feels himself as well. He'll be the first one to admit he knows put the time in, and he feels like he's improved as well. Feels like he belongs on top stage, you know, and in the latter stages of the big tournaments. And here he is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Frame 10. Simon Water break, trailing 5 frames to 4. Time running.
So he's been breaking extremely well. He's just been really unlucky with a few breaks. Again, I mean, he's got to finish better. and they look like they're open, but there's balls covering balls, and
yeah, the one yellow by the 3 reds is an awkward one at the moment.
he could get it out now if he plays the
10
yellow
seconds.
to the bottom right and stuns back into them, but it looks like he's just going to play the plant and take reds.
Yeah, now all the reds are open.
Yeah. Are we going to see another break dish? I'd love to see the stats on that. I can't remember many of his spots either, if any. So he's obviously looking for an angle to come back across. He could stun this and play the double.
You might stun it onto the yellow and leave the red at the top. No.
I thought stun it and play the double back across there, maybe. But
so many options.
yeah, he's found a nice angle there, but he's got to miss the yellow. He's got to try and drift across the face of that yellow, and finish somewhere on the right hand cushion.
Well, I've got some duties to perform, Chris. So I'll see you later.
No, thanks, Paul. And I'm going to be joined on commentary by Mr. IPA himself, Mr. Kevin Barton. Hello, Kevin.
Mr. IPA. That's an introduction, isn't it? Afternoon, Chris.
Afternoon.
We're in for another thriller, I can see.
I think we are. It's been. It started off extremely well. Break dish, break dish. And then they had a few scrappy little frames in the middle. Could have gone either way.
That's just to show that they're human.
Yeah, and the last 4 frames have been break dishes. So.
Yeah, it's next to him now. Yeah. Yeah, 2 great players. Obviously, Simon Ward, the boomerang. Not played in an event for, well, 18 months, 16 months.
Yeah, and he doesn't practice either.
No, he uses the early rounds as practice.
Frame
so
11.
if the time to get him is early
Scores
on.
are tied, 5 frames all.
But
time running.
Usually when he gets sort of last 16s, quarters, you can usually put him down for the final because he's usually there or thereabouts. And Arfan is one of those players that he's been knocking on the door for a while. Is this going to be the event where he finally makes his breakthrough? He's certainly got all the talent.
Yeah, he hasn't made any mistakes really in this match so far. It's been steady, consistent. Cue ball's been on a string, apart from one shot, which was a little bit unlucky. But can't fault both players at the moment. Very, very few mistakes. But it's the last 16 of the European Open.
Yeah. Tough to follow after the last couple of matches that we've had. But this looks like this could be going the same way in another 6-all edge of your seat decider.
Yep, 3 in a row. All 3. Third match on the stream. But he takes his balls. I mean, I spoke to Avan yesterday, and he said the biggest area he's improved in is pattern play and not hitting the ball as hard as he needs to, and just letting the cue ball do the work. And that's what it's all about, isn't it? You know, the less distance that cue ball travels, the better. You know, we can all pot easy balls. It's getting the white ball in the right position, isn't it?
Certainly is. Making short work of these. I mean, that was a really nice plant in the first shot. He could have easily jabbed at that one a little bit, but this is.
It doesn't matter where he leaves the white here. He can play it in the bottom right into the centre. He's got lots of room for forever. But, there we go.
There we go. Just drop this yellow in left centre.
For the 5th break and dish in a row. I'm running out of fingers, Kevin.
It's a tough school out there.
Right.
All we can do is just sit and watch. Admire these great competitors.
So that's 11 frames on my count. 8, at least 8, maybe 9 break dishes.
There's some standard. Playing on this freshly wrapped table in blue brushed aluminium.
Smart table.
Looking very resplendent.
So you have to get my dictionary out.
And that means quite good.
Frame 12. Simon Ward to break, trailing 6 frames to 5. Time running.
So can he respond?
Well, a little bit of pressure on this, obviously, because Avon's on the hill. Needs 1 more frame to win.
Looks dry.
Typical. Just when you need a ball. The way Avon's been playing, he's definitely been going for these, and I expect him to get them.
There's one problem, you can see straight away, the black.
He'll be trying to get that up very early, maybe now, because he'll always leave himself on that yet. He's tried it, and he's just not got into the cue ball enough.
He was up very quick on that shot. Did you see that? He was.
Yeah.
He knew the importance of that. So he's obviously feeling it.
Absolutely, and he should be. All the hours of practice, all the hours we put in, this is what we get out.
Yep, that's why I get out nothing.
And I put all the practice in and still get out nothing.
Yep.
10
There's more than one way to get nothing, that's what I'm saying.
But he will still be going for these. Well, he has to. And again, he just, I mean, obviously the black pot's in the top, but he'd much rather it easier than that for the match.
Yeah, I think the way the balls are, it's going to be difficult for him to move that black.
Yeah.
I think he's going to have to work his route around playing on it into the top left.
Extension call.
He could play a risky shot and roll the top yellow in now and leave an angle on this one, on that, you know, to come across, but where's the cue ball going? Somewhere close to the middle. But
He's okay.
so he's decided he's going to play the black down the rail as his last shot.
Yep. If he does get to that, there's going to be some pressure. That's what these guys thrive on, as you say, Chris. That's what all those hours and hours of practice are for. When you get into these positions, because they don't come around often.
10 seconds.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but has Avon been to a quarter-final of a main event before?
I'm not quite sure. He's certainly not won one, which is what he'll be looking for. He's a little bit straight on this as well. I don't think he can get close to his next yellow after he's spotted this one along the rail.
No, needs to take your, for me, take your medicine, come back a foot and leave an angle on the bottom right to drift across for the other yellow in the right middle. But he's obviously seen it differently. That's the way I'd have gone, because I still can't see a straightforward shot to get from yellow to yellow.
So it's all about the pace of this one. He's got to bring the white back to the left-hand side, left-hand quadrant, for the yellow into the right centre. This is all about pace. Doesn't want to land behind this red.
So he's played that beautifully. He's cued that in effortlessly.
That is a top draw shot.
That's the shot of the match so far.
Oh, can it double? Does he think a double?
It's not a bad shout, that. Not a bad shout at all.
Be a back double. But I think
and
that's an easier positional shot than.
He's known for his doubles as well. He gets them more than he misses. That's what he's gone for. Good call, that, Kev. That's what you're.
So I'm on the big
in
books.
So for the match. And it's there.
It's there. Well played, Arfandad.
And the match, Arfandad.
That's fantastic. That's a great achievement for Avan to beat one of the top players, not only on the tour but in the world. In Simon Ward, it's a great result for him, and will only give him confidence, moving forward. Fair play to him. It's a cracking match. Didn't really do anything wrong at all. Yeah. So I think, I'm not sure if we're going straight on to another match. So Kevin's just going to interview Avan. So after this interview, we have Nathan Davis and John McAllister, the current world champion. Stay tuned.
welcome down into the arena. Another thrilling match. I thought it was going to go 7-6. You've disappointed us, our fan. You won 7-5. So a really comfortable victory.
Yeah, very comfortable. I was just hoping for a chance of Simon's break because he was breaking so big, and the balls were just always pretty nice. We had some work to do, but we both played pretty well. Obviously, I had the time foul, taking a leaf out of your book there. Yeah, just need the beeps. I think that if you hear the 5-second beeps, and I would have probably hit that shot earlier, but it's my own fault. I was dilly-dallying too much. I was happy with the way I recovered after that, because obviously I had the chances to recover, but you still got to have the mental capacity to do that. So I was happy with the way I done that.
It was definitely a high standard match from both of you. I mean, dish after dish at the back end of that match. You were both like wanting to win the match. Nobody was giving anyone an inch.
I think that's what happens sometimes when both players are playing well. You kind of know you got to play no miss pool, and if both players raise their level, it could work the other way too. If both are struggling, one player struggles, the other player can struggle too. So it was a really good match to be involved in. Simon's not really done too much wrong. Obviously he had the unlucky enough in the first frame, but yeah, like I said, I'm cueing the ball pretty well at the moment, and the table obviously caught me out. The cushions are really slidey compared to the outside tables. It might not look like it on the screen, but yeah, they're really slidey. So you've got to make the little minor adjustments, and I think I made that in the middle of the match. So yeah.
All the tables are the same, by the way.
Yeah, no, they are the same tables. It's just that this one wasn't used until today, so it's a little bit quicker, and yeah, cushions are newer. So yeah, but I don't mind playing on conditions like these. They're brilliant, so no complaints from me. It's just obviously got to adapt from table to table a little bit. You just got to size it after 1 or 2 frames, and carry on. You can't really complain.
So everyone in the pool world knows just how good a player you are, and you still to make that breakthrough win, on the IPA.
It's kind of bugging me actually, but I don't know why I've not won an IPA title, but yeah, I could do with winning one. So yeah, I'll take it a match at a time. I'm not gonna, I could lose the next match if I don't break well or the opponent plays well. It's just one of them games. I've put myself in positions where I could have won my first title, but I've been beaten on the hill 2 or 3 times. Just the way it goes. I don't lose any sleep over it. I just take it a match at a time, and if it happens, it happens. Yeah.
You certainly seem to be in the form that this could be your day.
Yeah, I've been playing well recently. Anyway, I was one of the fortunate ones to have a table at home, and I was playing a lot of the online stuff. And there was some Facebook groups, and there was some online competitions, and I was playing in quite a few of them. So. I've got my eye in. My patterns are good at the moment. It might not have looked like it in the early part of the match, but I'm happy. I'm happy with the way I'm playing in amongst the balls. And I've obviously gone to the cup break too, because I was struggling with my break before this tournament. It was well publicised. Yeah.
And just great to be back playing, I guess, competing. In this arena. We're on the tour after so long out.
Yeah, a room full of players is what we wanted to see, so it's refreshing to come back to this. So, yeah, sometimes you don't really, know what you've missed until it's gone. Obviously, we didn't really have any competition for like 18 months, so yeah, it's good to be back out here competing and seeing all the other pool players. So, yeah.
And just a word about some of the new faces on the tour this year. I mean, we've already seen a few shocks in the tournament. I mean, the standard just continues to go through the roof.
Yeah, I mean, like Wade, Morley's beaten some good players, but he's been playing in the online stuff too, so he's got his own table, and those kind of players that have been playing, they're showing in their results now. So it doesn't surprise me, because if you break well, as long as you don't play the player, you can beat anyone. So if they take that attitude into a game, then it might be a shock to people that don't know these players, but obviously pool players know what these other players are capable of, so you can't really take your foot off the pedal, even if you don't play someone that is not expected to beat you. It's one of them games. It comes back to bite you too many times, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does. We've all been there. Fan, thanks a lot for your time, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, cheers, Kevin.
Cheers, well done. Great performance there from our fan Dad. He takes his place in the next round, and coming up we've got another portion of the current world champion John McAllister. He's up against Nathan Davis, one of the up-and-coming hotshot players. So that match is just about to start. So let's get you over to the commentary box and let's get the match on. Yeah, brilliant that, Fanya. Yeah,
into the quarter-finals. We still don't know who he's going to be playing, but he will be playing the winner of Adam Griffiths or Wade Moore, and that score is currently 5 frames to 2. Other players already into the quarter-finals is Ben Davis, who you saw earlier. He's also awaiting his opponent, but he did beat Michael Tomlinson, who has had an incredible tour so far. You know, he's got to the last 16, but he's just fell short and lost 7-4 to Ben. But Ben will play the winner of Liam Dunster, who's the #1 in the tour, and he's against Gavin Robinson. So he's either going to play Liam Dunster or Gavin Robinson, and that score is very close. It's 4-3 at the moment to Liam. And then at the bottom of the draw, this is where John McAllister is playing Nathan Davis, who's going to be live very soon. Well, there is another game in progress, who the winner of this next 3 match will be playing, and that's Ronan McCarthy against Eddie Roberts. And whoever wins that one, it's currently Ronan McCarthy is winning 5 frames to 2. So, I mean, here's some of the hopefully last 16. Not come up straight away, but I'm sure it will. But yeah, Ronan McCarthy, you know, remember him, he got to the semi-finals of the Champions Cup. He's currently 5-2 ahead, and he will play the winner of this next match, which is coming right up. It's not far away now. The players are just gradually going to get into this arena, and the referee will be ready to lag as normal. But if you have only just joined us, we are live here in Coventry at the DoubleTree in Hilton Hotel, and this is our first IPA tour of the year, which we've been waiting for. Oh God, our last tour was back in March 2020, but we are back, and the next one, I know this one hasn't finished yet, but I like to tell you, keep you up to date and that, and the next one is in 5 weeks time, which will be in Gosforth. There you go, there's our last 16, that's currently in progress. Liam Dunster now, 4-4, and then Mark Farnsworth has got through. It doesn't really tell the correct story on there, but Mark Farnsworth has got through 7 frames to 2, and he will play Matt Steeper in the quarter-final. Wade Morley now taking a 5-2 lead over Adam Griffiths. Wade Morley has an absolute tremendous tour so far. He's battling through, and he's looking favourite to go through there to play off and Daddy. You've just seen the Daddy. But hopefully in the next few minutes we're going to see John McAllister for the 2nd time today on this TV table, and he's playing a young hotshot called Nathan Davis, an absolute tremendous player, played some tremendous stuff in Champions Cup, well, the Champions Cup on Sporty Stuff TV. There's Nathan there, look, just collecting his cues, making sure he's sat on the right side. But yeah, what a great young prospect Nathan Davis is. And really cannot wait to see. He's going to have to produce a pretty great A game to beat John. John's in fine form at the moment. Crept through in the last round, 7-6 against Rapid Roberts. But John's made it. And here he is into the last 16. There's John there just walking on. I'm going to say we're probably a couple of minutes away now before this match gets underway. I think there'll be a few photo snaps and all ready for the socials. That's Sean Travass there, one of the IPA officials, our PR official. PR officer, as his title is well known as. Remember, if you want to keep up with all the latest news and everything that's coming up on the IPA, just join us on ipapool.com. is the normal traditional lag.
Nathan Davis wins the lag.
Nathan Davis has won that. And with these last 3 matches, we've seen some really close ones. I thought we was going to get a third 7-6 on the row, but we didn't. Alf and Dad had other ideas. But it was still a great match. And I'm sure this one is just going to be just as good. Remember, this is the last 16.
Thank you. European Open last 16 match, race to 7 frames. First frame, Nathan Davis to break. Time running.
There's Ben Taylor for NT. Just getting this match underway. Nathan Davis to break. Got a good connection and got a ball into the left centre. That's the start, exactly what he needed. Looking at the first glance of these balls, I mean, yellows seem the obvious choice, but I'm not sure that yellow passes a red, so he might select reds, but he hasn't. He has gone for these yellows. So playing it with a tricky yellow that he's got just below that red on the baulk line. Probably just going to drift this in. Come across the table, play that one into the left centre, and then he'll take his hardest ball away. And then he will have a great chance to take this opening frame. So Nathan Davis, nicknamed Dynamite.
10 seconds.
Quite fast and fluent around this table, so don't be nipping off anywhere, otherwise you'll miss a lot of this action, because both of these players are very fluent indeed. He's had to slow down, and that is not great, but he has still got a shot on into the top left hand corner. A tough pot. A lot tougher than he wanted. Nathan is more than capable of getting this. But he's left it hanging over the bag. And that is a first miss there for Nathan Davis. Not one that he wanted straight away. But as you can see, that sort of yellow over the bag does block them 2 reds. And what you'll see with Nathan Davis, you'll see a lot of emotion from him, and he'll be nodding. He will be, he wears his heart on his sleeve. You'll see definitely a lot of emotion. And Nathan Davis, he beat Jimmy Carney in the last round, the showman. That is a great scalp there. Jimmy Carney is one of our professional players, ranked in the top 16. Nathan Davis still in the amateur ranks, but he is really knocking on the door for these pro ranks. And I'll be pretty much expected for him to get into these ranks after this year's tour. I'm sure we'll be offering him a pro status if he achieves enough points. But he's pretty much in his hands, and he's having a great run so far.
10 seconds.
Look at the way that this table has just turned around just in one shot. What a great double that was from John McAllister.
Seconds.
So he could play this on and off the cushion. really cued that as well as he wanted. Or has he got a kick? He must have got to get a kick there. Ben Taylor has been asked to clean this white. He must have just sort of kicked off. You know, we got a little bit more running inside than he wanted.
Time running.
It looks like he's still got a pot on. Pretty sure this red will pass into this right corner. He's back in prime position. Lovely angle on this now. Probably have to play a little bit of running left-hand side. But again, you need to cue this really well. Not going to make it. He would definitely have liked another 3 or 4 inches there to make this black a lot easier than what it is. Being a left-hander, he's quite a tall lad though, John. I'm expecting him to be able to reach this. Stretching a little bit, but this is the part I'd expect him to get. There you see it. What a great black there from John McAllister. He's capitalised on that miss yellow there from Nathan Davis, and John McAllister is now 1-0 ahead. Another great start. Last match that John was on, if you have only just joined us, he played Chris Boron in our first televised match of the morning. He beat him 7 frames to 0. Chris just admired it, sat in his chair, and that is all he could do. Didn't do too much wrong apart from his break, didn't really work for him. John McAllister is in fine form. He has come here to win this tournament this weekend.
John McAllister the break, leading 1 frame to 0. Time running.
There's the white ball. It's in off. That's a bit unlucky there from John. He struck them very well. Just look at this break. Absolutely strikes it lovely. Straight down the centre of the cue ball. Look at that, kicked in off. That is bad luck. And Nathan, if you really want to be getting into these quarter-finals, these are the chances you've got to take. So going in off, if you're new to pool, it's 1 free shot, 1 visit.
Extension call.
So with the first shot, you can do practically anything apart from pot the black. So that tells me he's going to be taking these yellows on. And looking at these yellows, they've all got pockets. So this is going to be a great chance. But he's under hit that straight away. He's not really cued that well. So he's going to need a great shot now to get back into position. But he's straight down to it. Good pot. And back in prime position. Great shot there from Nathan. Try to get on this one left of that red, just above the black spot. So we could take that next. So he's not fully where he wanted to be, but he could just gently cannon into this red that's next to it. Just hold the white nicely. That's exactly what he's done. But still not in prime position yet. Looks like he's got a bit of a tricky plan. So yellow onto yellow to put it into the right corner. He's played that well, but where's the white ball again? A little bit loose. little bit awkward. This is going to be very tricky clearance now. It looks like he's looking at the cutback, but this white's going to be travelling. That yellow ball over there. It looks like he's going to be going away from his work. But time is ticking down again. 30-second shot clock in operation. How well has he played that off the red? What a great shot. I said he was a great young talent, and that shot just proves exactly what he is. And this is a black I expect him to get. Yeah, it's a great clearance. He'll feel better after that one. He's now leveled this match up. This was a key shot of the frame. Just look at this shot, the way he's played this off the red. That is a tricky shot, and then got the kiss on the yellow. Absolutely played to perfection. Left himself the perfect angle to run down for the black. Brilliant shot.
Frame 3, Nathan Davis to break. Scores are tied, 1 frame all. Time running.
So Nathan wants to win this match. He needs to get the break working on. Look at the way that they have split. And these yellows look very inviting indeed. Just a bit of news on the latest scores. Ronan McCarthy is now into the quarterfinals. He's beaten Eddie Roberts by 7 frames to 2. And that match was at 3 frames to 2. And Ronan's taken the last 4 frames. And he's now going to be awaiting the winner of this match between Nathan Davis and John McAllister. Liam Dunster, our #1 player, is 6-4 ahead against Gavin Robinson. And Wade Morley, he's also 6-4 ahead, 1 frame away from quarter-final. But Adam Griffiths, he started a bit of a comeback there at 6-4. But back to this match. This is the one that we're all watching. If anybody wants to see the latest scores, go to qscore.com. Our live scores are all on there. And that's a lovely kiss there. Couple of ways he can go here. I'm not sure how much of the pocket he's got to that left centre. He wants to drop that in. I don't think that's a shot. I think the one in the top left is probably the shot first. But he'll play it as he sees it. I mean, the only one that puts him off in that top left-hand corner, will he be overreaching? So that's why he's going down. But the clock is ticking down. He needs to take his shot. 1 second. He's just got that in there. That must have been a millisecond. Wow. That is definitely using all the seconds possible. Well, all the tenths of the seconds possible. And again, he's finished a bit awkward. This is a tricky cut back into the left centre. These are the sort of shots you need to time really well. Great pot, but again, he's finished awkward once again. And we're going to see a cutback, or has he got an option of a double? But for me, it's definitely got a bit of cutback. I mean, he's got 100% on cutbacks at the moment. Is this going to continue his run? Oh, it certainly is. It's the middle of the pocket. What a great shot again from Nathan Davis. And we are seeing some superb stuff on this Welsh youngster. back onto the latest scores again. Wade Morley is now into the quarter-final. He's playing the daddy who you've just watched, Arf and Dad. And we'll play to Wade Morley. Brilliant performance there to beat Adam Griffiths, 7 frames to 4. Still Liam Dunster at the top of the draw. He is 6-4 ahead, I can tell. It's not quite updated yet.
Frame 4.
But I've got the latest scores
John
here.
McCarthy, the break.
And he is
Trailing
6-4
2
ahead
frames to 1.
against Gavin Robinson, needing one
Time
more
running.
frame. Nathan Davis now, a dry break from John. 2 frames to 1 down, John. Can't be having dry breaks. And these reds look very inviting. Just one tricky red, one next to the black spot. Just going to the bottom right-hand corner. So it's just about when he's going to take it. Does it go to the left centre? It looks tight. I don't think it does. From some of the camera angles I'm seeing, I don't think it does. But the way he's going about these, he's going to have options of how to get onto that last red. I'm sure the one next to the black spot will be his last one, but he's missed. A pretty simple plan. That was a great chance there from Nathan. And if there's any weakness about Nathan Davis, it's just a little bit of carelessness. And they're the chances you've really got to take against the current world champion, John McAllister.
10 seconds. Extension cool.
He's given John a great chance now. I mean, still a tricky old run out this is. But John will be working these out. I think John will be going for these. I don't think he'll be looking for a snooker or anything like that. He'll be going all out to pot these, especially with them 2 reds over the bag. Even if he does snooker, Nathan, it's an easy get out. I mean, I suppose he could cover the bag here if he wanted, but that's not John's style of play. He is very attacking. That's what we're seeing.
Start the shot clock, please. Thank you.
So if he takes this yellow into the right centre, the one left, the one closest to the right centre, should I say. He's then got that one difficult yellow left. That's one of them gone. Pretty easy double there for John McAllister. And he still had quite a bit of work to do, so it weren't an easy chance. But one that we've seen John get in early doors, especially in his first match.
Ten seconds. Extension cool.
So it looks like he snookered him on the 2 reds into the right corner. He will be able to get his difficult red out. So red onto the 2 reds. He's potted them, but how have they come out? Wow, they have come out really well. That's exactly how he wanted them to come out. I'm going to say a little bit fortunate, but you've got to take the rough with the smooth. But That's a poor, careless shot again there from Nathan. So this white is going to be going away from his work. He's got to avoid all cannons here. Got to go around. He's got round. Yes, he has. And now he's back in prime position. Great recovery there from Nathan. Great stuff. 3-1.
Right.
Still latest scores. Liam Dunster's match is still going on. It's 6-4 still. And we're still waiting for the number one. Is he going to get that one frame to get into the last 8? One frame away. See, so we're going to have Mark Farnsworth against Matt Steeper, Arf and Dad against Wade Morley, and then Ronan's waiting for the winner of this match. And then, as you can just see, Gavin Robinson has now taken it to another frame, so it's now 6-5 to Liam Dunster. So Gavin Robinson's closing in. Is that going to go down to a last frame decider?
Time running. Void break.
And you see it, the black has just rolled in, so that's not loss of frame or a winner frame. That is a re-rack. Nathan will re-break again. So anybody new to black ball rules, black just go in on the break. It will be re-racked no matter what happens to the other balls on the table.
Void break. Nathan Davis to break again. No penalty. Time running.
And you've got to say, if Nathan gets his break right and clears up here, 4-1 is a very healthy lead. And he's very close to in off there. But he's got a ball, and these yellows look really inviting again. I mean, they both look quite inviting. They've all got pockets, reds and yellows. But this yellow is a very easy opener. I think he thought for a second that had bounced a bit further than he wanted. But that's the angle he probably wanted. Just so he can go on and off this top cushion. Just run it down to where his balls are. Right side of this yellow that he wanted, but he's got pretty much 3 or 4 stuns. So little stun again. He's overscrewed that a little bit further. You see him nodding his head there. As I said, he'll show a lot of emotion on this table, and that's a really careless shot again. But he's going to have to change his route. This isn't his the A route. That's a great pot, and he's back in prime position again. Brilliant shot. So one into the bottom right, one into the right centre, and a simple black will give him a 4-1 lead. Again, he's a little bit short again. He still seems to be this error after error. He needs to cut these out, because some of these will cost him frames. And this is tricky to hold this black now. Just a little bit careless. That's why he's had to come on and off the cushion. He's a little bit short again. He's not been in prime position. He's making hard work of this clearance. It should have been relatively easy. It's black then. White ball's fine. He's nearly stunned that into the top corner, but he hasn't. 4-1. What a great performance so far from Nathan. I know we've seen a few loose shots from him, but he seems to be pulling them out of the bag. And there's a lot of Welsh players here this weekend. That is why there's quite a bit of a surrounding around Nathan there. Seed is still 6-5.
Frame 6, John McAllister to break, trailing 4 frames to 1. Time running.
Sure I've ever seen John McAllister have 2 dry breaks in a row. He's hit these so well. So he's had 2 dry breaks and he's had an in-off. That is not like the current world champion, and he needs to fix that quickly, especially if he wants to keep in this European Open. Sure, the nerves are jangling now with Nathan. To seeing him, John, you know, a dry break. He looked a bit flustered then. But sure, you know, the adrenaline's in there. He's feeling a little bit. 4-1 up against the current world champion.
10 seconds.
He's deserved his lead. He's taking his chances. What he can't do is keep giving John chances. John's elected the yellows. Just looking at this, I mean, these are still very tricky.
Extension call.
I mean, he's got a couple of shots on to definitely thwart with danger. I think he'll go for the option of the yellow into the bottom right-hand corner. It's a tricky pot though, or he could play this yellow, triple ball plant, which will then develop this hard yellow, will it? This is tricky, and how well has he played that? That is why he is the current world champion, playing shots at crucial time. You know, John is 4-1 behind. And he's playing, well, they're very risky shots, but they're the shots you've got to play. You want to be really recognised.
10 seconds. Seconds.
I mean, that is just like the Rolls-Royce cue action. Completely straight through. Looks like he's just finished a little bit in between. This is felt tricky now. He's sort of going to have to stun this, miss the red, just play it off the cushion down the bottom. There's a couple of ways he can play this. He needs to get on this black. Straight, stun down. Look how perfect he has landed now. Brilliant shot. perfectly deposited into the left centre. John has reduced the deficit. Now 4-2. I mean, Nathan had a chance there, missed a long pot. Definitely felt it on that that first shot of his. So there's our last 16 draw. You just joined us. All our latest scores. That game at the top, we are still waiting for the winner. Is it going to be Liam Dunster? Is it going to be Gavin Robinson? It is still currently 6-5. And that winner will be playing Ben Davis. And that will be an absolutely fantastic match if it is them two.
Nathan Davis to break, leading 4 frames to 2. Time running.
So can Nathan put this previous miss behind him? One thing for sure, he's got his break working. How has that felt? Let's look at this break. The way that Nathan breaks with a lot of power. Comes back to the back cushion. First glance at these, we've obviously got the tricky balls at the top.
Extension call.
And for me, you're probably going to have to, I say reds. I'm only saying reds because there's another red up there to get the other red out. He's obviously seeing the same way as me. He's tried to go for it straight away. I'm sure that was the time to do that.
Time running.
Position. Is he going to try and force this in and get over? He's tried to. Well, that hasn't come off. Now I'm expecting to see like a containing shot because he's going to be hard to get this red out next to this yellow. It's finished very awkward.
10 seconds.
Can he just nestle this white behind that yellow? He can't. So let's give John a chance to come back to the table. John's also got the same problem as Nathan's got. If he takes his yellow into the left centre,
10 seconds.
That's one less option of potting a ball and going into them. But I'm sure he's already thought of that.
Extension call.
Again, this is a pretty tricky clearance here from John if he opts to take it on. I mean, not just the yellow at the top of the table, the one just below the red in the left centre. Needs to be pretty perfect on that as well. This is where we're going to see the one at the top taken out. Great cue power. How lucky has he been? It's not great. See, just had a little smile to himself, John did. He's also landed in pretty much no man's land. So what's John going to do here then? He's going to try and cut this back. This would be a magnificent pot. He has. Has he got the yellow out? He hasn't. But he's still on the table. He's still got a chance. Where does that yellow go? I don't think it goes in the top left-hand corner either. So we might have to get behind it, drop it in one of the middles. But that will be a tough pot, especially at this stage of the match. He's opted for the skill shot, and this skill shot is let me tell you, this is very difficult indeed. If that red was closer over that bag, I'd say it'd be quite easy for John. Look how far that red is away from that top right hand corner. This is a big shot. He's got to hit this absolutely perfect. And how perfect has he hit this? And I can tell you now that John McAllister is probably one of the best players in the world at the skill shot. Just look at this shot. If anybody want to try that one at home and tell me how many shots it takes you, I'm sure it won't be one, because John has made that look very, very easy. And this will be sending messages to Nathan now. His clearance. John is here. He means business. Yeah, Nathan just tried to push it a little bit. Tried to push that previous clearance.
10 seconds.
And John has punished him. So it's black to go within one frame. Remember, he was 4-1 behind.
Frame.
But now he's only one frame behind. And the momentum is definitely with John McAllister here. And I can tell you the latest score now for the Liam Dunster match, and that it is now over. Liam Dunster has beaten Gavin Robinson by 7 frames to 5. And Liam Dunster will now play Ben Davis, and what a clash that will be. If it was my choice, that would be the next match on this table. I'm sure if we had a vote anywhere, that would definitely be the next match on the table. Well, I'm not the one making decisions here.
Frame 8. John McAllister.
This match here, currently in progress. We've still got plenty of frames.
Time running.
Give them a bit more venom. Finally, he's got his break working. Is this going to be the turning point in this match? Got a bit more power in it. The white's jumped up, but it stayed on the table. The yellow's kicked in to the top left. Good break. His best one of the match so far.
Extension cool.
Looks like it's finished a little bit awkward. I mean, first glance, yellows look the better balls, but I'm not so sure. These reds are also nice, and they are even nicer now, the way that he's opened that up. I don't think he's happy with that, because I think he's landed straight, so he's not going to have an angle to sort of punch down to the table.
10 seconds.
So can he punch this down? Does he just need to roll it in? Try to use a bit of top spin and side, and what a shot, positional shot that was. John McAllister now starting to show some of the stuff that he was showing earlier on. White is world class. John's just got to be a little bit careful here. In prime position. Just got to work his route out, see which way is the best way to go. I mean, the one into the bottom right is definitely the easier pot.
10 seconds.
But he's going to need a good positional shot. So he needs an angle. Has he got an angle? angle has he got? It doesn't look like he's got the right angle, but he's straight down, so that tells me he's happy with it. So he's going to screw this deep screw on and off the cushion, come back and land absolutely perfect, just like that. Brilliant stuff from John. How smooth of a cue action does John McAllister have? That's the black gone and break and clearance there from John. We are now level, 4 frames each. We're into a best of 5. Just remember, the winner of this will play Ronan McCarthy. I'm sure will be a tremendous match, whoever he plays. John has just taken 3 frames on the spin. Nathan's going to need some of that dynamite that he's showing on his shirt. He'll be feeling it a little bit now. 4-1 ahead, looking in control of this
Frame
match.
9. Nathan Davis to break. Scores are tied, 4 frames all. Time running. And one thing about Nathan, he's been very consistent on his break. And again, he's got another ball. In his break, he's pretty consistent. This is finished awkward. This is not the sort of clearance he wants to be going for. Nathan's is very, very attacking. I think he'll be quite happy with that, the way that's rolled out. But, even though them 2 reds look like they block each other, pretty sure that left, that red below the black spot will pass into the bottom left-hand corner. 10 seconds.
So this could be one of the key shots. We can get back into prime position after this. Good pot. How's the position? I mean, ideally, he needs to tap these balls at the top end of the table first. But can he see the one he wanted? I don't think he can. That's why he's electing for this one. This is a little bit risky, not the way he wanted. So he's going to need a really good positional shot. But if he can get to this in this top right, he's then got a really good chance, and he can. Looking at the shots I can see. So clearly get through to this in the top right-hand corner. So it's important now he gets prime position on this into the left centre. And that looks okay. He'll be happy with that. Great angle on this. Ideally, he needs to be where just above where the yellow is, but he's got to be careful. Just don't be snookered or straight. And he is in prime position now. He's just got to drop this red in. But we just saw on your screen there, John McAllister just tapping his leg there. An acknowledgement of the positional shot there from Nathan. Drop in. Let's whip round. A bit of adrenaline is pumping through Nathan Davis's veins at the moment. This is a tricky black. But what is he made look very easy? Great clearance there from Nathan at a very good time of this match and the time that he needed it. You know, he's just lost 3 frames in a row there, but he's back in the front. Great start. Brilliant. Brilliant stuff there from Nathan. John's break. We've seen 3 breaks where he hasn't been that great, and his previous one not his best one he's ever done in his life, but he got a ball and he cleared up. So they're the ones that he wants.
Frame 10. John McAllister to break, trailing 5 frames to 4.
So let's just see if his break's going to continue working for him. As you can see, that is exactly what's happening, but we've got a bit of a cluster just below the black spot. That's going to cause some headaches. Get some great action on the white, John does. You can see the swerve off the cushion. Unbelievable power.
Ten seconds.
Straight away, John is on the difficult part of the clearance. For me, this is prime position, exactly where he needs to be. I can tell you all, I've just been informed I've got exactly the match I wanted up next on this TV table. It's going to be Liam Dunster against Ben Davis, and well, if you're thinking of going anywhere after this match, I'd cancel your plans and stay with us, because that is going to be a fantastic matchup. But this one is edging towards a decider. Going to be a little bit careful here the way he goes about these positional shots,
10 seconds.
because this could just go wrong just like that. So concentrate on the pot first. He's done that. And I'm not sure that's what he's played. I think he's played the cannon, which is right at the black spot, to hold the white there. So he's going to have to re-navigate. Yeah, this is definitely the tougher option. Trust me now, this shot that he's probably going to take on. Or can he get to this one at the bottom? If he can, this is a bonus. Can he play it with a little bit of check side, just to hold this cue ball and pot the red? That is a brilliant shot there from John. Just a little bit of work to do.
10 seconds.
As we can see, well, hopefully you'll be able to see in a minute, that black passes the yellow into the left-hand corner. So that will make this clearance a bit more easier. So this red first. But he's decided to take it in the right corner. He's playing tricks with us. But does it go in the right corner? It looks tighter in the right corner than it did the left corner, but it must do. Straight down on it.
Frame.
We are now into a best of 3. So it's all going to be down to bottle now. You know, there's a quarter-final place up for grabs. You know, John's been there on many of occasions with Nathan. You know, he don't get to too many IPA quarter-finals, and what a great opportunity now. 2 frames away. Can he do it? Or is John going to continue this great run and end the youngsters' dreams? It's 5-5.
Frame 11. Nathan Davis to break. Scores are tied, 5 frames all.
All Nathan will be wishing for here is a ball off the break. Has he got a ball? Has he got one? He has. Just watch this red. Only just drops. He'll take it. Look at the cluster into the top left-hand corner. Is he going to try and open all of this out straight away? I think one thing with Nathan, he doesn't want to get involved in any tactical battles with John. Because with John's experience, he will come out sort of victor every time. So he's going to be opening these up straight away, is he? Yes, he is. But you've got to say he's a little bit unlucky there. He's on a red, but look how that yellow has gone next to that red, just above the balk line. But what can he do? And if he can take these 3 balls out the top, he'll have a sensational chance to blow 1 frame away. Good pot. Has he left himself the great angle to knock this yellow out the way? It looks like he's got a pretty good angle, to be honest. This is a key shot now. Needs position after this. Concentrate on the pot though, Nathan. What a shot. He's going to have a shot at this. It's a little bit delicate cueing. He'd love to cannon this yellow. But has he missed it? He hasn't. It's dropped. And what a shot from Dynamite Nathan Davis. He'll be feeling the tension out there now. These two are pretty much rolling in now, these reds. He's had to run down. Oh, he's absolutely perfect. He's showing great bottle, this young Welshman. And he has taken this clearance out like he is a #1 player. Brilliant stuff. He's got this black into the right centre to go 1 frame away, and there you see it. 1 frame. He needs 1 more. Can he do it? It's going to be John's break. He's huffing and puffing there. Nathan is. He's pleased to get that one in. He just needs, what do you think? He's just hoping he's going to get 1 chance. And he is going to be breaking in the decider. That's one thing that's going to go for him.
Frame 12. John McAllister's break. Trailing 6 frames to 5. Time running.
So then, John, we've seen your break working for you last couple. Is this going to continue? He's got a ball again. We've got another cluster in the top left-hand corner. It's not going to be a formality. He hasn't got an easy pot on looking at this, apart from the top right. Even that's awkward cueing, especially for a left-hander.
Seconds. Extension call.
Yeah, either ball he takes, one in the left centre or the one in the top right hand pocket. They're both awkward cueing. Just down to whichever one he fancies. But he's electing reds. Or even the cluster at the top end of the table. The red below the black spot. The only pocket that has is the right-hand centre. Or does it have the top right-hand corner as well?
10
it's
seconds.
still a tricky opportunity. There's a lot of danger everywhere. Might see John play a containing shot pretty soon. Not sure it'll be yet. if he takes this double on here. This is a massive shot. Yeah, played it containing. Trying to leave Nathan not a lot, but he has left a cutback. And we've seen how good Nathan is at his cutbacks. He's been on tremendous form. But can he do it? It's 6-5 ahead. You know, if he does get this yellow, if going in the right direction up to his other yellows. Another great cutback there from Nathan. Needs an angle. What can he do here? I think that red is too far down to play it in off the red. Because if he did play it in off the red, that would clear that pocket a little bit. So, what has he got? What can he do? He has tried it off the red, and how well has he played it? Has it come out okay? Well, he's going to have a shot here. And this is going to be a chance to win this match. This is far from easy. And we've seen great bottle already from the young man. So this is a huge pot. A huge pot of his career as well. It looks good. It is in. A brilliant shot, brilliant pot. Now, he's got 4 balls from producing a really big shot, but we've seen some great stuff played from Nathan. But let's get back to this. So he's dropping this into the left corner. Top great shot. So depending on how he wants to take these. I mean, for me, he'll take the one in the bottom right first, spin it off both angles, hopefully miss the red and the black. A little puff of the cheeks there. And he should finish perfect on this one in the middle.
10 seconds.
Just got to let the white ball do the running. Just hold yourself together, Nathan. The yellow's there. What angle has he got? He looks okay. He looks pretty perfect. And I'm sure he'll be feeling it now. So, a pretty simple black. He'll pot this 1,000 out of 1,000. Puff of the cheeks. This to go into the quarterfinals to play Ronan McCarthy, the legend. And there you see it. A brilliant result there for Nathan Davis. A great performance, and unlucky there to John. A few bits didn't go his way at the start of the match. A 4-1 lead. You know, we saw Nathan take there. John came, you know, did well to come back at 4 frames each. But Nathan Davis, he's shown tremendous bottle to hold out and to win that match 7-5. And he will be pretty much straight back on. Not on this table, because the next match up will be Liam Dunster against Ben Davis. But we're going to see, well, we're going to hear a few words there from Nathan, who's the victor in this match. He's going to be having a few words with our chairman, Kevin Barton, who's just coming on here now. So I'm going to get straight to these words. I'm going to hand you over, straight over to Kevin Barton.
Well, yeah, another match that just about had everything. And Nathan, fantastic performance.
Yeah, felt comfortable out there for the first time in a while, so it was nice to get a win over someone like John. He doesn't miss a lot, does he? So
it was a super high standard match. I mean, it was clearance after clearance, and you know, you held your nerve pretty well under the circumstances and the pressure that he was putting you under.
Yeah, from 4-1, he took a couple of nice finishes to put me back under it, but managed to pull myself together in the end, which I'm happy with.
So everyone in the pool world knows how talented you are, and you know, everyone's talking about you. You know what might be what. You know, does that put a bit of extra pressure on you, or are you just enjoying the pool, enjoying being back?
Just got to enjoy it. Put too much pressure on yourself, it can be too much sometimes, can't it? And you'll end up making mistakes. But just got to go with the flow now and see what happens. Keep playing well, hopefully.
So have you managed to practice too much, you know, over the last few months or last few weeks? You know, what's your preparation been like?
Just enough to keep you ticking over, and you just got to see what happens when you turn up, haven't you? And it worked well so far. So
going deep in the event, you know, quarters now is that? So you know, what are you starting to think about? You know, what might be?
No, so hopefully get past the quarter final now and see what happens then.
Yeah, you've obviously been knocking on the door a while now, and that's why a lot of people are talking about. You know, what do you think you're going to have to do? You know, to get over the line. What you?
I don't know. I'm going to try and suss that out now in the next game. So just keep playing well, hopefully, and sooner or later it'll come.
And enjoy being back on the tour after all this time out, back competing.
Really missed the buzz of being out there, so really nice to be back.
Okay, well played, Nathan, and hopefully we'll see you later on in the tournament.
Yeah, cheers.
Great performance. Great performance there from one of the hottest prospects in the game at the moment. And coming up next, we've got two of the established stars. What an absolute cracking match we've got for you now. We've got the pro #1, Liam Dunster, up against the 2018 world champion, Ben Davies. That's coming up right now, so don't go anywhere. And I'll hand you over to Mark Pickworth in the commentary box.
Yeah, he's talking. Look, he is.
Remember? And we've already seen Orphan Dad. He's going to be playing another amateur, Wade Morley. You know, we've got so many amateurs coming through. The strength in depth on this IPA is tremendous. You know, look at how many amateurs are in there. Michael Tomlinson, Jake Dillon Newlove, Max Steeper, Wade Morley, Adam Griffiths, Eddie Roberts, Nathan Davis, all amateur players. And they have deserved their place in the last 16, and now some of them are taking their place in the quarter-finals. Wade Morley, you know, we spoke a little bit about him, a talented player from the northeast. We saw him in the Champions Cup, didn't get much chance, to be honest. You know, he came up against brilliance and lost 6-1. But he's going to be playing Orphan Dad, the daddy, in the quarter-finals, and they will start at about 5:30. But we're not waiting any longer, because this next match-up, Liam Dunster against Ben Davies, is starting within the next minute or so. So if you need a quick cup of tea, I'd pretty much get off now, because this match will be pretty much imminent, pretty much in the next minute or so. So we've got a clash here, Scotland against Wales. I know we've been seeing the England against Wales matches up. This is the traditional lag. Need the white ball to get to the top cushion, or the nearest to the top cushion. Don't look like Ben's hit that very well. And there you see the concession.
Thought he was having another go then.
We would have let him, won't we? And if you don't recognise that voice, it's Kevin Barton. He's joining me in the comms box, so hopefully he's going to give me a rest after that last match, because it was tremendous. And you saw the end of that match there, Kevin, didn't you? And how good is Nathan, you know, coming through these ranks now. I'm expecting him to be on the pro ranks next year, especially with a performance like that.
100% he'll be in the pro ranks next year. He's been knocking on the door for 12, 18 months possibly. And yeah, I think he said it's his third quarter-final, third open quarter-final he's reached, which for a young kid in these fields is a tremendous achievement. So I think, you know, the future of the sport's in good hands. We're going to, you know, we're going to be seeing a lot of him over the coming years, and that was a cool performance under pressure, knocking out the world champ. I mean, John was in sublime form. You know, he's not fluked a victory there. He's thoroughly deserved it. Had a few nice little nudges here and there, but you need that. You need that if you're going to win these tournaments. And he got those nice little nudges just at the right times. And yeah, it was cool under pressure. Great performance, and he's in the mixing pot.
Yeah, and I was just on about that, you know, early before you came into the comms spot. There's 8 amateurs that are in this last 16, and that just proves the strength and depth of the IPA. It is just so strong.
Yeah, absolutely. We say it every year, and I think this year it's stronger than ever. So we've got the pro number 1 against the 2018 world champion. Quarter-final, European Open. This is what it's all about. Making sure that he's happy with the rack, and it'll be him to break. Race to 7 frames for a place in the semi-final. So strap in, folks. This is going to be a good one. Yeah, that was a great performance from Nathan Davis. He's just showing the potential that he's got.
Yes.
Because I did think John McAllister was in some pretty good form. I mean, John didn't play bad. You know, John didn't miss anything. Just didn't get enough chances to win the match.
Yeah, and I think the start that he had, you know, he had 2 dry breaks, he had an in-off break as well. And that's not the start you want, especially 4-1 behind. You know, at this standard, you know, you can't afford to be giving starts like that away. And Nathan punished him, hold his bottle well, and took out the match very well as well.
Yeah, 4-1. Nathan was almost had 1 foot in the quarters, but then, as expected, the John McAllister comeback. 3 quality finishes there from the world champ. Absolute quality finishes. But Nathan held on, held his nerve, took some nice finishes of his own, and in the quarters he is.
Yeah, deservedly so. And he's going to be playing Ronan McCarthy at 5:30.
10 seconds.
The young versus the old.
And Ronan, anybody that doesn't know Ronan in the pool world, well, I'm not sure where they've been hiding, because he is an absolute legend of the game. He's a superb character throughout the tour. and a great professional player too.
Yeah, been a great player for such a long period of time. It's like a fine red wine. It's just getting better with age.
Yeah, he seems to be. I'm talking about age, you know, Liam. He was quite young on there, and he's been in these pool ranks for, God, it looks like he's been in for about 50 years, but he's only a young lad. I think he's been playing since the age of 2.
Seconds.
But Liam, you know, he's very methodical around this table. He sort of, you know, works out every option, and he sort of executes it well. For somebody that's a sort of slowish player, he plays his 30-second shot clock absolutely perfect. You know, he's just sort of worked on that, and he, you know, if he wanted to be a major part of this IPA, he had to get used to this shot clock, and he has adapted to it very well indeed.
Yeah, he certainly has, and he's won several of the competitions, in particular the Champions Cup, that have been televised and played to the 30-second shot clock, and you know, he's proved a lot of people wrong. People who said he couldn't play under a shot clock conditions, he's proved them wrong. 2-time Champions Cup winner.
Yeah, we nearly called it the Liam Dunster Cup, because it was only him winning it, but he didn't win it this year. He got knocked out of the first round by the Riot. You know, Ross Fernie, that does seem many moons ago. But you've got to say, Liam Dunster, he's been a bit of a quiet assassin on the outside tables, and he's come through in the top half of this draw. You know, he's not had too many sort of challenges, but he's been creeping up. He couldn't wait to get back to top. He's really proving why he's the #1 player. I mean, the last game he had against Gavin Robertson, he went 7-5. And that one was looking like it was going to go all the way too.
Yeah, and talking of going quietly about his business, talked about Ronan McCarthy.
Frame 2.
No frills, just
trailing 1 frame to 0.
7-2, 7-3, 7-4's not really being pushed.
But we are in the serious part of this tournament now. You know, the winner of this is 3 matches away from picking up that trophy. And a handful of ranking points too.
Can't beat a handful of ranking points.
10 seconds. Extension call.
When was the last time you had a handful of ranking points?
Handful? No. Scraps, I think I've had. You know, I've earned a few this weekend, so make sure that they get put on. You can put them on now if you want before you put the rest of them on, and that'll take me up a few places.
I just hope I don't forget to put yours on when I'm doing the rankings and put them on mine instead.
That would be pretty unfair.
10 seconds.
I've got to say, Liam Dunster is looking incredible form.
Yeah, he brings his own brand of no frills pool, but how effective is he at getting the jobs done? I mean, yeah, don't be fooled by his methodical nature. He plays all the right shots at exactly the right times.
10 seconds.
I mean, if he has left this plant up to this top right-hand corner, that is pretty tricky.
Yes, I think he's playing the double kiss, so he's gonna. It's not a natural plant here, so what he can do, he can try in the pub.
10 seconds.
He can still play this plant, and the balls will double kiss. and in theory, go in the pocket. It didn't quite work that time. Just needed a little bit more pace, I think, on that one.
Yeah, it looked a risky shot to me. You know, he could have quite easily potted that if he hit the left-hand side, but then the red could have been running next to the other red, and it could have been a really difficult chance.
Extension call.
So, chance for Ben Davies to get his hand on the table. Tricky opening plan. But no problem.
Yeah, I was playing when Ben was playing Dean Shields, so I didn't see his previous game. But I know you did. You commentate on that one, Kevin?
I did.
He played some great stuff, didn't he?
I don't think I commentated. I was on the shot clock, and it was a great match. It was a great match. Both players played at a really nice pace. I think the style of players that they are both suited each other, and it was a really enjoyable match to watch. And you know, I think Dean can count himself a little bit unlucky. He played his part there in a great match, and it was only the difference between the two was the high quality finish that Ben produced in that last frame. You know, but the rest of it was tit for tat. So you know, Dean should take a lot of positive from that performance.
And is this a speedball competition? Because the way that Ben Davies has taken that finish out. Right. Oh my God, if you've gone anywhere, you've missed that one frame. That was super fast clearance there.
Well, that's exactly what our producer Dave likes to see, those fast finishes, so that the dreaded midnight finish doesn't happen. No, but we're nicely on time with the schedule. The schedule is absolutely working a treat, touch wood. So we'll be bringing that final to you tonight. 10 o'clock on the dot. Don't be late.
Yeah, and whoever makes this now is going to be a very deservedly finalist. And there's still a lot of matches to be played, a lot of frames, a lot of balls to be potted before we get down to that.
Yeah, so just to give everyone an update on the draw. So Liam Dunster, as you can see, is one frame all with Ben Davies. The winner of this match will play Mark Farnsworth or Matt Steeper. And then the winner of Arfandad and Wade Morley will play the winner of Ronan McCarthy and Nathan Davis. This is bubbling up nicely.
Ten seconds. Extension call.
Ben Davies here, he's going about his work again. A dry break there from Liam, not doing him any favours. Because we're absolutely flying through all these matches, we're just going to be probably bringing you an extra match now. We might be bringing you another quarter final. I mean, our chairman Kevin Barton, he's just gone to sort some of that out to see if that's possible. But one thing for sure, we're going to have this quarter final, a semi-final and a final for definite. Right, but are we going to get another quarter final? Any news, Kevin?
Well, I'm just watching Ben Davies. Has he got a dentist appointment that he needs to get to? What is he? He's just flying round the table. Liam sat there, he was 1-0 up, and he's now 2 minutes later, he's 2-1 down. But yeah, because the schedule is going so well, we can't take too much credit for that, because at the end of the day it's down to the players, you know, and how quick they're playing. But it shows how well the players are playing that we're able to bring another quarter-final, and we'll bring you the legend Ronan McCarthy against the young hotshot who we saw in our previous match, Nathan Davis. What a fascinating match that's going to be.
Well, if that's not a different contrast of styles, then I'm not sure what is. But what an opportunity for Nathan Davis to, you know, to beat the legend as well.
Time running.
I'm sure he's going to be looking forward to that.
Well, that was a nice little squeeze of the red into the top right-hand corner. Just when it looked like it was going to be the sound of silence. Look at that little double kiss there in the red pops.
Yeah, and I would feel that Ben Davis is in the top 2 heaviest hitters in the game, maybe top 3. Try and give a chance to explain some of the other ones. But then Ben Davis definitely top 3 biggest breakers.
Yeah, 100%. Probably Tom Cousins is up there, and Marshy's got a big break. So Simon Ward.
I know. You mentioned all Welsh players. What's in that Welsh food of what they've been eating?
Something in the water up there.
There really is.
I mean, Ben just has such easy power. You know, it's just no effort for him, and he has that white talking. And he's definitely a man in a hurry. He was just holding his breath for a second there. All Liam can do is just...
Time out. So that side there.
All Liam can do is just watch and just be patient, which he'll do. Seen it all before for someone so young. He's plenty of experience. He's not the pro number 1 for nothing. Just manages to get that white past the yellow. And this black for a third quick fire frame in a row from the Welshman.
Yeah, and that's all within 5 minutes, 3 frames in a row. I mean, if Ben would have set them up quicker, it would have been a quicker 5 minutes.
Yeah, come on, Ben.
Needed to get a move on. You know, Ben's got somewhere place to be.
I think
he must have a date or something.
I think he's got his dinner waiting. I think the dinner's on the table. The Yorkshire puddings are steaming.
Yeah, his wife has said, don't you be late tonight. But yeah, brilliant stuff though from Ben. And if you tuned into this, you're seeing Ben Davis in some fast form, if you want to call it fast. It's absolutely superb. And Liam Dunster has done nothing wrong.
Frame 5.
Yeah, whatever you do, don't go put the kettle on. You might miss a couple of frames.
Time running.
You can see the outer tables there. Another 19 tables we've got here in Coventry. The amateur events and the ladies events all underway. Where's that white? Is he going to get a nudge from the black? Didn't. Good split. A chance for the man from Scotland. He's going to try and obviously slow things down, use the maximum amount of time. He'll be using his extension 100%. Just try and slow this Welsh machine down. And he does cause the extension. But Ben likewise, he's been around the block, he's won the big one. He'll know what Liam's tactics will be. I mean, the standard of play this tournament, say it's the first tournament for you know, 16 months for a lot of these players. The standard has been absolutely incredible.
Yeah, they say they've not been practicing. I mean, if they have been practicing, I'm not sure how they've been practicing, because there's not been many pool tournaments been going ahead. But like you say, Kevin, the standard that they're producing, I think it's more excitement standard. You know, they just couldn't wait to get back to showcasing their skills here on the TV table, and we are seeing some great matches on here this Saturday at the moment.
How good does the table look there? It's a special table. It's been wrapped in a blue brushed aluminium from the best in the business, Alan Yates, 8-ball direct. What a job he's done with this table and keeping all the other tables in the arena all level, playing absolutely perfect. That's some achievement there from Alan.
Yeah, he's done a great job. You know, not just Alan that keeps his tournament going, there's everybody else involved, and that is a foul. And the reason it's a foul is not hit a cushion, and that is going to be 1 free shot, 1 visit. And these reds, oh God, they look so easy, especially some of the clearances he's taken out already. These should be a formality.
Yeah, I think he's just going to give that nudge, that blacker nudge it towards the bag. This is only tricky
10
ball.
seconds. Extension
And he's
call.
looking like, at the moment, he looks like he's slowed down a bit. This is the slowest I've seen him play.
Well, I think he must be just out of breath after those last 3 frames. I know we are. We're in the commentary box.
Yeah, it's very difficult to keep up with fast players. They don't give you a chance to predict where they're going next. But it's just great. If you are watching, it is brilliant to watch.
Yeah, they're like caged animals, these players, aren't they? They just want to get out there. It's been so long. They just want to get out there, show everyone what they can do. And they're certainly putting on a treat. Just picking up the pace now.
It's just effortless, isn't it? It really is. It's just magnificent to watch.
It's amazing the amount of, you know, he just gets down and, you know, that's a little tricky shot he's played there with lots of left-hand side, and he's just got down, whacked it in, put the side on. What's all the fuss?
Yeah, this is going to be over in another record time frame, and wow, this is some great masterclass performance from Ben Davis. I'm not sure how this is going to turn out, but Liam Dunster needs to either get a pair of trainers on and try and keep up with him, because if he doesn't, he's going to find himself even further behind.
Yeah, and I think the pressure that Ben's putting Liam under caused the error in the last frame, and the pressure is squarely on the shoulders of the #1 seed in the event. Ben Davis has just really cranked things up. Liam won the first frame. And since then, it's been all about the Welshman.
Frame 6.
He's had a few issues with the break, you know, the couple of matches that we've seen. He's normally front on. He would normally put the white near the centre spot, but he's moved it around a little bit, tried to find the perfect sweet spot, and that's a pretty typical Ben Davis crunch.
Yeah, it is. And that black's just finished a little bit awkward, but does it go off the red into the right centre?
Well, it'll double. You know, these guys have doubles in their armoury now in the clearances. It's part of the routine, you know, a routine clearance now to play a double.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I'm pretty sure Ben will make light work of these, the way that he's made light work of pretty much every clearance so far.
Is he going to try and develop the black with this shot? No. Just plays a pinpoint positional shot instead.
Ben takes his frame as well. I'm not sure what Liam can do to get back in this match. I mean, Liam doesn't give up. He never does. He fights to the death. And what have we just witnessed there?
That was the shot clock pressure. He was running out of time. He just got down, hit it, didn't get a chance to line it up. And that caused the error. First one of the match. From Ben.
10 seconds. Extension call.
Graphic showing 3-1. It's actually 4-1. I'll just get that. Try to get that. Just try to get that corrected from you, from the scorer. And as if by magic,
10 seconds.
He's going for a tricky plant. I think that's rattled. So a bit of a half chance here for Ben. He's got yelling to the top left. Tricky shot.
I mean, it's not just a tricky shot. The position will also be tricky. He's definitely going to have a tough pot next as well. But this one is more than tough. And he has missed another yellow. We haven't seen him miss 2 balls in a whole match. We've just seen him miss 2 in this frame. Is this the time that it's going to cost him this one?
Well, the saving grace is that he seems to have blocked the path of the red into that pocket. Does the red squeeze past? There is a little bit of a gap there.
10 seconds.
Williams sizing it up, thinks it does. It does indeed. Very nice shot.
Yeah, you've got to say he's executed that very well because there wasn't a lot of room. You know, you sort of had to play it into the jaw so it travelled up and then kicked off the yellow. That takes a lot of skill and judgment, and he's played it very well.
10 seconds.
Yep, don't forget, if you want to keep up to the latest news from the IPA, join us at ipapool.com or follow us on Twitter. We have got a lot of stuff going off on there. Don't be afraid to join us. We'll soon accept you if we have to. And you know, all our latest events. You know, we've got another tour in 5 weeks' time, or less than 5 weeks now. The clock started ticking down. I can feel it ticking in my head.
Yeah, I know. I've seen a few questions that have come through our Facebook page, and I know people have been asking about how they can enter these events. Well, you know, you simply just go to the shop and enter, and you'll be in the draw for the next event. You know, with joining the likes of Liam Dunster and Ben Davis, and you've got the opportunity to show the world what you're made of. So if you fancy just being part of the fun, being part of the competition, get yourself signed up, come and join us. We'll see you in Gosforth in 4 or 5 weeks.
Just under 5 weeks now.
You can find all the details, as Mark says, on the website or on our Facebook page. Just type in IPA Pool Talk on Facebook. And you'll see all the links, everything you need to know about the IPA.
10 seconds.
And that's a good response there from Liam. Tricky double, tricky back double, never easy those. And just see that again. Just top of the pocket, but just enough.
Yeah,
that's
it
a nice
was.
clearance.
Yeah, it certainly was, and I think the way that he sort of took that clearance out, he's reminded Ben about he is the #1 player. And you know, the viewers at home, you can understand why he's the #1 player. Clearances like that, under pressure, 4-1 behind, you know, Liam just never gives up. And anybody learning the game, Liam would be one of the best players to watch. You know, just sort of how sort of determined he is of winning every frame, methodical. But also we've got a contrast of styles. Ben Davies is one of the most fluent players on this tour.
Liam Dunster to break, trailing 4 frames to 2. Time running.
Starting to get busy on the outer tables. You can hear the noise levels going up. It's going to continue to increase as we get to the finals tonight. Just a reminder, that'll be coming to you at 10 p.m. Who is going to take home the title?
Yeah, but also on this channel we're going to be having another quarter-final coming up, and then we'll have one semi-final and then the final, which we all cannot wait for. Like Kevin says, 10 p.m. I mean, if you are going out and get yourself back for 10 o'clock, don't be any later, because we will be starting right on the button. We're quite confident of that.
10 seconds.
But until then, this action is going to continue throughout. And we are seeing some great stuff. But this break-off's gone a little bit scrappy. We'll have to sort of navigate his way around here, because this is far from an easy clearance.
Ben obviously taking his time over this, a bit of working out to do, hence he's not running around the table like he has been doing earlier. He might do when he's only got 2 or 3 yellows left, and they're all pretty straightforward, but in the meantime just got to give all these shots the respect they deserve. Yellow at the top end of the table is obviously his area of concern. It shouldn't be too much of a concern. He's not played that the best. That's not one of his best shots. Misjudged the cannon there off the red. Just left it a little bit awkward. I think he's going to be forced to play this one in the bottom right hand corner. Is a tough pot and tough position, and he's running out of time. Wow, how well's he cued that one? Doesn't want to be straight. I think he's got a perfect angle.
Yeah, what a great pot that was. Can he run this past this black as well?
Look at the side. Caught the knuckle. It just caught the crown of the knuckle, and that stopped the side kicking in. What can the Welsh wizard pull out of his box of tricks?
Ten seconds.
he's gone for a ridiculous slice,
Foul.
which he's got the pot, and that is so unlucky.
One free
Wow,
shot.
that
One
was a
visit.
tremendous
Time
pot.
running.
Look at this pot. I mean, he's so unlucky to get kicked in off. That pot is incredibly hard. I'm not sure how it's gone in. But wow, he's incredibly unlucky as well.
But this is exactly what Liam enjoys, just taking the scraps from his opponent's mistakes. Again, he'll slow it right down. Whilst he goes about his business.
Yeah, he's just sort of hanging in there, isn't he? And he's just not going away, Liam. And if he gets these, he's sending a real crucial message over to Ben. You know, Ben slowed down a little bit, some of his clearances, but they have been tricky. They've not been as sort of easy as his previous ones, where he's definitely made them look easy.
Yeah, he's just made a couple of errors in the last few frames, which he didn't do earlier. And really allowed Liam back into the match. This could have easily been 6-1 to Ben Davis, and it looks like it's going to be 4-3 with all to play for.
This clearance here should be pretty much a formality. Just dropping this into the bottom left, up the table. And these are pretty easy pots here now for Liam Dunster. Nicknamed the Duster.
Is that after a make of car?
I'm not sure what your question is.
Is it Dacia that make the Duster?
I think so, yeah. We're talking about pool players here. Not sure where the car answers are coming from. But what we are seeing is our #1 seed just mopping up these balls very nicely. And he's way back into this match. It's now 4-3. And has he put some doubt into Ben Davis's mind? That's the question.
Yeah, I don't think Ben will be too perturbed at the moment. He's still ahead.
Frame 8. Ben Davies to break, leading 4 frames to 3. Time running.
So the most important frame of the match so far. Another crunching break there from Ben Davis. Good split, but well, there's a couple of problem areas, I think. Can he get that red that's just to the left of the yellow at the bottom cushion? He'd like yellows, but
10 seconds.
it's just not
Extension call.
not obvious. What's he seeing? He's seeing reds. He just gets down and drills them in. That is a difficult shot.
It really is. And they could, oh, wow, he's absolutely nailed it. Brilliant.
That's unlucky. That is unlucky. I think what Ben is conscious of, he doesn't want to get into a match that's played at Liam's pace. you know, and affects him. He wants to play his game at his pace, and that's what he's doing. He's going to attack. I mean, he was pretty unlucky there not to get that red out.
10 seconds.
But, I think he's just going to keep going. Well, not with that shot, he's not. And this is a chance really for Liam. Even though the yellow's tied up with this red bottom cushion, Liam's got a couple of ways he can disturb that. So we could be looking at 4-all in the next 4 or 5 minutes.
10 seconds. Extension call.
Yeah, just be about when he's going to do it. That one on the bottom right-hand corner. I mean, a lot of players like to do it early, just so they have got another ball. But with all them reds on that right-hand side, they are blocking options for them yellows.
Is he going to try and move it on this shot? He is. But he's been unlucky as well. Can he clip that yellow into the bottom right? I think he probably can.
But that would be a mighty thin clip. I'm not sure that's possible. But God, if he can pull this off, this will be a fantastic shot.
Well, we saw the thinnest of thin clips from
10
Ben
seconds.
Davis. He's just tucking up.
Foul. 1 free shot.
Yeah.
1 visit. Time running.
You saw there Liam straight away admitted the foul. That is the sportsmanship of these players. Just double kissed it.
Time out.
Watch his cue there, just followed through and hit the white ball.
Time running.
Uncharacteristic mistake there from the number 1.
Yeah, and I just think it was probably a little bit of overstretching a little bit there, and a bit of hampered cueing has caused that error.
So Ben didn't choose to move the black, even though it's on the cushion. Just chose to develop his other reds instead. You can see he's got the red that's nearest the left centre, and that's obviously a natural last ball to get onto the black. So he's happy with that black there, being there. Just concentrate on developing the reds. Now he's a little bit straight on this one into the right corner. He may well have to take the one into the left centre.
Yeah, and doing that, he's going to be going away from his work, so he's going to have a little bit to do with the cue ball to try and get back on this black. But Ben is one of the best shot makers in the world, and he's got a very wide selection of shots.
Yeah, having to change his path. So he's going to leave a black at distance. How much does he want to get close to the centre bag? Didn't really try to get too close. And this is a tricky one. This is not easy. And that forces the error.
Yeah, I mean, when he's struck this black, it doesn't look like it's ever in. And with these tight pockets, it's left the black over the pocket. So, I mean, the only thing going here for
10 seconds
for Ben at the moment is that yellow is blocked. But you're going to see Liam, he's going to try and get straight away on his hard yellow. And this is now a brilliant opportunity for him to level this match up.
Yeah, and it's through the errors of Ben Davis, really. 3 errors. And he's just giving the opportunities to the pro number 1.
10 seconds.
Yeah, we can't take anything away from Liam. You know, we haven't seen the best of Ben in these last few frames, but don't take anything away from the Dunster. You know, he's produced some superb clearances.
10 seconds.
Well, the hard work is done. Just these last 2 yellows to finish this frame off, and we're going to be tied up at 4 apiece. And the momentum well and truly with the man from Scotland. Ben Davies just seems to have been malfunctioning at the moment.
Yeah, we've seen a couple more errors than we're normally used to seeing from Ben. That fluent style has not been performing, and now Liam with his simple 8-ball over the corner, and there it goes. It's 4-4. We're into a best of 5. Well, who do you reckon is going to edge this one then, Kev?
Well, if you'd have asked me 10 minutes ago, I would have said there's only one winner. But as usual with black ball and IPA events, there's always a few twists. And I think at the moment Liam is his favourite. I think Ben's just he's just got into making too many errors. I mean, this match could have been over. And I mean, you know, we never can tell. You know that we see swings and all sorts in these matches. But I think at the moment, if I was having my last pound, I think it'd be on Dunster.
Yeah, I've got to agree. But we've also seen Ben Davies. He can rattle off 3 frames within 2 or 3 minutes. So this match is far from over. But Ben does need to step up his game a little bit. And these other quarter-finals have now got ahead. They've started, and Matt Steeper is taking a 1-frame lead against Mark Farnsworth.
Frame 9. Liam Dunster to break. Scores are tied.
The other games, you know, they've just started off. Or should I say the other game between Wade Morley and Arthur Dad. And there is one more. And that is coming up right after this match. Ronan McCarthy against Nathan Davis, who we saw in the previous match. Got as an absolute superb result over John McAllister, 7 frames to 5. Well, here we've got Liam Dunster. Look at the cluster here near the black spot. This is what you call a scruffy break off, and even he's very fortunate to even have the white ball left on the table.
He's playing safe. He's playing the game he wants to play. He's not getting drawn into a potting feast with Ben Davis. It's a battle he can't win. Keeping things nice and tight and not really leaving Ben too much. I mean,
extension call.
Can he get this into the left middle? Gonna have to get the cue up in the air if he is. Close, but it's not there. And all of a sudden this match has turned round completely.
Yes. Ten seconds. Extension call.
This is how Liam likes it. Ball's in open play. Just mopping up after his opponent makes an error.
Ten seconds.
He's not been ahead since he was 1-0 up. He could take the lead as we get to the home straight of this match.
I've got to say, he looked absolutely perfect here now. This one in the left centre, pushed the white out into pretty much the left-hand side of the middle of the table. And then he should have two or three roll-ins.
10 seconds.
Well, does this sneak past into this right centre? It does. It will make his work even easier. And as you see, he easily does. And now he has definitely got 3 rolling balls. He landed a little bit straight on this in the left centre. I think he can pinch a little bit. And with his actions there, straight down, it proves that he can. And that is pretty perfect.
And now it's Liam Dunster that's speeding up. Not wasting any time.
Frame.
Goes the black, and Liam Dunster takes the lead at 5 frames to 4, just 2 frames away from a place in the semi-final. Over to Ben Davies. Can he find that consistency that he found earlier on in this match when he had that 3-frame surge in next to no time, running round the table?
Yeah, he certainly did, and it's Ben's break next, and this is when you need to absolutely break like a god. Because if he comes up dry here, he's going to put Liam Dunster on the hill, because he'll take his chance.
Okay. Frame 10. Ben Davies to break, trailing 5 frames to 4. Time running.
Lucky not to lose the white ball. However, that's where the good news ends. Dry again. And advantage straight away over to the man from Scotland, Liam Dunster.
Ten seconds. Extension call.
Yeah, and this is an opportunity that Ben did not want to give Liam. I mean, it looks quite a tricky. First glance at these, the way this layout is, it doesn't look great. I'm going to say yellows. But how difficult is this open yellow shot? Is he taking on these? No, he's going to take the yellow shot.
Clipping the red?
He is clipping the red. And he's opened up his hardest red, but is he on a ball?
I don't think he's got any pot on there at all. A little bit unlucky not to leave anything. It's a good pot.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I'm sure Ben sat there in his seat. I'm sure he'll be pleased to see that. Look at this time running down. Played it in time. But he's just not giving anything away. I mean, is he going to take this one into the long pot, into the top right-hand corner? He looks like he can see it. If he gets it, this would be a chance to get back into this match. But how big is this pot?
10 seconds. Extension call.
This has got to be the biggest pot of the match. This is one he definitely needs.
Needs to cover the pocket. It's all going wrong for Ben Davies. It looked like it was one-way traffic earlier on in this match, but the mistakes crept in. They've continued.
Sorry? Yes, you've used it, yeah.
Frame after frame has passed him by as he's just handed the opportunities over to Dunster, who certainly doesn't need any second invitation.
Yeah, and if he takes these out, this is going to put him one frame away from getting into
10 seconds.
the semi-final. He'll be the first man into the semi-finals. So a little bit of work to do in this one. He's going to have to try and avoid this yellow somehow. Just what sort of angle does he have? Again, played to perfection. That tap of chalk on the table sort of says to me he's not perfect on this into the right centre. I think he's wanted some sort of angle
10 seconds
to get onto his last red, which is just left of the black spot. And that's why he's tried to force a movement of balls, and that's not come out perfect. What does he have on here?
Yeah, that's not come out well at all. He just didn't play the previous positional shot well enough. It was an inch short. So obviously he can pop this one into the bottom left corner, but can he manoeuvre the white ball? He's only got a small window. But that is sublime. Just dropped it in, judged the side on the white ball perfectly, judged the speed, and now this longish pot, longish just off straight red.
10 seconds.
To move within one frame of the semi-final. No mistakes, and it's 6-4 to the man from Scotland. He's one frame away from his semi-final spot. What can Ben do here, Mark? What's he got left in the locker?
Well, what we've seen from Ben is pin like he's making error after error, and against the #1 player, that is nothing. You can't do anything like that against him, because he pounces on every mistake possible. And Liam, he looks in fine form. You know, had a slow start in this match, but how well has he come back into this one? And he now looks like he is just this one frame away from getting himself into the semi-finals. He just wants one good break now to give him that chance that he's been waiting for.
Frame 11. Liam Dunster to break, leading 6 frames to 4. Time running.
Where's the black? It stayed over the pocket, and I thought that was heading for a re-rack, but it hasn't. But we have got 2 balls just next to the black spot that are together. And what can Liam work out here?
Call.
I mean, he can go for either, just depending on what his preference is.
Definitely can go for either. Probably going for reds based on, well, it's just not much in it either way. Is that to slow down? That's an error. Has he got a plan? If he does, he's lucky. He didn't play that. He played to leave an angle onto this red into the bottom left-hand corner so he could take the white into that red and yellow, but he may have a plan. Just needs to control the first red. The speed of that, doesn't want it running down towards the black. So hits it harder. Tremendous shot there. Most players would have just dropped that in, but he played it with confidence. So that red didn't get stuck in that top sort of left-hand quarter of the table. And now he's just
10 seconds.
One good positional shot away from securing this frame and match.
Yep, so we've got these final 3 balls. Where's that yellow going? You don't want to knock the black. Oh, he's knocked the black. How is that still hanging over the corner? But are we going to see some drama here? Does that white pass? Because if that white doesn't pass, this is going to be a possible re-rack. Or is he going to play 2 in 1 because he can pot the red here? He's got it. Oh, there is a gap. Is there a gap? How tight is this? Well, from our camera angle, this looks incredibly tight. Or what's he asking for? Is he asking a re-rack?
I have to stand over it.
But he's not asking for one.
Time out.
And we know Ben has already given a re-rack in Champions Cup, and it's not going to be one in the European Open either. So we've now got, so it looks like this black goes, and that's a shot, and that is the frame and the match. So Liam Dunster has produced some great stuff there, and what a performance, 4-1 down. He's taken the last 6 frames. You know, we didn't see the best of it. Didn't see the best there of Ben. You know, in the last sort of frames there. What we did see, he was absolutely superb. So we're going to hear some nice words here from Liam, just to see how he thought that match went. And here's Kevin Barton, who I'm going to hand straight over to, and we'll find out what's Liam's thinking of.
Welcome down to the arena, and I'm joined by our latest winner, pro number 1 Liam Dunster. Liam, that was a great performance in the end, because Ben started off like a man possessed. I think it looked as if he had to be somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough battle. 4-1 down, I'm just thinking it's not my day, and I don't even know what it was that happened at 4-1. I just felt really positive, and then just kept on attacking the balls, and then luckily for me, when I was breaking, things were happening, and I got the best of him.
Yeah, he seemed to, from that purple spell that he ran 4 frames off pretty quickly, he seemed to make a couple of errors that then just let you back in the match, and you took full advantage.
Yeah, I think we both had errors there. I mean, the shot clock doesn't obviously help. 30 seconds I think is a bit too short, but it is what it is.
Into semi-final of a tour. It's been a long time since we've even had a tour, so you must be delighted with your form as you go into the latter stages of the match.
Yeah, of course. I mean, every match I've played this weekend, I've played really well, but almost every match has still been close. So it just shows you the strength of players that you might not have even heard of. I mean, they're still taking like 4 or 5 frames off like the number 1, as you say. So it's a good standard.
And what's your sort of preparation been like, you know, over the past sort of 16 months? Have you managed to keep ticking over, or you know, have you been like most players and just had to bide your time?
Well, I took quite a long time off, but then Kate Lewis was doing like lockdown challenges, like online pool sort of thing. So the last few months I've been doing that, so that sort of kept my arm in it, and it kind of made me get the hunger back for a pool, because I wasn't that fussed about pool when it first came back, but now with the tournaments it kind of does help you put the practice in. It kind of forces you to go practice when you just feel like you don't want to, so it definitely helps.
And in terms of how the draw's shaping up, have you had a little sneaky look at you know, who you might have next, or what's?
No. I know that Farnsworth's in my half. I don't know if he's in the semis or if he's in the quarters, or I don't know.
Yeah, I think you play the winner of his match. He's playing Matt Steeper, I think, on one of the other tables. I think it's quite early on in the match at the moment. But you know, generally just delighted to be back playing and competing again.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it always helps when you win matches, of course. But even if I lost earlier on, I'd still be happy to just be back playing, get back to a bit of normality.
Okay, well played, Liam, and hopefully we'll see you later on in the tournament. Yeah, well played. Pro number 1 there shows his class. He takes his place in the semi-final, and we've got another mouth-watering quarter-final coming up for you now. It's a battle of the ages. It's a legend, Ronan McCarthy, against the young hotshot Nathan Davis. So let's hand over to Mark Pickworth in the commentary box.
Thanks, Kevin. And as he just said, the legend Ronan McCarthy is going to be taking stage here on the TV table, and we've already seen his opponent in action on this table, Nathan Davis, who's knocked out the current world champion by 7 frames to 5 with an absolute superb performance. I'm talking about superb performance. We've just seen a masterclass there from Liam Dunster. Absolute brilliant. And he deservedly takes his place in the semi-final. He's going to have a little bit of a wait. We're going to be looking around, getting the semi-finals on around 7 o'clock. But we do have another quarter-final in store for you here and right this minute. And it's going to be Ronan McCarthy against Nathan Davis. We'll just let the officials get everything set up for this next match, and hopefully it shouldn't be too long. Just why these players get ready for this next match and our officials, I can give you some latest scores. So obviously Liam Dunster is waiting for the winner of Mark Farnsworth and Matt Steeper, and Matt Steeper took a 1-frame lead there, but he is now winning 2 frames to 1. And Arthur Dad, the daddy you saw knock out Simon Ward 7 frames to 5, he's getting beat by Wade Morley, another one of our talented amateurs. 3-1 he's ahead, and the way these amateurs are performing this weekend is absolutely superb. But can the other amateur, Nathan Davis, the dynamite, come up against Babe Ronan McCarthy? I'm sure everybody that is an absolute pool fan, and if you're not a pool fan, this is going to be a spectacle of a match, and one sure not to be missed. The legend Ronan McCarthy plays some absolute exquisite stuff. And we've already seen that Nathan Davis possesses some severe bottle, the way that he's ousted the current world champion. So a few formalities here, just with the photos for our socials and our other partners. Sure, this is going to be set off. I mean, we've got a few sort of communication errors going off down there, wrong seats. will be rectified very quickly. As you can see, Neil, part of the production crew and part of this IPA team. He's a man of all tasks, of all skills. He's come in and he's just absolutely getting through everything. Yeah, so as you see, we've just got the traditional lag, and what a lag this is. Who has won this? Has Nathan won this? I'm not sure, I think he has, and it must have been by millimetres. And I'm delighted to say I've got some new company with me. I've got rid of Kevin Barton, he's had to go and do the shot clock, and I've got a fellow professional player with me, Curtis Lee. How are you going, Curtis?
All good, thank you, Mark. It's nice to be in the box with you to watch a good friend of mine and practice partner Nathan Davis. He's had a great run today, and it's been good to watch so far.
Yeah, he certainly has. And we saw Nathan earlier on, you know, not the match before, but the one previous before that one, and he sort of showed tremendous bottle. You know, to get them last two frames, to get over the line against the current world champion, that takes tremendous bottle, doesn't it?
I definitely agree with you, Mark. I watched him against Jimmy earlier, and I said one of the lads, I said the way he's flowing, I fancy him to do very well today, and yeah, he is. He's I believe he's good enough, and he knows he is. He just, if you can get a bit of luck along the way, and he's 3 more games to go, fingers crossed.
Yeah, he did, because we saw him take a 4-1 lead against John McAllister, and then we saw him twitch a long ball, and I just thought, is he ready for this stage? But he proved me wrong, and he proved everybody that was watching that he is ready. He's dynamite.
Yeah, he definitely is, Mark, and that's a great split to get him for the first frame. He's I practice for this kid a lot. Well, not, I wouldn't say a lot, but I know how good he is, and he's definitely good enough. He's just doing it when it matters now, Mark.
Yeah, he simply is. And then obviously he's playing the legend, you know, Ronan McCarthy. You know, well, the amount of years experience, I think it's more than our years of age, and definitely more than yours and Nathan's anyway. Yeah, that's a fact.
He's definitely the Hall of Famer, without a doubt.
He certainly is, but what a start this is from Nathan here.
Yeah, definitely, Mark. You can't ask for a better start than this. Just got to mind his business here, I think.
Yeah, just needs to navigate it rightly here, and hopefully if he takes this in the top left-hand corner next, if he finishes the one on the one into the bottom left-hand corner, it should be a formality.
I like the way he's flowing around the table as well, Mark. He's oozing confidence for me. And it's nice to see. His style of play is good to watch, I think.
Yeah, I think so. His body language sort of tells absolute brilliance. And one thing about Nathan, I did say it when I was in the comms previously, he shows a lot of emotion, and I don't like that when a player shows that emotion, because it can show out a few sort of frustrations, and I love to see frustrations from players, because I get a buzz from that. Do you agree, sort of slightly?
I don't know, Mark, because like I show a bit now and again. I just think that maybe, but I think he's grown over the last couple of years, and I know he played Ronan a couple of years ago in the quarterfinals, and he got pumped, and I think he's learned from it, and hopefully now we'll see the difference. Fingers crossed. I'm sorry, I'm a bit biased. I'm Welsh, obviously, and I want Nathan to do well. Obviously, Ronan's a Hall of Famer in my eyes, of course.
Yeah, I mean, we know like Ronan is like one of the fans' favourite. But
oh
he's missed
no,
this
no,
black.
no! That is a careless mistake here, Mark. That's going to cost him.
It is, and I think a bit of your bias is coming through on this comms. You need to be quite neutral
Sorry.
if you can.
Sorry, Mark. I know. I do apologise.
No.
Oh, that's a bad mistake, that is.
I know you Welsh boys are very passionate about this game, and you do all look out for each other. You come in packs of wolves, we call you.
Yeah.
And, you know, rightly so. But has that gone wrong? Will
No.
that still drop? That black going to the bottom cushion. I suppose Ronan won't mind that.
Ronan, to me, he's like the best steady Eddie ever, and he never makes silly mistakes, Mark, in my opinion.
No, and we have seen a few mistakes from Nathan earlier on, but well, but that's what he's got to cut out if he wants to get to real latter stages and winning tournaments. You've got to cut out these mistakes, haven't you?
100%. Yeah, this it's off track a bit.
Yeah, he's not in prime position here. I mean, this is Ronan's first match on this TV table, so I'm sure this will be playing a lot different to the outside tables, where Nathan, he's already had a good match on here. So is that going to be a crucial factor?
Could definitely play a part, Mark. This could potentially go wrong. I don't think it will, but it could. He doesn't like it. Good shot.
Yeah, well, if you thought anything was going to go wrong, he just pulls out all the stops all the time. He's just got every shot.
Solid as a rock, as they say, Mark. Springs to mind. I listened to Ronan McCarthy's podcast a couple of weeks ago, Mark, and it was a great listen.
Oh yeah, on
Yeah.
A-Board podcast, and
Yeah.
if you want to listen to any of them podcasts, you know, follow them, because they've got some great stories there with some great players, haven't they? Throughout the pool world, the snooker world, they've got everything, haven't they?
Yeah, there's some very good ones on there I've listened to, and they're really good. Fair play.
And there's the opening frame there for Ronan McCarthy, and that's exactly the start he needed. Yeah, so great start there for him, and I mean, I know you want Nathan to win, and then you've played him a lot of times, Curtis, haven't you, young Nathan? And he's more than capable of winning this match, isn't he?
Yeah, I truly believe he is, Mark. But he needs to let go of that frame now, because that was his frame to win.
Yeah, and you know, he's punished him there. But one thing we know about Ronan, he hasn't got the best break in the game.
No.
And that could be another turning point and a crucial factor of how this match might have the potential outcome.
I'm not a fan of the cut break, Mark, to be honest with you. I know you get it, you got less of a chance of winning off, but I just don't think the splits are as good. I know it's self-preference, but I've been watching a lot of players play the cut break, and I don't think the splits are as good.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you slightly, because, you know, over the last sort of, 3 years ago, everyone was cut breaking. But over this last sort of, I know we've been out the game, you're seeing the head-on break coming out more often. And these more powerful players, they're definitely using that.
Yeah, I agree.
That shot was just a little bit nippy, but I think as he got out enough, it's just where this white's going to go. He needs to miss all these red balls. This is a tougher pot than he wanted, but one he's more than capable of getting. And that is another great pot from the young whiz kid from Wales. And that's what I've been nicknaming him. He's called Dynamite, though.
The dynamite from Blainer, Nathan Davis.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you just need to mind his work here now, Mark.
But how well has he played that cannon? He just put it up in an area knowing it's going to go bang in the middle of the bag, the top right, and he's in prime position now. Screw this back for the one in the left centre, not too far.
I think he's okay there, Mark. Off 2 cushions for the yellow in the middle. I think he's fine.
Yeah, 2 cushions, just needs to miss the jaws. So off the short part of the cushions,
yeah.
And that looks perfect. Great response.
Yeah, I like the flow around the table, Mark. He's oozing confidence.
Yeah, he certainly is. And, I think that's one thing about Nathan. His pace is very consistent. Where sometimes you can see players sort of go on and off with pace, and that doesn't really perform very well sometimes.
Good finish.
Yeah, a great response. And now 1 frame apiece. And it's a brilliant start. I mean, it could be 2-0 now, but it's not. Ronan McCarthy. He's going to have his work cut out here against this young player from Wales. So, how do you think the weekend's gone for you? I know you didn't have the results you wanted.
My first game went well. I played Dean Shields, which is a great player. I went 5-2 down, and then I didn't miss a ball. I won 8-6, and then I played a young lad called Charlie Bedford in the 1-2-8 Open, and he played very well against me, Mark, which happens sometimes. I lost 7-5.
Yeah.
So I got Craig Marsh tomorrow now in the second round of pros, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, well, I was going on about this sort of the young sort of quality in our IPA ranks. Charlie Begley, who beat you, he's also one of them players, and some of these amateurs that are in these amateur ranks, there's 8 of them in the last 16. What a tremendous sort of strength in depth.
100%, Mark. There's so many good players around you. You look around the room and it's just class everywhere. I don't look at the draws, right? Because I just think there's no point. I just try and play one game at a time.
Yeah, that's the best way. I mean, you've not had the best run in the Open, but you are playing again on Sunday in the pro event after beating Dean 8-6, and that was 5-2 down. Dean's such a quality performer.
Yeah, I had to play well, but that's why they call me the grinder, Mark, because I stick in there.
Yes, you are. Nicknamed the grinder. And we saw you nearly grind out a result at the Sporty Stuff TV Champions Cup. And it weren't meant to be that day either, was it, for you?
My time will come, Mark, and I can't wait for it.
Just while Nathan's in the start of this frame, I'm just going to give you some latest results. It's in the other quarterfinals. So Mark Farnsworth is now 4-1 ahead against Max Steeper. Remember, Max Steeper took the first frame in that. Wade Morley, another amateur player. He is beating Arthur Dad by 5 frames to 1. And what a performance from Wade Morley. But Nathan Davis just back to this match now. What's he done there?
Yeah, he's tried to be a bit too cute there, Mark, for me, and he's took his eye off the ball, and he's left Ronan in with another very good opportunity. He's going to be kicking himself for that, because he's had opportunities to be 3-0 up now, and it's looking like he could be 2-1 down.
Yeah, absolutely, because these yellows, they've all got really nice, easy pockets. And somebody with Ronan's experience, and you expect him to make pretty light work of these. And that's just wobbled in. Not the cleanest pot.
No, I weren't. Just enough, though. To see Ronan, though, at not being at his age, just to compete this high level, I think is great, Mark, to be honest with you, because he's no spring chicken without sounding.
No, he hasn't, but he keeps coming back. He loves competing. He loves playing everything on the IPA.
It's great to see, though. He's got a warrior mentality in it.
Seconds. Extension call.
a little change in the commentary box. Dan Davian now.
Hello, Dan.
Hello, Curtis. What have I missed?
It seems so far as Nathan's had the chances, and it seemed he's missed a couple. He could be 3-0 up here, and it looks like it's going to go 2-1 down. I think he's going to be kicking himself here, Dan. But we'll wait and see.
Do you know Nathan quite well?
Yeah, he's from my around my way, and we practice together quite a bit. And yeah, he's a great player, and it's nice for him to be showing it on the biggest stage.
How old is he?
I think he's 24, Dan. Yeah, 24, 25.
Oh, okay, I thought he was a little bit younger than that. It's typical Ronan, this.
Yeah.
Just mopping up after. So experienced. He's 50 now, Ronan, or 51.
I was saying to Mark, it's incredible. Like, he's still playing us at the top level.
Yeah.
Fair play, he's inspiration, like.
He doesn't look 50 either, does he? He doesn't
No.
look like he's aged. He doesn't really look any older than when I first saw him about 17, 18 years ago.
He's, how can I say it? He's like, he's 2-1 up, but Nathan, Ronan have not to do anything yet, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's the way the games have gone so far. Nathan's gone for the finishes, and he's left Ronan in. And Ronan does what he always does best, and that's take him out.
He's a master of that, and he just, it doesn't ever get bogged down if he doesn't play great himself. He just so consistent.
I don't know about this cut break, Dan. I've seen a lot of boys do it this weekend, and I just don't think the splits are consistent.
I'm not a fan of it.
I just don't think it works.
I think they should ban it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I think the only argument for it is when you're not getting a split on a club table, really worn, hot. But then you watch someone like Mark Boyle cut break, and you've got to shut your mouth really, haven't you? Because he's so good at it.
I was just going to say that. A couple of years ago, Dan, I think that Mark come on the scene and he won a lot of events, and he was cut breaking, and a lot of people tried to copy it, but they couldn't seem to master it like what Mark Boyle did.
No, you're right.
It's been in no man's land here, Dan.
Yeah, he's done the right thing, gone into his bad ball early, but he's sort of glued to it really, and sometimes there isn't much you can do.
It's felt a bit unlucky there for me.
Yeah, because he's played it at a decent pace as well, so you can't really.
Oh,
wow,
one free shot. There's a schoolboy error there.
Yeah, he's
a bit worrying for me here, Dan, because the first couple of frames he's made enforced errors, and I don't think you can do that against someone like Ronan, because he's going to punish you.
He is, but I'd worry a little bit more if he hadn't just beaten John McAllister on the stream. But I watched the very end of it, and he took out a great finish to beat him 7-6, 7-5, and John kind of left him a half chance on purpose.
Yeah,
and he took out a really good finish. Considering that he's not often been at this stage of the tournament before, and he's on stream, and he's playing the current world champion. I was really impressed. And you kind of think he might sort of kick on from there, really, but
he obviously because I practice him, I know he's got that in him. He's the type of person we play sets of 5, and it could be 4-0 up, and you end safe.
Yeah.
He's got that in him, so I know that he's capable of. But sometimes you can play a great game, and it can kind of take a lot out of you, can't it?
Yeah, they say sometimes that he's played his final sort of thing.
Yeah,
just beat
I
the
hope
world champion.
I hope that in the case, but
yeah, you hope not. If anyone's going to, the worst person to be like that against is somebody like Ronan McCarthy, because he's so consistent. His level never drops below a sort of 7 out of 10, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I agree. His B game is so much better than like most people's A game.
Yeah,
definitely.
He's a master at keeping it simple.
Definitely.
You know, like just little things like this. You know, that red, the red that's in between the yellow and the black. You know, I don't know if it goes into the right middle once he clears it, but just little things like this. He never messes this sort of thing up. He does the simple stuff so well, and the tricky stuff, he makes it look easy.
But it looks like he's going to be free when up, Dan, and he hasn't had to do nothing special, and that's the difference.
Shots like that, that's a far better shot than it looks.
Definitely.
You know, he's had to play that, so the red, I presume.
People don't appreciate sometimes. It's like Neil Raybone's probably my favourite player to watch. People, because they see him and they think, oh, he never plays big shots. It's because he makes the game look so easy.
Yeah,
and I think that Ronan's are sort exactly like that.
He is, yeah. When you see him playing at his very best, he's not having to pull long shots out of his backside, or
Frame.
You know, he's not potting them off the lampshades, because he's just got the white under control, and he takes the balls in the right order every single time.
Definitely, Dan.
You know,
he's I'd say for like a pub player and like a lesser player or someone that's coming through, watching someone like Ronan, I think you could learn a lot from. And like the Neil Raybones, them sort of players, the way they play pool and keep it very simple. Because if you watch a Simon Ward or a Ben Davis, you can get in awe of it sometimes.
Yeah, you can. And
even you to a degree, Dan. Like you pull off some big shots. Where like the Ronans are, they always keep it simple.
Yeah, they do. I think as well. I mean this in a respectful way, but he's not the most elegant of a cue. You know, you sometimes see Craig Marsh, like great cue action, amazing cue action.
Yeah.
You know, Ronan's probably almost a little bit
jabby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's
an out and out winner.
out and out, absolute class. Yeah. His knowledge is literally second to none, and you won't ever see him. Everyone misses, you know, everyone, but you won't ever see him play the wrong shot.
I totally agree with that, Dan. Yeah, you don't ever see him, like, you won't question a shot he plays. He's looking a bit grim for Nathan, you know. I think he needs to get a good break and a dish going here, because he he's thrown away a couple of frames here, Dan, for me. And Ronan's only going to get better, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think they're the hardest ones to come back from sometimes when you get off to a bad start. You know, you've got to try and just don't let it play on your mind, and kind of just get on with it and know that things can change. You know, Ronan can break dry 3 times in a row, it can happen.
Definitely, especially with that cut break. I'm not a fan of it at all. I've seen loads of people do it. I haven't seen no good splits. I know they're not going in off, but I don't know. It's not for me. It's all opinions, of course.
This is the key to the frame.
I love the way he keeps the red at the table just for insurance.
Yeah.
A lot of people wouldn't have done that, Dan.
No, and the only thing that can probably go wrong now, assuming he does pop this into the left middle, the only thing that can go wrong now is actually taking that yellow, that red in the top corner of the table, because he's got to come back down for the black, and there's a few yellows in the way.
Yeah.
If he'd got rid of that, it's game over now.
I see what you mean. Yeah, there's 2 points to it.
I think he'll take it next.
Yeah, and
I think he'll play the red at the bottom, then the one at the top, so that he can use the one on the bottom left to get onto the black.
I agree.
10 seconds.
Oh, you can see it now, can he?
Extension call.
Looks tight from our angle.
They seem to be handling the shot clock pretty well, especially like Ronan's not the quickest player in the world, but he seems to be no drama with the shot clock, Dan, for me.
No, I think some people just take their time because they can.
Yeah. Lee Clough's kind of like, he's a slow player, but he's always done well on the stream as well, and he's one of them, for example.
Yeah, and he's one of the very slowest, and you're right. I think just see Ronan there, he's just messed that up.
Yeah, that's not ideal, that ain't done.
Yeah, this is exactly what Nathan needs. He needs Ronan to make his first mistake, if that makes sense, and or have his first let off.
Definitely. This is far from easy.
Yeah, this will hurt if it goes in.
Oh, he's totally missed it there. This is massive for Nathan now.
Nowhere near, yeah. What do you do now? Do you take the one down the cushion first? They're so generous, these pockets. I'd be tempted to take the one top left corner.
I'd definitely be looking at attacking you, Dan. Definitely. I think he's got to punish Ronan here for this. 3-2 is anyone's game.
I think it's a bit of a statement, you know. He's got a tough first shot here. He hasn't had the best of it in the last couple of frames. You know, just get down, knock it in, and this wins you the frame.
I agree. I think he's composed himself ready for this.
Yeah, it's a big shot. Wow.
Oh.
He did, I mean, they're generous, but he's caught it.
He missed it.
He's
Yeah.
caught it yeah. Good 2-3 inches up the cushion.
Oh, I think that could be massive, Dan.
He's just the worst player to let off the hook, Ronan.
I totally agree with you.
What's he done there? What has he done? He sort of quit on that a little bit, has he? Well, he's okay.
Is he close to the middle here, Dan?
I think he might play at the tracer right hand side, try and cannon the yellow.
Good shout. Good shot.
There's things like that, you know. He knew he's underhit that a little bit and quit on it a little bit, but he just gets down, no drama. All right, you know, reassess the situation. I've got to play a slightly more difficult shot than I should have had, but experience, gets down, knocks it in, 4-1. It's not looking good for Nathan.
No, it's not. It's not looking good at all because you've had chances in all these frames, Dan.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's not. It's looking grim at the minute.
I think this is the difference between. So Nathan's a young player, so you know we don't know in 5 years' time he might have won a couple of tour events and you know really kicked on sort of thing.
I definitely think he's capable of it, 100%.
You can see he's got the potential to. I saw earlier just the way he finished the match against John McAllister. You can see he's got something about him.
Time running.
And you wouldn't be surprised if he does kick on, but the difference, like what you're seeing here, is just the experience in it.
I agree, Dan.
You know, it's all right playing Grade 1 match, but the difference between really good players and the very, very best, like Ronan, is they can do it 6 matches out of 7.
See, you're Dan again. You try again. I think he's got to change it up.
Didn't even threaten a pocket, did it?
No, I know it's working for him at the minute, but you're giving the opportunity away every frame. I'm with you. I reckon we should ban the cut break.
Extension call.
I think it's just one tricky red here, Dan, for the finish.
Yeah, the one top right near the black, isn't it, I think?
Yeah. If he can take this frame and it's his break next, it's just a couple of finishes and the game's it's a massive turnaround. Because Ronan's not threatening him with his break at the minute, is he?
No, and that's what Nathan's got to think. He's got to think like Ronan's not breaking great, so you know you can easily turn this around in 10 minutes and be back at 4 each.
Definitely, and Nathan's the type of player that he's capable of running off quick racks. I just think he needs to make sure he's solid down on his silly mistakes he's making.
He's just thinking now, how is he going to attack that top right corner?
I think he's got to be looking at it soon, Dan, while he's got a couple of options available.
Well, yeah, is there a gap between the black and the yellow? Like maybe if the white was right behind it, but you can't play for that gap, surely.
No.
I'm trying to leave it and go over this one in the middle.
Maybe,
I think that's perfect.
Yeah, I think maybe now's the time, Dan.
This is perfect. I think if you play at the right pace, he just needs to make a decision. Is he trying to cannon the black or the yellow? Only he's going to know. Well, it looks like it was the black. He's played that perfect.
That's a good shot.
That's perfect.
This is what he needs to get back into this game.
And the thing with the black going right on that back cushion is he's going to need to leave himself dead straight pretty much on the red.
Yeah.
The red in the sort of closest to the top left corner, which is probably going to be his last ball.
10 seconds.
might be okay. I think he can fairly natural angle just bump into the yellow just to the right of the red, and then he'll leave himself a cut into the left middle with quite a natural angle. Is he going to play that? Yeah.
He's missed it again.
He's sort of stunned it a little bit. I thought he had a bit more of a natural angle just to play it with a bit of top and run inside. Just rest into it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you can see. I feel for him a little bit. You can see he's kind of losing his head a little bit out there. Yeah, he's lost his head. But I mean, you've got 30 seconds to play. What you got to do? I mean, you've got to try and pot it, haven't you?
Yeah, you got it out in that position. I understand that. He's going to kick himself down because he's getting the first opportunity every time. And at this level, as you know, we don't normally get that.
No, and
Total snooker.
Ronan isn't going to keep on letting you off, is he?
No,
he's not going to keep on dry breaking.
No.
Oh, it's close.
It's a good effort.
It's a great effort.
I can see Ronan just snuggling him and putting the yellow in front of the red, yeah. I may be wrong, but...
He probably will, unless he can cannon it out now. No.
I was right.
You've watched him before.
Yeah, it's a shot I would have played, to be honest, Dan. I'm not the most attacking. I'm trying to get more attacking, but... At least he's got the it.
Yeah, I think it's his last hope, is the yellow and the black tying each other up.
I think he's going to be in a world of pain again, you know. I can see him playing the yellow, bottom of the table.
He's got about 10 options to leave him in a world of pain.
Fair point. Yeah. Yeah, I like that shot.
Yeah, keep it in the open. Don't put things on the cushion. Sometimes you can
and he
get
hasn't
a bit
left
complacent.
the total there, Dan, as well, which is clever.
Yeah.
Do you want to have a look?
You can get a little bit complacent sometimes when you're in Ronan's position and you're such a big favourite in the frame. You've got to make sure you don't give them too many half chances. If you keep on giving someone a chance...
Wow.
Wow.
It seems like Nathan's already give up on the frame. You got
one free shot.
I don't know. It's not a good time from Nathan at the minute for me, Dan. Really not.
Is it that? Is it the black quite thick there? So I think he's trying to play it a run inside, which doesn't help over a distance, but...
I feel for him because, like you said, Dan, I watched him against Jimmy, and Jimmy's a great player, and he played very well. And then
John,
yeah, and then John McAllister's, he's a great player, and he played great again. And it just seems like he's run out of gas here.
That's what we said, but it really is. It's the difference. But there's probably, I quite often say, there's probably a good, 75 to 100 players that could beat, not just beat your number one, your world champion like a John McAllister. Not just beat him, but he could beat him easily, 7-2. There's probably 7,500 players in the tour that can beat a top player comfortably. But there's only 20 or so. Depending on form, you've got your Farnsworths and stuff, which are kind of just permanent, and then you've got some others which kind of go in and out of form a little bit.
Well, think about it, Dan.
They can win tournaments,
How many great players have not won an open and professional event? Like, I know you won in Cardiff, Dan. Is that right?
Newport, yeah.
And Newport, sorry, that's it. The Welsh. It was the Open you won or the professional?
Welsh Open, yeah.
Yeah, it's like how many unbelievable great players have never won? It's mad. I was talking to Ben and Simon about it earlier. And it's incredible. You've got to be. Well, it's prestigious, isn't it? It is.
Yeah.
Fitly.
Yeah.
It's like I was talking to Ward earlier, and you've won 8 IPA events, and it's incredible for me.
Yeah, he's an interesting one. He's someone that seems to have like a good strike rate. Once he gets to kind of the quarters of a tournament, he seems to really kick on and almost go into overdrive sort of thing. Others are a bit more consistent. I'm probably a little bit like that, quite regular sort of last 16s, quarterfinals, but don't convert enough of them into finals and wins. Simon seems to he's kind of like...
He just oozes class to me, Dan. He just oozes class. He's just a top professional.
He'll lose a lot of first rounds and stuff to people he shouldn't lose to, and then you know, and you can see him play really bad sometimes,
Foul.
and then the following day he'll win the pro event.
Yeah.
He's a crazy, he's a strange player.
I think he's like the Gareth Potts of Wales. He's just like, like he's just like Gareth Potts is like an out-and-out professional. I
Yeah.
just look at Wardy and he's like, I watched him in Swansea the other week, and like I know for a fact he hasn't been practicing much. He
Yeah.
lost like second round, and then he come over and had a chat to me. If I was me, Dan, I would have had 10 minutes on my own, sulking in the corner before I could talk to anyone. And he had a full-out conversation with me, which is brilliant.
Yeah,
and I
yeah.
just think I got so much respect for him. He's just now for everything he's done in a game. Like he just he's just top professional.
Yeah, he's a class guy.
I look at him and I try and emulate what he can do.
Yeah,
like,
no,
thinking,
he's class on and off the table.
yeah, off the table as well. That's what I'm getting at. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, no one's got a bad word to say about him.
He's I got a lot of respect. He's probably my favourite player, to be honest with Dan.
I remember as a kid playing. I qualified for England juniors when I was 14, and Simon's a year or two older than me. And I remember that first tournament before I kind of got any good, seeing him and just thinking, my God,
such a talent.
He would run around the table as well. He would run around the table, and I remember him beating Darren Appleton in a £100 a man tournament.
Oh, okay.
Quite comfortably as well, like 9-4 or something when he was 16, 17.
That's incredible.
And, it really is. Yeah, it was just the way
he'd done it. Like,
it comes very natural to him. He sees the finishes very quickly.
He years ago, Dan, he played Mickle for money in the shooters.
Right.
I wouldn't call
remember
shooters
it.
back then. He doesn't he's the boy. He doesn't fear anyone. Fair play.
Yeah, I remember back in the day when people just used to play for a normal amount of money, and
Yeah,
most of
their
it was
own money more, yeah.
their own money. Yeah, actual money.
Yeah, exactly. That's right.
Yeah.
And he
yeah,
was
I
actually
remember
he was winning the game against Mick as well.
he
I
was
think
winning
Dan.
till the very end, wasn't he?
Yeah, his
Yeah,
brakes
yeah.
went dry.
Yeah.
Can you remember, Dan, the time they did a Blackpool shootout him and Neil Rayborn, and they went like 24-23. What a spectacle the pool that was. It was incredible. It was incredible to watch.
But the maddest one I ever saw was Sandil Madlala.
Oh, is that the South African?
South African guy. He played Jordan Shepherd, and on the tour, and it went to a black ball shootout. And the first 5 they got, then the white had to go on the spot, so it's much more difficult.
Frame 7.
And the white
Nathan
on the
Davis to
spot, I
break.
kid you not, they got
Trailing
about
5
7 or 8
frames
in
to
a
1.
row each.
Time running.
It was ridiculous.
Oh, fair play. Is that on YouTube, Dan? I'll have to have a look at that if it is.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was just on a random outside table, and a few people went over to watch. And I remember sitting there watching, thinking, "This is mad."
I remember one as well, Dan, that Simon Ward beat Gareth Potts in.
Yeah, I remember that.
And the way he was just smashing her in was side.
Yeah,
I was
remember
like,
it, yeah.
this guy's crazy.
He had his number, Simon. He beat Gareth Potts 3 or 4 times in a row before Potts retired. He seemed to sort of. He's a big game player, isn't he, Simon?
Yeah,
You
he
know, he's
is.
got a big stage
These Reds are looking good for Roland here, Dan, I think.
Yeah, back to the game. I mean, yeah, this.
Oh,
wow!
First mistake from Roland here. This could be a turning point here, Dan.
That's your first commentator's curse.
I know.
Yeah, that's.
Well, that's. Oh, he's not happy with that.
No, he's complacent.
He could have nailed him to the coffin here, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, these are quite easy. Very easy, really, for someone of Nathan's.
5-2 and it's Nathan's break. Is it? No, sorry. Did Nathan broke the end, didn't he?
I don't know, but either way, you think 5-2.
But he's still in the game. I was 5-2 down against Dean Shields yesterday.
Yeah.
And you've got a couple of frames. Like,
well, I kind of think of it in clumps of 2. So I think if I can get to 5-2, I'm 1 dry break away from 5-4.
Yeah. You've got to keep positive, Dan, and as you know, you're a winner yourself.
Momentum swings. There's so much luck involved in pool. You can.
I think the balls, they don't forgive you sometimes, Dan, as well. I think like the balls don't forget. You've got to take them when they're there, like when you have them chances, or they will haunt you. But yeah, this is, for me, that's Ronan's first mistake.
One of the things that's difficult to do when you go 3-4 frames behind, I think, is to play the way you'd normally play rather than try and rush. And I think the best person I've he's not happy with that.
I don't see a problem with that. I think that's perfect. He just runs it through, past the black, then he done.
Yeah, he can cheek the pocket. He's fine. He's not ideal, but he's fine.
I think he's feeling it out there a bit, Dan. He needs to get a couple of frames and just relax.
And this is what I think. It doesn't come that natural to people, but obviously you get it a bit more of experience. But someone like Dunster, who's still very young, is probably the master at it. The amount of times I played him last year on the year before actually in Ireland. Last 16, I was 5-2 up, played perfect, and I promise you, I missed one ball down the cushion and lost 7-5, and the rest were off the break. And you just wouldn't know. He doesn't play any different.
Good shot.
3 frames behind. When you're really under the cosh, you see a lot of players kind of. You start reaching for things. You start trying to push the boat out, and he just treats every single frame the same. And I think that's why I think Liam at the moment is number 1, isn't he, in the rankings.
Yeah, he's very consistent.
It's consistent, isn't it? That's what you get. You can say, like with any sport, really, you can say, well, I don't know. I think Liverpool were the best team to watch last year, but they weren't the consistent ones. They didn't win the league.
I think you
can have a great player. You can have a player that gets right, but if he's at his best, someone like Jordan Shepherd, if he's at his best, he looks like he's unbeatable. Fine, but the rankings tell you who's at their best most often.
The rankings don't lie, Dan.
No, they tell you who's at their best most frequently.
Definitely.
Or whose level doesn't drop below their B game.
I totally agree with you. That's why the likes of Clint and those sorts of players, they're always at the top end.
Yeah. You say the rankings don't lie.
I honestly thought, like Ronan, he's got a ball there, but I thought he might have changed it up, because sometimes after a few breaks, Dan, if it don't work, you kind of change things up.
Yeah, and he hasn't always done this break, has he?
No, he hasn't. I think Ronan's always had a thing of his break, hasn't he, Dan?
Yes, it's probably his only weakness, really. I say weakness. I mean, I'm comparing it to the rest of his game, which is
exactly.
One of the greatest ever. But
I was speaking earlier, Dan, right? And I was talking about, I think like the IPA should have like a Hall of Fame. And I said my 4 players. I'd love to hear other people's opinions on it. But I said my 4 players, the top man that come to me was Ronan, Jason Twist, Lee Clough, and Gareth Hiba. Guys just like 50 and older, like the legends of the game. Do you kind of agree with that, Dan? It'd be lush if we had that on our like presentation night, done like a Hall of Fame thing, or maybe one day. Or am I just getting too excited because I'm a pool geek? I don't know. Maybe.
But so what, players that are currently playing?
Yeah, maybe. Or like guys, I just mean guys that's like been around forever and they're just legends of the game, Dan, and show them a bit of appreciation back.
Okay, well, talking of legends, that's his second mistake in the last 5 minutes now. He should be 6-1 and this should be for the match, and all of a sudden he's got a tricky shot now. Well, he snookered.
I fancy him to get close to this, Dan.
That's why I said tricky shot. I mean, because he's going to get close.
Oh, he didn't.
Yeah, I think the bump of the knuckle, the bump of the pocket there probably stopped him from... He probably had to play that with a bit of bottom to try and widen the angle a little bit.
Yeah, if the red passes the yellow over to the other side, I fancy him to take these out, Dan.
I think top left corner, you've got to leave the red that's on the left-hand side cushion second last.
Yeah, if it goes, then I really fancy him to take these out, the red over to the other side,
red
past
to
the yellow.
Other side, yeah, black in the middle, so...
Yeah, it looks like it goes.
Yeah, just needs a good first part. I don't know if he's actually not got a...
Yeah, what do you think about my Hall of Fame idea, Dan? Do you think that's a good idea?
Hall of Fame, I don't think Lee Clough's 50 yet.
Oh, I do apologise, Lee. I think just a couple of people said he's like around that age.
And as great a player as he is, he's not won a World Championships, has he? He's won a seniors, I suppose.
But yeah, I don't know. But how many people have, Dan? How many people have won like the Worlds?
That is true. That is true. I think I'd have to go Ronan, definitely.
Yeah.
I don't see why you can't put someone a bit younger in there.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't got a problem with that, Dan. I know, like, in the future, you're always going to have, like, the Marks, Farnsworth, the Mark Balls and all that in here. I was just thinking of the older guys that's still competing at the top level. personally.
I think Ronan definitely. Hibbert, when he won the Worlds, went on to be number one for a couple of years after that as well. So it wasn't just had a great tournament and won the Worlds. You know, he's a great player.
And he won the sporty stuff cup.
He did, yeah. He's won quite a few tours. He beat me in the final one. The year that I won that, I had a good year that year.
Yeah, I remember watching. He played well when he won the Open in Newport. Is that a kick?
What's he done?
Was he totally just made this it?
He's played it aside and just moved.
Wow.
I think he's just moved on the shot.
Dan, that's got to be tension. He did. That's tension.
He was up like a jack in the box.
He's letting himself down here. He's much better than this. But it's easily said in a comedy box.
Mate, we've all done it.
Yeah, we all have
done it, mate. It's
definitely
a lot of pressure out there. You know, he's
maybe I'm being a bit harsh on him because I know how good this kid is and I want him to do well. Ronan's going to punish him for that, though. I can assure you that.
You see, you know, it'll be messing with his head a little bit. You know, he's just played so great to beat John McAllister, the current world champion, on stream.
Yeah, sometimes it can take a lot out of you, Dan, can't it?
Yeah, and then when you then start to make mistakes after playing so great, you kind of like it's almost more frustrating than normal because you know you're playing well. And then you start questioning why is it? Is it quarters? Is it because it's Ronan?
I think sometimes as well, Dan, people don't appreciate, like you know, because you've been in and done it. It takes a lot mentally out of you to consistently keep winning games.
100%.
It's like even like in Wales, and you like winning little comps and that. It's like when you're playing 5 and 6 games down in a day, and you're playing all day. It takes a lot out of you, and people don't realise. Nathan has been playing all day, and sometimes that is the difference. It's not saying that he's not going to get it, because I think he will, but it does take time.
Yeah.
Where like the Ronans have been in and done it. Like you said, he's consistently playing at a level. And to do it consistently all day is far from easy, I think. And that is the difference. When you won your Open, Dan, who did you beat in the final?
Farnsworth.
Oh, fair play. You can't get much harder than that to win one.
No.
Has he got a record? I was talking to Wardy, Simon earlier, because I know Simon's got 8. I said, I think Mark's maybe got more. Is that true?
Probably.
He's up there, and I don't know if he's number 1, but he's right up there, and
Yeah.
I should know this, being a
he had a real purple patch. He had a real purple patch for in and around just before he won the Worlds. To be honest, he won the Worlds 2019, and I think every 2 or 3 seasons in a row, he won 2 or 3 events. You know.
I got a question for you, Dan. How many players have won an Open and a professional event in the same weekend?
Do you know the answer?
No, I'm asking you.
I don't know the answer.
Oh, I thought you might have known that, Dan. I think has Mark Bell done it? And maybe Lee Clough. I might be wrong.
In the same weekend?
Yeah.
Oh, Mark Boyle, I think, won an amateur, and when he was amateur that first year, I think he did the double. But the double was obviously the amateur.
I mean the actual, like the real double.
I don't think anyone has.
Never.
I don't think anyone has, but I'll stand to be corrected.
I'm gonna have to check up on that, Dan, because it takes some doing, wouldn't it? I thought someone's done it. See, I may be wrong.
I'm pretty sure they haven't, but I'm sure we'll be.
Yeah, that's a question. Sure. I'm sure if someone that has, they'll let me know later on the commentary.
Let us know, yeah.
I left my pool stats, Dan. I need to just get more better on them, I think.
It's last chance saloon really for Nathan, but like we say, if he gets these, it goes 6. I don't know. I'd be taking the. I think I'd have been taking the red up into the top right corner. It was dead straight. I think.
I think I agree with you, Dan. To be honest, I didn't like that, but if he went, he was perfect on it.
I think it's one of them. If he was 6-2 up, I think he'd have just took the red into the top right corner.
I feel for him, Dan, at the minute, because the kid's struggling.
Yeah.
And it's not, as you know, it's a lonely place to be sometimes out there. Do you know the Babe nickname's about, Dan? From McCarthy?
Absolutely no idea.
Well, honesty is the best policy. It's a strange one for me, that one. Oh, I just heard, Dan, that Mark Farnsworth has done the double.
Has he?
Yeah. If I was going to call anyone, Mark Farnsworth is probably the guy I would have said.
Well, he's the one that has had a real purple patch.
Yeah.
It's not a purple patch, really. Class is permanent, so, in the lead up. Funny enough, he's kind of... I don't think he's won much, if anything, since he's won the Worlds. Obviously, we had the break for COVID. But 2019, he won the Worlds.
10 seconds.
The rest of that season, I think he said that he didn't win anything the rest of that season. And obviously, we only had one more event in 2020 before COVID kicked in. That's a let off. It's a final lifeline for Nathan Davies. He needs these.
That was key. That's it, Dan. This could be a turning point for this kid here, Nathan Davis.
Well, it needs to be.
6'3". I've played with this boy a lot of times, 4 frames. If he can turn it up a level here, he's still in the match as long as he's at the table.
Do you know what? I don't think he believes he is at the moment, but I think if he can win the next frame and get first chance at 6'4", for argument's sake, then he'll start to go, hold on, let's knuckle down here.
Yeah,
you see that last clearance there, he just played him a little bit quicker.
Yeah, I just
kind of got that,
Maybe I'm just being a bit too optimistic, maybe a bit, yeah. But he's still in it, 6'3", this kid's capable. With Rona's break as well, it's not the best at the minute. Mark Farnsworth to do the double, that's incredible, Dan. What a player, unbelievable. Just he's another one, oozes class. Just out and out winner, Dan.
Farnsworth?
Out and out winner. I watched his game against Corey earlier, and Corey is playing phenomenal pool in Wales, Dan. He's winning almost absolutely everything. And what a game, 7-6. And it was just hardly any mistakes at all. It was almost perfect pool.
Yeah.
And he was just it's sad to see a loser sometimes at that standard, Dan.
Yeah, you want him to carry on sometimes, don't you?
It was just really good to watch.
So it's just heard through that the next match on stream is going to be Liam Dunster against Mark Farnsworth.
Oh, what a game that is!
What a game!
Are you how are you looking this weekend, Dan? Are you still involved in the comp, or?
I lost last 16 to Matt Steeper today, who's obviously then just lost to Farnsworth. He played great.
Last 16, or you're consistent, though, Dan. You're always around that neck of the woods, aren't you?
Yeah, I play tomorrow in the pro, but...
Did you have you seeded automatically through to tomorrow, or did you play a game yesterday?
No, just about scraped there. I think I'm 14th. I'm just about scraped the bye.
Oh, you've earned your seed in, Dan. That's what it's all about, mate.
It's a Ronan area. It's a thin cut back, very thin. He's got the black out. It's a chance now.
These are you now, Dan, for me.
Yeah, it's a chance. Everything goes. You just may see him play a cannon on the red that's on the black spot at some point. Maybe just now, just to
cannon the red now for me, Dan.
just to free it up a little bit. But I think this is going to be. A good night.
It's looking that way for me, Dan. It's all about the black now, Dan, isn't it?
Well, he just needs to leave himself just below straight if he can. I think this is perfect. Yeah, he can screw up.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
Screw up the gap. It's a better shot than it looks. I mean,
definitely.
It wasn't the hardest shot ever, but you see a lot of people leave that slightly wrong and have to sort of top it through off the top cushion and back up the table. But
another solid performance for me, Dan.
Just a winner's performance, you know. It's an experience. I think experience has shone through there. That's but I think Nathan will learn from that.
McCarthy.
Yeah, definitely just solid as ever for me. For Ronan, a shame for Nathan, but he's had another great run, and it's been a pleasure commentating with you, Dan.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Cheers for having you, mate. Stay tuned. We're going to have Mark Farnsworth and Liam Dunster shortly. I think we're going to be handing over to Kev for a couple of words, I believe, with our winner.
Okay, now that we've got the microphone working, we'll try again, Ronan. Incredible consistency that you showed. You had a really good run in the Champions Cup, another good run here. What do you put the form down to?
Just keeping fit, out jogging in the mornings and swimming and just looking after myself, doing all the right stuff and just showing on the table, yeah.
I mean, that was a typical Ronan performance, solid, no errors. You must be pleased, the way you're playing.
I didn't actually play that well. I've been playing well in all the other matches, but Nathan made it very easy for me there. He kept on breaking down with a couple of balls left, so he made it easy for me because I felt like I was struggling a wee bit there until the last break. I never really felt like I was in control, apart from that last break and dish. But still here, and hopefully I can improve and maybe go on and win it, maybe.
Well, definitely still here and in the semi-finals, and must be great to be back. I mean, I guess the passport's been away for 15, 16 months. It must be great to have it out again and come into the events.
Yeah, it's just good to be back, sort of living again, because for a long time there we weren't doing anything. But it was great to be back at the Champions Cup, and then this year 2 semi-finals so far. So I can't really complain, considering I haven't been putting a wild lot of hours in. So. Just happy to be here.
It looked like your brake was working a little bit better. Have you been doing any tinkering with the brake over the off season, as it were?
I've just been concentrating on the cut brake because this last lot of years, as you know, my braking was always very poor. But it was actually bad in that match there. The first 3 were all dry, and it was just really the last one there that came out well for me. But I'm going to stick with it because just the front brake's a disaster for me. So anything's better than that.
We billed that match against Nathan as a battle of the ages. Obviously, you've been around for donkey's years, and Nathan, he's one of these that's come through the ranks. The future of the game is definitely in good hands.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's Nathan. There's a lot of good young players, and I'm just sort of trying to scavenge another few tournaments here before I hang the key up. So he's got plenty of time in his hands. He'll win lots of tournaments. So it's good to see the old boys still hanging in.
Well, how do you keep doing it? Is it just using that experience, that knowledge that you've gained over the 200 years that you've been playing pool?
I think it is just experience. Even if you look at the snooker boys now, it's Ronnie and Williams and all the Higgins, all the older boys are still doing well, and it's just pure experience. They've been there, done it hundreds of times, and it's good to have that. It's better than any other weapon, I think, just knowing the game and experience.
And obviously, your good friend Mark Farnsworth is in the other semi-final. It could be an interesting final if you both make it.
Yeah, it could be an old ginger affair. It'll be bright for the people watching at home. They'll need sunglasses for that one, for the ginger hair. Aye, but it'd be nice to get Big Ray. It's been a long time since me and Big Ray was in a final together, so it'd be nice.
Yeah, you've certainly had some Titanic tussles in the past, that's for certain. Okay, well, Ronan, well played. We'll see you in the second semi-final after Liam and next match coming up. So well done, and we'll see you in a bit. So Ronan does it yet again into another semi-final. We'll see him right after this next match, featuring Mark Farnsworth and Liam Dunster. What a Titanic clash that is going to be. Don't go anywhere. That match is coming right up.
We've lost the side screens. The little screen as well. No, that should be back. We've lost character works off the side screens and off the... Yeah, it's just got literally colour balls up.
Do you need a drink or the water, please, mate? Or is it just water?
I wasn't going to nick that one, but thank you. Play well,
Referee, then Taylor
Thank
Fuente.
you, gents. Please lag for break.
Ask the players to lag for break. I don't know how important this could be. You can see this going all the way. It does go to the deciding frame. You definitely want the break.
Liam Dunster wins lag.
It's Liam Dunster that would have it. So Liam's one of the few players that wears a glove. But it's actually a bit more of a Scottish thing, if I'm honest. There's I can think of other players racking my brains on the tour that use a glove. Mark Boyle has often worn a glove. I don't know if he still does. Morgan McInnes definitely does wear a glove. I've seen Scott Gillespie wear a glove before. Not many of us do. Arthur Dad, I believe, wears a glove. There's not many, but I do get it. I do understand. You know, it's so important, especially, you know, every venue you go to is different. Some venues are hot, sticky, clammy. Some are a little bit too cold. Some are too hot. And in the heat of battle, it's very important to have a smooth. So the last thing you want is the cue kind of sticking as you're trying to push the cue through. So tried it once or twice. I didn't get on with it. I felt it was a little bit too smooth, if anything.
First frame.
I feel like you lose a little bit of control, but
Time running.
might try it again. If you look at the likes of Liam Dunster, if it certainly works for him. First break. See the cut break, he's broke second ball down. He's made a red. A 30-second shot clock in operation of one extension per frame, per player. Quite often see the extension used at the very start of the frame as you're figuring out what order you want to take the balls in. You can just see there, Liam's called his extension. Figuring out whether he wants to go reds or yellows, what his first ball's going to be, trying to map his route out. When it comes to that, there's probably no better than, it's probably our two of the very best, if not the two best at that, mapping out their routes. The shot clock also brings speed of thought into it, because it's one thing being able to figure out what order you want to take the balls, figure out the right way around it, but it's another thing doing it at speed, under pressure, when you haven't got much time to think. I think that's where you see it's quite a new thing for us players, really, to have adapted to that. It's been a 1 minute shot clock for many, many years.
seconds. Ten seconds.
Well, he's not going to be pleased with that, but I think he's just about okay. The option he might have, he can cut this yellow into the left middle, but he could also take the yellow into the bottom left-hand corner pocket and swing around off a couple of cushions. He's just noticed that, that's what he's going to do. The right-hand side of the two yellows doesn't go into the left corner pocket, but the one to the left of it does. Just a smidgen out of position. I think he's going to have to play a cannon. Just brush into it, maybe like a little stun into it a little bit. Can he top it through? If he does top it through, he's going to just graze past it as he does. No, he's kind of stunned into it as a stun run through, like I said. It's come out pretty well. Needs to leave himself straight on this yellow into the middle. Doesn't want to be too far over to the left-hand side of the table because then he can't get close to the black. In an ideal world, he'd want to be leaving himself dead straight on that yellow into the middle so that he can top it through and get the white near that left middle pocket. Crucial. Yeah, and he's not going to be pleased with that because that's exactly what he didn't want. Exactly what we didn't want. You see where he's just put his cue there. That's the best he can kind of leave himself now. Is a much more difficult black down the cushion, and that's just because he's overhit that.
10 seconds.
Now this is missable, and I think he's hampered cueing as well. This is tough. This is really tough. But like I said a couple of shots ago, if he could have just got himself dead straight on that yellow into the middle that he's just played, he could have just topped it through and got himself right behind this black, and it'd have been a 9 out of 10 or even 95 out of 100 for someone of Liam's class. But this is tough, especially first frame. He's up. As he now? Oh. Just hit the far jaw. I thought that was going to drop. Well. Well.
10 seconds.
Interesting to see how Mark's going to go about this. A couple of options. You can actually, in black ball rules, play the skill shot last ball. So pot the red and the black together, as long as it's your last red and you're hitting the red first.
Extension call.
In an ideal world, I think you'll probably see Mark try and land on it into the. I think he's going to land on it now. Real delicate shot, this. Real delicate. He's on it. It's not perfect. He'd have liked to have been a little bit closer and a little bit straighter. But I fancy him to get this. And this is already a huge moment in this game. He's almost guaranteed to be on a ball if he does make it. He has made it. He's not perfect. He's going to have to take the one into the top corner. But he just certainly took this when Liam had a couple of yellows left and looked like he was going to make light work of that. So he gets this. This to me is frame over, and it's 1-0 Mark Farnsworth.
10 seconds.
He's got it. Just underhit a tad there, but he's not going to miss this, barring a horrendous kick or... don't want to commentator's curse on that, but... perfect. So, first frame. Liam gets in. Looks like he's going to clear up. Runs out of position. Mark Farnsworth steals the frame. 1-0 Mark Farnsworth. So I'm not on my own anymore. Been joined by star of Pickers Picks.
Wow, star of Pickers Picks, eh?
Hey?
Yes. Yeah, what? Pleased to join you, actually, Dan, and feel quite honoured, to be honest.
You went and grabbed some food. You probably had to sort of hide from the paparazzi, did you?
Yeah, I did.
All that TV time.
Yeah, well, the limo picked me up outside. You know how it is now at this at this tough stage of your career. But wow, what a match we've got in store here, then, haven't we, Dan? I've missed the first frame.
I was saying you before, you've got basically a legend of the game in Mark Farnsworth, and he is now. I mean, he's won, what, 10 plus IPA events, world champion, against the future legend of the game that's already actually fast catching up Mark Farnsworth's list of achievements, although he's a good 15 years his junior. Oh, well. He's not going to be happy with that. You can see from the break as well, it wasn't really what you'd call unlucky. I mean, it wasn't unlucky. It's gone straight in. It hasn't actually been kicked in off. It got a nudge on the way, but it was already making its way towards the pocket. And I think, like we've said quite a few times before, as great a player as Mark Farnsworth is, if he's got a weakness, it is his break. But it just feels so harsh because it's not that bad. It's just not up to the level of the rest of his game.
No, you're completely right there, Dan. And even Ronan McCarthy, who was in the previous match, you know, he's another player that hasn't got the break of the sort of renowned professional players. I mean, Liam, you know, he's got that cut break and he's quite devastating with it, to be honest, isn't he? And but yeah, Mark's definitely got to work on his break, and I think it's something he's tried to work on.
Oh yeah. I mean, Ronan as well. He said many times. Yeah, he was just saying there about how he's ditched the front ball break and he's now breaking second ball down. They're always, these great players are always trying to see how they can improve. But just imagine how much they'd have won if they had a John McAllister break or a Jack Whelan break or a Tom Cousins break. Imagine what these guys would have won.
Yeah, some great breakers of the game announced there. But yeah, you're completely right, Dan. But do you just think because of the generation, you know, the actual sort of quality that is coming through now, do you think that's the reason why they've tried to work on parts of their games?
Well, I think actually I've never really thought about it like this before, but these black ball rules are so attacking that the break has kind of become far more important than it used to be. You know, 20 years ago you didn't have the touching a cushion rule where you had to touch a cushion after contact. When I first started playing, I'm only 33, I started playing when I was 14, 15, competitively. And we used to, the breaker used to nominate. You know, and all the rules now, long story short, the black ball rules now are so attacking that the first player to get a chance kind of tends to win the frame. And the break, in the olden days, when say like Ronan McCarthy first started playing pool, he didn't need a great break because he broke, you know, and the yellows, he didn't pot one, the yellows were in a bit of a mess, so he'd choose reds and he'd control the frame. You know, so these, like you say, older generation players that are 40 years plus, I mean, even when I started playing at 33, I'm 33, even when I started playing, they were the rules. But these rules now are exactly the reason why, like you say, the break's so important. It's because of the rules now, attacking they are.
Yeah, and that's a credit to our sport. You know, it's just so watchable now. You know,
so much better.
We talk about 20, 30 years ago. I don't know how many years I'm going to go back. I don't want to go too far, otherwise I seem really old when I'm talking about it. You know, but they had the 2-shot carry rule, they had the tap with the roll up behind, you know, and those were very boring rules compared to this style that we've got now.
Well, it's boring to play, let alone to watch, you know, but sports evolved, don't they? And this match has evolved. It's now 1-1. Farnsworth handing back the initiative after nicking that first frame. He'd have desperately wanted to clear off his own break there, but a dry one, and in off the break, and Liam's made quite easy work of that. It was a fairly easy finish, especially for someone of Liam's class.
Yeah, you're right, but if you go in off the break, it's near enough a done deal, and it will cost you the frame. I mean, that's one rule, you know, there's a lot of debate about it. They want to try and change that to only one shot if you do go in off. How do you find about that one, Dan? Do you think it should be changed to one shot, or do you think that the one free shot and one visit should continue?
Fine as it is, I think. To be honest with you, I wouldn't be bothered either way, as long as it's the same for both, which obviously is going to be with any set of rules, but it's not something that's majorly broke that needs fixing, you know. If you wanted to sit there and pick at it, you could maybe choose one or two other rules you might tweak a little bit, but it's fine, it's perfect as it is in my opinion. You know, the break's a skill, the break's an art, and you know, we probably bang on about it more than we should sometimes, but because of how crucial it is. You know, if you're getting first chance 80% of the time on your break, if you're making a ball 8 times out of 10 on your break, these top players are going to clear 5 of those. You know, and it gives you a massive head start if the other guy's only potting off 4 or 5 of his 10 breaks. Massive head start. Look at that. That's so well controlled as well. It's just a controlled punch into the side of the pack.
Yeah, and if you're thinking of even changing to that cut break and you use that sort of power, there's no way that ball is staying on the table with your first ever shot at that break, because it'll be off the table. That is well controlled.
If you watch as well, and maybe have a look at it for next time, but the best cut breakers I've seen are Liam Dunster and Mark Boyle, and they both do the same thing. They're not just hitting the second ball down and kind of hoping for the best and saying, well, that's where I'm going to hit it. They hit it at a controlled speed, and the accuracy, you will see that most of the time the white ball goes into the side cushion and back towards the black spot. You know, they don't lose the white. It doesn't go towards the middle pocket. It doesn't go towards the corner pocket. It really does go straight into the left-hand side cushion and straight back out to smash into the pack again. So they kind of get like a double hit. You know, they get the instant smash plus the white coming back in to have another little bite.
Yeah, a bit of sort of a follow through, but it's a bouncing off the cushion, isn't it?
Yeah, well, they time it so well. It looks like they're hitting it really hard, and they're probably not. You know, it's just the accuracy. They're hitting exactly the part of the ball of that ball that they want to, because you can see that from where the white goes.
So as a percentage, and put you a little bit on the spot here.
Yep.
You know, I was saying to Curtis earlier about I think the front ball break is coming back into the game. You know, the cut break was very much in favour. What percentage do you think it's at now?
Oh, still definitely front ball break for most people.
Yeah.
Definitely.
60-40?
I'd say more 75-25.
Yeah. And about 3 years ago, possibly 50-50?
Maybe. I think it was that initial... Curtis made a good point, that when Mark Boyle sort of burst on the scene, he was the first one to really do the cut break really well. And a lot of people copied it. And I think we've kind of seen it sort of progress from there, really.
Yeah, that's an interesting fact. And again, this cup break is working severely for Liam Dunster. And it's a pretty much a ruthless show.
Yeah, textbook from Liam. It's typical Liam, really. Makes a ball or two off the break. Might have one shot where he really needs to be pinpoint with his white ball, and it is. He takes the frame.
And I was saying to Kev Barton earlier on, Liam Dunster's come through this draw a little bit sort of unnoticed, and all of a sudden is in the semi-final. And Ronan McCarthy also has taken that approach. We've been focusing on the John McAllisters, the Mark Farnsworths, and these two players have come very quietly, and they're in the semi-finals, and they've got more of a chance of winning this here tonight.
Well, that's what they do, really. That they just find a way to win. They're so consistent. Like I said before, Liam especially. I think it's safe to say there's nobody more dedicated to the sport than Liam Dunster. You can argue there's players that are as good as him. I know he's currently number one, but there's often a clutch of 3 or 4 players who might be the really informed ones at the time. Liam's definitely one of those where he's ranked number 1 at the moment, but I think his level of dedication probably outdoes anybody else. I know that he plays 5 days a week. I know that one of those days is he actually plays snooker for 2 or 3 hours. I think on a Monday, he said. This is a few months ago that I'd sort of spoke to him, but I know he's very regimental and regimented and dedicated, and he gets what he deserves. I think you get what you deserve in life with anything, really. And Liam certainly gets what he deserves. He plays every weekend. He plays in every tournament possible. Match practices.
Yeah, you're completely right. I mean, this is one way of putting it. You get out what you put in.
Yeah, you get what you deserve. See a nice break there from Mark, though. And fancy this to go 2-all. Very simple stuff. Nothing difficult. It's just when he's going to take the yellow into the top right corner pocket, he's just figuring out what order he wants to take him in. Does he want to leave that ball till last? Is he going to leave one of the yellows into the right middle till last? There's an argument for both.
Yeah, it's just sort of play it preferential, whatever they prefer. And
everybody's different. Clearance like this is a good example. Some people might have cleared the 2 over the yellow, over the middle pocket now, and then taken these 2 at the top of the table to leave this one till last to get on the black. But I probably would have done what Mark's done, and you play your semi-tricky positional shot. I'm trying to make hard work of it when it's not really, but this is the only thing that can go wrong in the whole frame, really. Perfect. You've got such a big margin for error. Now he is short on that, but he's actually a bit shorter than I thought. But he was just worried about going over towards those 2 reds on the left-hand side of the table. I still fancy him. He should be fine for this. Just needs to miss the black on the way down. So after a bit of distance, not an absolute gimme. Overrun it a little bit, but this for 2 each.
Yeah, and that's a really quality finish. I mean, do you think we spoke about the break, about this, this could be a major factor in this match? What else could be a major factor in the match? I mean, we was talking about Mark's pattern play. I personally believe, and there's a few others that do believe, he's probably one of the best in the world at pattern play. Would you a little bit agree with that?
No, very much. Yeah. I think he's. I don't think there's anyone better. There might be people that are as good. Maybe Liam's one of them, actually. I think something Curtis said earlier, the rankings don't lie. And Mark, although he hasn't won much since the World Championships in 2019, he borderline dominated for 2 or 3 years. He had a real where he was winning 2 or 3 tournaments a season. In the lead up to winning his first world title, he was kind of almost like, well done. When's this guy going to win the Worlds? He's too good not to win the Worlds. Every year he was favourite.
Scores are tied, 2 frames all.
So, yeah, pattern play is a huge part of it because you're just making the game easy for yourself. Yeah, you break the balls, you've got one bad ball. How do I get on it? Which ball do I use to get on it? Do I get on it straight away? Do I leave it till, actually I'll use this, do I leave it till last? And just, sometimes they'll just leave themselves a difficult shot down the cushion. You see Liam's just potted the black there. It's the break, so it'll be a re-rank. But yeah, I agree. I think he's the best. Himself and probably Liam are right up there as the best when it comes to keeping a simple game simple.
Yeah, totally agree. I think also the legend Ronan McCarthy, he's going to be up there, probably not as high as sort of the quality of Mark, but but Mark's a better potter than Ronan. Ronan's not the best potter, is he? But he keeps everything very, very simple.
Yeah, I think Ronan's the guy that someone like Ronan, he should be the person that inspires players of any level because, like I said earlier, he's such a great player without looking flamboyant, I mean that in a good way. I'm not meaning it in a disrespectful, I mean it in a respectful way. He's not the most flamboyant Acuist like a Craig Marsh, like a Ben Davis, they make the game look so easy, but he has got less mistakes in him than those players. He won't make the odd silly mistake that a Jordan Shepherd, Craig Martin, some of the quicker players, he never makes those mistakes. Never. His focus and his concentration is second to none, really. And so much of this game is between the ears. I think that's kind of really why Ronan's had such longevity, really.
Yeah, and we know on his titles, he's won 18 IPA titles.
That's ridiculous.
That must be up there with the very, very best.
That's mad.
I sort of followed the IPA, throughout all the other years, but 18 IPA titles, that's got to be up there.
18.
That's like a Liverpool and Man United in league champions. It really is.
There won't be many players out there that have made 18 semi-finals, let alone 18 tournament wins.
Extension call.
No, you're not wrong.
See, the break again from Liam was perfectly executed. Into the side cushion, and the white came almost in a straight line, straight back towards the black spot. The accuracy he hits it with is... I don't think people give him enough credit for just how accurate he is with that break.
No, and one thing about our game, our break is very sort of hard to master. But if there's anybody that can master the break or has got close to mastering it, it is probably Liam Dunster. The way that he sort of goes about and executes a break is phenomenal to see.
A consistency, I think that might as well be Liam's middle name, but it's consistency of that break. He never seems to have a day where
10 seconds.
He might have a day where he's not potting as many balls because there is obviously a huge luck element with a break, but doesn't really ever seem to have a day where he's not hitting it where he wants to hit it and the white's not going where he wants it to go. The key to this frame is going to be that top left corner pocket. I think the yellow closest to it will go past that red, albeit maybe off the knuckle or off the side cushion.
Yeah, I'm sure that was one of the shots he's probably made up his mind on. We've had 3 shots to go.
Yeah, he'll be taking the yellow that he's just planted last. So I think we're going to be taking the yellow over the left middle pocket till last to leave himself basically where the yellow is, so he's right behind the black into that top left corner pocket. So this really is the key to the frame. Don't want to hit these too hard because it can spit them back out sometimes. Not quite perfect because he wanted to be straight. If he was straight on this, I'd say it was frame over. But he's got to just hold the white a little bit.
It's just whether he can find that gap in between that yellow and that black to bounce on and off the cushion.
Yeah, can he hold it, or does he have to use that side cushion?
10 seconds.
He's only got 10 seconds left as well. Let's see him use that side cushion. Wants to miss the knuckle, which he has. Now wants to pot this dead weight. You just see he's come round to point his cue at, poke his cue at. This is where I want the white, basically, but he needs to just make sure he doesn't leave himself hampered queuing with this red.
Yeah, I think he's making a decision. He'd rather have hampered queuing than a longer black. So this is, I mean, the one thing, the way he's left this black, it is just off straight. You know, if he did go further down the table, it would have been a tougher blind sort of pocket.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, depends how some players are more comfortable hampered queuing than others. Yeah, it's nicely done. Very nicely done. This match is really hotting up. That's 3 in a row off the break. Is it 4 if you include the in-off from Farnsworth? I think it's 4 in a row.
Yeah.
First visit finishes.
Yeah, that's the best way of describing him. And he's very calm and collective around the table. Is Liam Dunster. But so's Mark. The contest of styles are very similar, aren't they? The way the demeanour is around the table. They really sort of eye up every option. And then they really sort of deliver the blow to their opponent.
It will be a case of who cracks first on this break. They both actually seem to be breaking quite well.
Yeah, they remind me a bit of like a cobra. They strike and they just watch their opponent sort of, or their opponent just suffer, and that's the way that they do it.
I think they're both mentally, two of the best players really, as well, and it's exactly that. They just kind of know when to pounce. They know when to punish you. You mess up, and they don't let you off the hook, and others do. If they're 2-3 frames ahead already. It's dangerously close to that top right corner pocket. He's kind of got away with that a little bit, but he's in first. He's got first chance. There's an argument for reds and yellows here, but I think he might well go yellows.
Extension call.
He's just taken his extension. Each player gets a 30-second extension per frame. What do you think about this?
Well, is he going to take this red on? And then stun into the yellows? It's got a real huge element of risk.
Well, I think that's too risky. I don't think he'll do that. So he's going yellows, and he's got options. These 2 yellows on the right hand side cushion. The double, if you land on it, is fairly easy, and it will naturally be bumping into the other yellow, so we'll hope to get it out that way. Or if the white had come slightly further out towards the centre of the table, he could have played the yellow into the top right corner pocket and gone into them as well. Just depends how he sees it. He still can do that. It's just a mighty fine cut. I think we're going to see him play the double. We are. That was the danger. Just the double kiss.
But does that yellow go? I think it does. One of the camera angles I've got, the overhead, and I think that actually does go.
Wow,
it looks tight.
It's very tight. It's one of those, if you tried to cover the pocket and you're behind it, you'd probably just catch the right hand side cushion, it'd drop in. But I think it might just go.
But what a big clearance it will be at this stage of this match. Yeah, remember, these are only race to 7s. They can't afford many mistakes in these races.
No, not when they're playing. Not when they're playing each other, especially. They both know from the start how well they need to play. So, I think you're right. I think he's going to play on this. I think he probably hasn't got. He probably can't play it off the far jaw. I think it does go. Yeah, it must do. It must do. It can just even blindside you a little bit though. So, even if he has got a full pocket, so to speak, because that red's in the way, it's kind of in your line. It puts you off a little bit, you know. This is tough.
Yeah, he's just got to concentrate on hitting this yellow in the right position, and he should just drift up there. And oh, he's missed that. He's definitely hit that too thick.
Yeah, I don't think he, you know, normally he could play that off the far jaw, but I think the red was in the way of that, so he sounds a bit silly maybe saying he didn't have a full pocket when you're playing it from that angle, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, we do. And but he's also played that with a little bit of caution, because if he'd have clipped the red, he would have lost his frame. He hasn't clipped the red, and now Liam is back to the table. And at these black ball rules, we all know that frames can just swap round when they're looking really, really tight. So what can Liam produce here? Can he clear that top bag?
It's just if he does, how's he going to attack it? Very confident shot, that. Very confident shot. If he misses that, he loses the frame. Slightly hampered Kieran as well. He's got the angle now to get up into his problem area. The choices as to what he does. I don't know if he's just come too far to have the natural angle to play the skill shot. You know, left-hand side cushion and then back up into the top right-hand corner pocket. I don't know if it's just going to slide a little bit too much for that. Otherwise, he needs to get himself in and around the bulk line to give himself options. He has played the skill shot. Or maybe not. Either way, he's in and around the bulk line.
Yeah, and I mean, if he can drop this into the top left, that's got to be his next ball. And then drop one into the right middle and leave a double possibly. Or would he take a skill shot into the top right? It's another possibility.
If you could leave the cue ball right behind the red that he's directly to the right of the white now, it's actually quite an easy skill shot, but you really do need to be right behind it. It makes a huge difference. Talking of skill shots, he's taking the yellow out there. But the problem with that is, well, I mean, he almost followed the white in, and he can't really ever control the cue ball that way. You know, he wouldn't have wanted to do that. He must have felt that was his only option.
10 seconds.
It's a very acute angle to play this red into the right middle that you were talking about. Not impossible, but not got the legs. I think we've seen our first turning point.
You say turning point. I mean, if Mark takes these out, he's only going to level the match up again, and he's just going to go from serve.
4-2 though, and Mark needs to win 5-2 from there to win the match, and you don't really fancy anyone doing that against Liam, do you?
You really don't. But yeah, you could be right. It could be a slight turning point. I mean, it was a tough finish. I mean, for that shot where he's played that yellow into the top bag, he obviously didn't have the right angle on that red to do sort of anything that he could develop stuff.
You're right. I thought he maybe could have deep screwed into the red that he was that was just above the bulk line as we look at the table now, but it's gone now. He made his choice. I will never question the IPA's number one when it comes to shot selection, because I think he's as good as anyone I've ever seen. 3 apiece. Could be another deciding frame.
We've had a few already, and I won't be surprised if there's another one.
It's just par for the course, isn't it?
It certainly is. I mean, this is now a best of 7. And anybody that's either new to pool or loves pool, this is one very interesting matchup, and one that you just really cannot take your eyes off.
I just think you're watching the best against the best, aren't you? If you said to everyone in this room, or any pool fans out there, give us your top 5 in the world, you can argue about the order, but these two will be in everybody's top 5.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you there. Especially, you know, Liam definitely deserves to be in there. We know Mark's qualities, you know, every quality about him The pattern play, you know, yeah, we know he can work hard on his break, but he just makes up with it with that pattern play. He wins so many more frames than he probably should because of that actual skill.
Let's look at this break again. So you're going to see Liam, second ball down. The white is going to go into the left-hand side cushion, and it's going to go straight back towards, at pace, to basically where the black is, the black spot. And he kind of gets that second hit on the remaining balls that are clustered in the centre of the table, if you see what I mean. It's such a skill. I'll probably kiss of death, you know, probably commentator's curse, but just watch that white boy. It's going to come straight back towards the black spot off that left-hand side cushion.
Whereabouts, sorry?
Liam just causing the ref a little bit of grief.
They're all very slightly rocking up, but I can't get close, I'm afraid. Frame 7. Liam Dunster to break. Scores are tied, 3 frames all. Time running.
So second ball down. Just keep your eye on the. Just look at the amount of power he gets on this as well.
And look at the pace at which the white ball comes back into the pack off that left-hand side cushion. Every single time so far, he's nailed it. Same again. It's like clockwork every single time. We talk about the luck element of the break. He leaves as little to luck as possible. Absolute perfection. Straight back towards that black spot, and he gets that second hit on the remaining cluster of balls that are in the middle of the table. And look at the split he's got. I mean, these reds, he'll get these
10 seconds.
97 times out of 100.
Yeah, absolutely. But that precision of that break off, he hasn't learnt that in 10 minutes. He has done weeks and months of rehearsals and practicing. He's been relentless with it.
Yeah. Which point do I hit? Am I hitting it plain ball? Am I playing it with a tracer right-hand side, a tracer left-hand side? Am I playing it with a little bit of bottom right-hand side? He's probably tried everything to get to the point where he knows exactly at what pace does he hit it at. You know, because if you hit it at a different pace, that might adjust the amount of side spin, or at that tracer side spin that you need to put on there. He's a master. It's great to watch.
Yeah, and we go on about golfers. You know, when they get to the 60 to the 90 yards, they can put it to in like a plate. And Liam's very much similar to that with the break off. He's hitting that second ball down in the same sweet spot, if you want to call it that, every time.
You said earlier about the, you know, what could potentially make the difference in this match. Two people that, arguably, if they played 100 times, you probably it might well be 50 apiece. You know, there's nothing to split them. They're both elite, you know, at the very top of the sport. But I think you're seeing at the moment, it might well be the fact that Liam's won the lag that wins in this match, because if he keeps breaking like that, he's likely to continue to keep clearing from his break. I think this will be the third one in a row where he's cleared from his break. It's relentless.
Yeah, and it must be hard when you sat down there and you're just seeing him break after break, just clear up after each one. And it is, you've already mentioned it's a head game, and things like that, they can disrupt you a little bit. But Mark Farnsworth must be one of the most sort of steadiest person to. I mean, just look at him in his seat. He just doesn't look any emotion on there. He looks so focused, and he's just waiting to get back to the table to get another chance.
Miserable, I'd say, actually. Right.
Yeah.
No, but he's got that poker face, isn't he? He sits there and he's in his own bubble. And you see a lot of the top players are the same. You think you grumpy old sod, but he's just in a bubble. You know, he's just keeping focused, waiting for his chance. You know, he's experienced. He's been in these big matches many times before. He knows how to handle himself psychologically, and he'll be doing exactly what he has to do to make sure that he's right when his chance comes. But the problem is you're not getting many against someone like Liam. It puts more pressure on your break as well. when somebody else is breaking and clearing and breaking so well, and he's getting the ball every time, and it puts more pressure on your break. It's a double whammy.
10 seconds.
Yeah, it's relentless. You know, I thought he was just a little bit off straight and that, but look how easy he's left this black now.
Do you know what? I was just about to say we're getting too caught up on talking about his break there, but he did just leave himself slightly out of position there, which normally his white ball's on a string, but he's had to play that at pace into that middle pocket. It's not as easy as he's made that look, but he's played it well. And that is 4-3 Liam Dunster. What a game. What a match.
Well, I can't remember the last mistake because there hasn't been many to remember at all, and we've not seen any from Liam Dunster.
No, well, actually, before you came in, we saw one in the first frame, and arguably, he ran out of position to get on the black in the very first frame and ended up leaving himself a tough black down the top left-hand, into the top left-hand corner pocket, cut down the cushion. And it was sort of far draw, and it looked like it drifted a tiny bit as well. But since then he's been absolutely flawless, absolutely flawless. We saw that one mistake from Mark where he tried to play the ball at the top right-hand corner pocket and just caught that pocket first, where he didn't have the cushion first, where he didn't have a full pocket.
Frame 8.
I think
Mark Farnsworth to break.
It's just top
Trailing
class,
4
Paul.
frames to 3.
Yeah, and if you really want to see two players in the zone right now, watch these two. These two players are in the zone.
Every break's that little bit more important. Oh no, he's gone again. He's gone again.
Foul.
He's done that twice now. He's
1-3
done that
shot.
twice. Literally a minute ago we're saying the difference between these two could be the break.
And that was probably a little bit more unlucky than the first one. And if you, with that replay, there was a top red, and it just come back and just directed it to the top left, just a graze, and that was enough.
See, Mark's back down to
extension call.
Back down to sit and watch Liam play again. It's tough sat in your chair when you know every single mistake is going to get punished. It's like a slow and painful death. It's squeeze the life out of you, someone like Liam.
That's why I mentioned the snake bite. they just pounce down in and just watch you get demoralised or paralysed, whichever one it is.
And he's so controlled about the way he goes about it that he kind of fills you with confidence, so that when he does get chances like this, quite often if I'm in the chair, I'll look and see, I wonder where he could go wrong here. But then now and again, when you're playing a top player and they're in top form, you don't bother, because it just makes it even more frustrating when they do clear up. Ooh. But again, look at these. I mean, I think he's gonna play this yellow into the right middle and stun into the black to push that black towards the left-hand middle pocket, just a little bit more out in the open, and from there, I mean, we're probably looking again. He's going to get them 99 out of 100. A little bit surprised there. A little bit surprised, because now it means he's going to have to play the black into a corner pocket. And if he'd have just punched into that, stunned into the black and pushed it, say, halfway between where it is now and the left-hand middle pocket, he's guaranteed to be on a yellow. So it's a little bit surprising, but when you've got the cue ball control that Liam's got, I suppose he's not as worried about it as I might be.
No, but like you said, that black ball, it would have had a couple more options.
Yeah, look, he can take the yellow into the right middle as his last ball, and he's got to drift. Just got to make sure he gets past the red that's right next to it, and he can cut the black into the left middle. So I think that's probably what he's going to do. So he can play in the middle, but you know, if he gets a kick or anything like that, he could find himself snookered. You get paranoid sometimes as a pool player, don't you? You almost look for what can go wrong rather than you see problems, not solutions.
I think when things aren't going your way, that's it. That's the tendency of what you feel like.
Yeah.
But the way that Liam is producing here, he's not going to be thinking anything that's going to go wrong.
No. Exactly that. You know, you look at that table, I'm thinking, well, push the black out because that could go. And Liam's not seen that. He's seen, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave that yellow in the right hand middle pocket till last. I'm going to drift past the other red, and I'm going to play it in the left hand middle pocket. If I run too far, his margin of error is to overhit it, because if he hits it too hard, he can play it into the corner pocket. But that's just the little bits where you get paranoid there. You think, oh, if you got a kick there, you know, I'd be behind that red.
Yeah, and you would have thought about this 5 shots ago.
Yeah, he would, yeah. And that's what we say, is speed of thought. He's only got a 30-second shot clock. It's one thing being able to figure out these clearances, but to be able to do it in the semi-finals of a major tournament against somebody who you know is going to punish you and is in top form, speed of thought is just as crucial as being able to figure out in the first place. If you can't do it in 30 seconds, then, you know, it's no good to you.
No, and a 2-frame lead. And a race, he only needs 2. Race to 7. He is a huge favourite, especially with his break next. And we've seen how devastating he is with his break.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see it again. This is probably as good as I've ever seen him break. I think this if he does the same again, the precision is off the charts. Bear in mind, he's hitting them at pace. It's one thing being precise when you're dropping a ball into a corner pocket. He's hitting these at pace. And every single time that he's controlling the cue ball perfectly, making a ball.
Frame 9. Liam Dunster the break, leading 5 frames to 3. Time running.
And that white needs to be to the millimetre every time. He knows exactly where to put it. And we are just going to see pretty much the Liam Dunster break after break after break.
You're right, he puts it in exactly the same spot. He's probably experimenting with that in a million different ways as well. Same again, same again. But this time, a little bit more work to do.
Yeah, that's a little bit of the cluster. But the amount of movement he gets off the balls, I mean, that black's on the move again, everything moves.
It's almost like a break and a half. He's got the initial crunch, and then he gets another little dig at it as well on the way back, doesn't he?
Yeah. Is that what you call a bit of a cheap shot, was it? Or is it? I'm not sure. But, God, he gets some action out of the white ball. He's getting his money worth out of the white balls, let's say.
I said earlier they should ban the cut break. It's only because I can't do it as well as Liam does it.
Unfortunately, there'll be hundreds more that will want the cut break banning, because not many people can do it better than the Dunster.
10 seconds.
But as you said, Dan, this is finished awkward.
Well,
and he is closing the shop up here.
Well. Well. He's kind of laid the gauntlet down to Mark, hasn't he, and said, look, if you want to go for these, off you go. You're 5-3 down. You're the one that's got to chase the match. Rather you than me. I think when you're 5-3 up, you can afford to do that. Although with Liam, I think if he was 5-3 down, he probably would have done the same thing. He's one of the few players that I think would play. He plays every single frame like it's a deciding frame.
Yeah, you're completely right. And even every ball, whether it's over the bag, whether it's a long pot, a cut, everything has the same amount of time put on it.
Respect for every shot, yeah. This is tough, this, for Mark. You know what to do. Does he play safe? He can... I think he might just dump that red up into the cluster. Yeah. It's dangerous, this. Very dangerous, because Liam's going to have options here. He can play the plant up the cushion. He can drop the red into the left-hand middle pocket, bring the white back towards the right-hand middle pocket, and leave himself a really good angle on the red in the very centre of the table, just above the black spot, to go into his bad ball.
Yeah,
So
I do see a little bit of danger.
He's got it. Now, ideally, he needs to be a little bit back off the cushion here so he can, well, a couple of options. He can roll this through and go into it from the red in the top right-hand corner pocket, or he can jack up a little bit, bring the white back a couple of inches if he can, and go into it from the red below the red he's going to play now. Personal preference. Wow. There's a shot neither of us saw. He's played it off the yellows. What a great shot. What a great shot from Liam Dunster. He's got a little bit unlucky, has he? I don't think the red passes the black into the corner pocket.
Yeah, but does it go to the right centre? I don't think so either.
No.
I've got another camera angle. I think it's tight.
But what he has got is the perfect angle to play this almost plain ball. See what he wanted to disturb the red there, and he's actually hit it too thick and gone into the black.
But if that black goes to left centre and this red also goes to the top left.
Oh, if it does, his frame over, but does it? It looks to me like it's touching ball. I don't think that goes.
10 seconds.
He's under time pressure.
It must go.
But he's left this very difficult. It's a cut back.
It does go, because you can see he's looking at it. So given that it does go, that was a really bad shot from Liam. Probably the worst shot he's played all match. He's underhit that by a good 6 to 8 inches.
Yeah, he might be just feeling a little bit of tension, but this is now a key pot.
Absolutely nailed it, but he's just run out of position. Oh, he's in trouble now. He's in trouble. We're going to see him go around the houses. 3 cushions.
But you say round the houses, he's going to be colliding into the yellows.
Wow, he needs to play it almost with a bit of... He needs to go below the right middle pocket, which means he's going to have to play it with almost like a little bit of stun run through right-hand side. This is so tough. He's played it in the right middle. That was tough. That was...
Well,
I don't know. I think maybe the time pressure got to him there. I don't know what... If he'd have had more time, I don't know. I'm not sure he would have played that shot.
Well, you saw the puff of the cheeks there. He's had a sip of water to calm him down a little bit.
He is fuming. He doesn't make mistakes, Liam, and he's...
that a little bit of rush of blood? Saw the winning line, trying to push the game.
Well, it was all about that shot before, wasn't it? Where he was when he had 3 reds left, and he's just underhit it. You know, I think he was a little bit. You know, can I get through to it? Can I not? But he clearly could. So, given that, he's by Liam Dunster standards, that's a bad mistake. And to go 6-3 instead of 5-4. Oh.
10 seconds.
Next time he comes to the table, we're probably only 50-50 that it's going to be 5-all.
Yeah, we didn't see this coming, not on Liam Dunster's break, because he's been ruthless with it. That hasn't turned out this time round. And Mark Farnsworth, he's going to do what he does best, and that is clear up and put some pressure onto Liam. But it's going to be Farnsworth break next, and he's had 2 in-offs already. If he does clear these up, then that's got to work for him as well.
Yeah, he's got to sort his break out if he's going to win this match, because remember, Liam won the lag. So even if it does go 5-all, Liam's going to have the break in 2 of the remaining 3 frames, and he doesn't look like he's not going to make a ball from his break, does he?
No, he don't. But if this does go 5-all, what would be going through Liam's mind after the mistake, and then he's not had a shot for 2 frames? It's a very difficult one to call.
It says something about the standard, doesn't it? We're basically giving Mark the next frame.
Exactly, exactly we are. And he's still got this frame to win, yeah. But
on a string.
Yeah, Mark's doing what Mark does best. And that is clear up pretty relatively average clearances pretty much time after time. And 5-4.
It's definitely living up to expectations, isn't it, this game?
Yeah, we saw a little bit of emotion now after that mistake from Liam, but I'm not sure that we're going to see much more emotion from him.
No, he doesn't like to give a lot away, Liam, but he's only human. Feels like every single break just becomes that even more crucial than the one before.
Frame 10.
You also kind of feel that when you've just been let off in the frame before, like Mark has, you just feel like he's destined to make a ball.
But will he give it a little bit more? You sometimes get a bit more adrenaline, don't you? He needs to keep it that under control.
He needs to keep the white under control. It's gone towards that corner pocket again. But he's made a ball. Oh, he's made the black as well. Well, that's frustrating. That is frustrating. But you see, look, the white tracks up towards the corner pockets almost every single time, doesn't it? And, you know, you'd think of two players that are so evenly matched, if they were to play over a really, really long distance, that really would be the difference.
Yeah. But looking at the layout of that table, I don't think Mark would be too disappointed about that being a re-rack.
You're right, yeah. There was a couple of problem areas. It wasn't a really easy finish from there. But you know what they say, didn't you? When the black goes in off the break, next one's dry.
Yes, it's happened so many times.
Always the way.
And just while we wait for Ben to rack up these balls, there is another semi-final to come straight after this one. We're going to have Arf and Dad against Ronan McCarthy. And then the final will be straight after that, which is scheduled for 10 o'clock. And we're pretty sure that is definitely going to be the time that it'll be starting.
So have we got any other semi-finals? Is it Ronan McCarthy against
Arf and Dad? Yeah.
The daddy.
He was 5-1 down in his match against Matt Steeper and come back to win 7-5.
Huge break for Farnsworth. Well, it's gone again towards that top right-hand corner pocket, but he's made a ball, he's made two, and they're pretty good. Not gimmies. There's a bit of work to do with the black and the yellows on that are sort of clustered together, but I think he'd take it, wouldn't he? If he offered him this before to make a ball and get a chance at this, he'd take it, wouldn't he?
Absolutely. For me, he's only got one tricky ball, and that is the yellow next to the black. But he's got balls down there he can develop if he wants to. Or he could take the long one into the top left. I mean, but the black is still tricky.
I think what he's going to play here is a soft nudge into the red just above the yellow he's going to play now. Just try and push it onto that side cushion and open this corner pocket up. Yeah, it's perfect. It's perfect.
But do we still have a problem black? If we do, he's going to have to put that will drop into that left centre.
It will. I think the black definitely doesn't go into this bottom left-hand corner pocket. We can see, but
extension call.
He's going to have plenty of options to get on. I mean, the worst case scenario, you could play the yellow next to it as your last ball, and then play an acute black into the left-hand middle pocket. The doubles into the middle pockets on these tables are fairly easy if you get good on them, especially for someone in Mark's class. That's what he's doing now, just figuring out how he wants to go about this. Now he's also got the angle to go into it now, but the only thing with this, I looked at this before, now he's going to be he can play the cannon into the black here, but he's going to be hitting the less than full ball on the black. He's going to be pushing the black into the 2 reds. From what I can see, that's what it looks like. Anyway, I might be wrong. He's got a better view than me, but you see, so he's pushed it into those 2 reds, and you either have to play it a little bit harder and risk losing the white, or, well, not go into it at all.
Yeah, for me, I won't be going into it again, you know, because otherwise you'll start digging and things will get harder. I think he's got to leave the double.
I think that's the thing. He can go up for the red, yellow in the middle now. 2 simple pots and leave himself a double. I don't think he wants to leave this into the corner pocket. Into the middle pocket is too acute an angle from there. Not impossible, but land on the double. And for someone of Mark's ability, I'm saying the double is 8 or 9 out of 10. No, he's going to go into, so he's going to play.
Is he going to drop on the cushion?
He's either going to drop on the cushion, or he's going to arc the cue ball around the black cushion and then bump the black out from behind it. But he needs to miss the black. He can't catch the black on the way in. That's perfect.
Well, that is as perfect. If he placed it with his hand, that's exactly where he would have placed it. Superb stuff from Mark Farnsworth. And we saw in the first match that he was on this TV table, he produced the high pressure clearances at the right times, and he's doing it again, and he's really asking a question of Liam. You know, it's like we just said, we called this 2 frames ago. It was going to be 5-all. We give Mark that frame, and that's exactly what has happened.
You see there as well, just the class of the guy that to play shots dead weight and to have that sort of touch is one thing, but to be able to do it at 5-4 down in a major semi-final against the guy that's ranked #1 at the moment, your main rival, you know, little shots like that are so delicate, and they're the ones that are kind of a little bit twitchy, you know, when you bang under pressure. But he's cool as a cucumber.
Yeah, I'm talking about cool as a cucumber. We've got 2 major characters of the pool world, as cool as cucumbers can be. And they are a bit of a commentator's dream, aren't they? You know, commentating on both of these players. It just makes our sort of job very easy.
Yeah, look, you know the standard's going to be great. For us as pool fans, you know, it's a really interesting match to watch.
Liam Dunster the break, scores are tied.
And you know, whatever sport it is, you know, you want to watch the best against the best, don't you?
And look where that white is again. You can just quite slightly see the chalk mark where his cue goes through, and that is bang on in the middle of the game. He's, well, if that's not robotic, I'm not sure what is.
All right, we're going to see that break again. Came a little bit higher up this time. See there,
if you Mark is out of his seat.
Yeah, and if we can get a replay on it, you see the white ball goes above the black spot this time. He catches this different. You know, it comes back. It was almost tracking towards that right middle pocket. Normally it's coming straight back across the centre of the bottom of the table. It's the bottom half of the table. So maybe he's just, he hasn't hit them as good as he's hit the rest. And he's not made a ball. And Mark's in.
So as this error has been the major changing point of this match, has it affected Liam? So far we are seeing evidence of that.
It feels really harsh to sort of call that an error, but we can only really sort of call it an error because we're basing it on the absolute perfection of what Liam Dunster's break's been so far. It has been immaculate, and just there for the first time it hasn't come straight back towards the black spot. It's gone a good 8-10 inches above it, and funny enough he hasn't made a ball.
No, he hasn't, and that's obviously the key factor. But what I was saying was the error he had 2 frames ago.
Oh yeah, of course.
When he got a bit erratic. Has that changed his mindset?
Oh well, exactly, yeah. Should have been 6-3.
Yeah.
In his mind now, if he loses this match, he'll put it down to that 9th frame. You know, and he's played a very good shot to develop his bad area, but he hasn't finished the frame off. He is human.
10 seconds.
We're seeing it.
I think.
Wow, I'm not sure about that one. Does that yellow creep past his red in the bottom left-hand corner?
I don't know. Does the yellow creep past the red into the top left-hand corner? I think he can maybe. I think into the top left-hand corner. Oh, this is tight. This is tight. I think that the thing that's going to help him is the red's a little bit off the cushion. Yeah, it helps. If it was closer to the cushion, it'd kind of double kiss out. Played that very well.
Yeah, but that yellow near the black spot, is that really the ball to be playing on last? Because there's a lot of traffic in the way of that black.
A lot, yeah. He is far from out the woods. As good as Mark Farnsworth is, he's going to have to show every single bit of his class now to finish from here. Now, wow.
I still haven't seen a simple finish yet.
No.
I wish I could tell you what I've seen, but I haven't seen it. All I see at the moment is two very tough pots with two very tough positional shots.
Yeah, the problem, if he plays this, he needs to get into it. Is it the natural angle? If he flicks off the red that's below it, which he hasn't, his second problem, which he's got away with there, was the red that he went into on the side cushion. But luckily for him, he's wedged the gap between the cushion and the red ball, so the white squeezed through. Now I think he's just about, this is a real test to Q, and he's just about got enough angle to be able to force this across. You've got to be going dangerously close to that right middle pocket. 5-all, major semi-final. He's cued that like a dream. Absolute dream. That's shot of the tournament. That might sound stupid, and there'll be people chucking their remote at the telly for me saying that, but that's shot of the tournament there at 5-all.
Well, I'm in absolute awe of that shot because he's had hardly anything to pinch from that bag. You know, you can pinch on these pool pockets. I mean, just it looks near enough straight, but the area that he's got to get into, it's inches.
Yeah, and you're going dangerously close to that middle pocket. Most players would leave that a little bit short because they don't want to get the weight of that middle pocket. He's played. Oh, what a shot!
Well, you say shot of the tournament. This is definitely the shot of this match. There's no doubt about that.
You know what? When they see shots, it annoys me sometimes. You watch a snooker and you see shot of the tournament and you think, yeah, but he'd won the frame. You know, the shot meant nothing. There was so much pressure on that. And he has absolutely nailed it.
Time running.
He certainly has. 3 frames on the bounce. You know, I've been going on pretty much most of the day about momentum. And Mark has got that actual momentum now.
Yeah, just needs to keep that white ball on the table. Keep it away from these corner pockets. I've made a couple of balls. First glance, it looks like a nice split.
It's over, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, you've chalked it up, have you?
I have. And, well...
It's over. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got our first finalist. It's Mark Farnsworth. He's won by 7 frames to 5. Don't worry, a reliable source is Pickers Picks.
No, we can't really say that. But look at the crowd. Wow, the people know that this is edging up. Is this going to go to 6-all? I know the crowd want it.
No, I'll make you right. I think he plays yellow into the right middle, which is arguably might even be his hardest shot if he's got to play this at pace. It's a little bit tighter than it might look on the screen for you there at home. Now plays the one to want the one just above the black to release the cue ball, and if he can get the cue ball where he wants it now after this shot, it's game, set and match for me.
Anywhere in between the red and the yellow in the centre of the table on the left. I don't know if he can get enough into there and, you know, the pace.
Oh, no. Yeah, look, the yellow closest to the left middle pocket, he'd be thinking of leaving that to last, to his last ball. But I think originally, I don't think originally this was the plan. I think originally the plan was to get further across the table and take that one nearest the black. Yeah. But he can do exactly what we said before, what you were sort of starting to say before I rudely interrupted. Yellow just above the black, I think he'll use that as his last ball now.
Yeah, it's definitely the way. There's probably a little bit of insurance there, and that has that gone wrong?
Oh well, it's not perfect.
And Liam, he just wants one more chance. Is he going to get one?
I think he's got to play the more difficult pot. Well, no, he's taking the easier pot.
And who are we to question? Mark Farnsworth.
He's got to slide past the black. Doesn't want to flick it.
Is he on the one in the right corner?
If he's on the one in the right corner, it's game over.
He's walking round there.
Is he walking round? Is he on it?
I don't think so.
I didn't think he was on it. No.
He's not.
No. See, I thought there, the yellow that he's snookered himself on, a much more difficult pot, but he's still a 9 out of 10. And just brings the white back towards the centre of the table, and then he could have taken this one as his second last ball. He's all right, he's all right.
He looks a bit short.
No, he is a bit short.
Wow.
How's he going to play this? Is he going to just stun the white back a couple of inches and leave himself a long black, or is he going to power it in and screw off that bottom cushion and try and get close to the black?
Just leave yourself a shot. I mean, that angle there looks like it's a bit straighter than it was.
He has just left himself a shot. Wow. Not many people are going to like this for a spot in the final. This is far more difficult than it should have been, but if I had to have my last penny on anyone getting it, it probably would be Mark Farnsworth.
Wow. That is high-level pressure potting at its best.
What a game. What a match.
Wow.
Absolute balls of steel from Farnsworth.
Yeah, he certainly has, and he's done it again. The timing of these pressure clearances, time after time, in front of a crowd. You saw any people there, and he just produces it. He just loves the arena. He loves the pressure. And what's Liam Dunster done wrong to lose that match? 4 frames on the bounce.
I'll tell you what he did wrong. Should have gone 6-3 up.
Yeah.
Talk about fine margins when it comes to the elite level, the best playing the best, both in top form. It just often tends to come down to just that one mistake, that one lapse of concentration.
It does, but we're going to hand over to Kevin Barton. We're just going to find out how Mark saw that match, and straight away, let's hand over to Kevin Barton.
Well, another enthralling match there, and you know, Mark, I'm not sure I've seen you that pumped up since the 2019 final. You looked like a man on a mission. The intensity, the concentration you were putting in there. I mean, tell us about it. How are you feeling?
I'm absolutely delighted just to be playing reasonably well again, and obviously Liam set the benchmark the last couple of years. Obviously I had a good run, like for probably 4 or 5 years, which I think I got to the quarter-final, semi-final, most of the events. You know what I mean? And obviously you just came, you sort of. You win events and you don't realise how difficult they are, and then obviously when you start losing events, it's difficult to get back in that position again, you know. And obviously after winning the Worlds, I went on a very barren spell, probably didn't put as much practice in as I should have. But to be honest, I came this weekend without any expectation. I've never really touched the table through my own fault, you know, and I've still got the hunger, but it's different trying to get the effort in the practice table, you know. So I got up early this morning, I had about an hour's practice this morning, about 7 o'clock, and I felt absolutely brilliant. It's the smoothest I've hit the white for ages, so I sort of, that gives us a bit of confidence coming today, but you still, you know, you're up against some really, really good players, and obviously Liam in particular, I think he's miles ahead in the rankings, isn't he? He's not just a talented player, he's just so hard to beat as well. So obviously I've done well to get through the semis, and then I've went to the match at the end of the day. If I didn't think I could win the event, I wouldn't turn up, you know. But you sort of know you've got to play really, really well, and I think I did. So delighted to win.
5-3 down, obviously difficult position, but I mean the quality of what you've just produced there to win those last 4 frames. I mean, you must be absolutely delighted with what you've done against the best player in the world at the moment.
Yeah, well, to be honest, that's what I said to you earlier on. After my match with Corey, I felt really, really comfortable. And again, there's a huge crowd, and they're very respectful. There's not a noise being made. You know, it's obviously on the outside tables. You sometimes get people walking past and whatever else, so it's tough for your concentration when you're in the arena. It's literally silent, you know. But the buzz of playing in front of the crowd it does bring you. It's great to play, you know. And 5-3 down. To be honest, my break's been really, really good all day, and normally it's common knowledge how bad my break is, but I think I've been hitting them really, really well today, and even in that match, you know, I got kicked off twice. I think Liam played really, really well. I don't think he made any mistakes at all, to be fair, so I'm just pleased to get the chances from 5-3 down, and I felt confident. I thought if I get my chances, I felt confident taking them, but I was pleased. Like, I played a really 2 or 3 really good positional shots, which I was over the moon with, so just pleased to get the win.
And if you do manage to, you're obviously in the final, if you do manage to take home the silverware, what would that mean to you?
It's probably, I've won a lot of events over the years and stuff, and obviously the world's been the best by a country mile, but I think this will probably mean as much as any of the other ones, probably even more, because like I said, even you sort of, because I haven't been putting a lot of time, and you sort of doubt yourself as well, whether you've got the hunger to get back to any sort of reasonable level again, you know. And I think even just today, I know it's just a one-off event, but I feel as if it's given us loads of confidence to try and put a bit more time in to try and get back to obviously even better than I was previously, you know. So it's still obviously one more match to go, and I think it's a tough other semi-final, you know. It's one of those, isn't it? You know, I'm pleased to be there, and I'll be trying my best.
And out of the 2 semi-finalists, would you like to play your good friend Ronan in the final, or would that make it more difficult playing Ronan?
Probably pay for the house again. No, it's obviously I'm a really good mates with Ronan, but he's shown obviously his age and stuff like that. You know, he's still a proper handful. You know what I mean? And obviously, does Arfan get through? Did he? Arfan's a fantastic player as well, a great potter. So it's a tough match, but whoever gets through, I'll be pleased to play in the final. If it is Ronan, obviously it will be something special. I think the combined age will probably be touching 100, but whoever wins, I'll be delighted to be part of it.
Well, Mark, we'll see you at 10 o'clock in the final. Well played and good luck. Fantastic performance there from the ex-world champ, just showing his class, and as he said, the second semi-final coming up in the next couple of minutes. The legend Ronan McCarthy against Arfan Dad, the daddy. So let's get straight back to the commentary box, and the guys will talk you through the second semi-final.
Thank you, Kevin. And the second semi-final, well, if that lives up to anything what we've seen in this first one, it is going to be an absolute firecracker. And we're going to have Arfan Dad against Ronan McCarthy. And again, Arfan, he's had a great start to the season. He's got to the finals of the Champions Cup. You know, Ronan McCarthy also got to the semi-finals in the Champions Cup too. But what an outcome that this could be. One of these players is going to be playing Mark Farnsworth in tonight's final at 10 o'clock. So please do not miss that, because it is going to be some superb stuff. And we've seen superb stuff pretty much all day long on this table. And I'm pretty sure it is going to continue throughout, at least for these next 4 hours, should I say. You know, if each match does take a couple of hours, we normally schedule an hour and a half for each match, a race to 7. And these boys do make very light work of it. So just waiting for the players are about there now, and this match is definitely going to be starting the next minute or so. As we saw, Ronan McCarthy made pretty light work of a very young prospect in Nathan Davis, and Arfan Dad I said earlier, 5-1 down against Wade Morley. Wade Morley come back to win 7-5. Yeah, really hope that you've all enjoyed the action so far, but we have only got 2 matches left for today, and I say only 2. They're going to be 2 blockbusters, so really do not go away for long. I'm expecting this one to have everything. Both of these players are more than capable of getting into tonight's final. I know there'll be a few fans out there for Ronan. Babe is actually his nickname. I'm sure there'll be a few backing him. But Arf and Dad, he's had an incredible season so far. Producing some great stuff at great times. He's getting to the latter stages pretty much all the time in all the tournaments he's going to. I'm sure it's not going to be any different now. This is the standard he's setting. We saw Arf and Dad earlier on, played Simon Ward, and what a terrific match that was. It was like clearance after clearance, and this is pretty much as I expect how this match is going to go.
Fine. All good, yeah?
We're about to get underway.
Yeah, this is fine, yeah, that's fine.
The second semi-final, Arf and Dad against Ronan McCarthy.
Okay.
Legend of the game, Ronan McCarthy. Against Arf and Dad.
Yeah. Thank you, gents.
Probably one of the most improved players, in my opinion, over the last 3 or 4 seasons. Always a good player, always been a good player. Seems to have just taken it to that next level. These last
Ronan
3 or
McCarthy
4 years.
Would you like to break
Ultra
first,
consistent.
Ronan, would you like to break first?
Top player. Ronan McCarthy's won the lag. Arf and Dad's still looking for his first Open title. I believe he has won an amateur event before, when he was an amateur. Ronan McCarthy has won 18. Yes, you heard that right. 18 IPA titles over the years. Feels like he's been around forever. Doesn't seem to age. Turned
Thank you.
50 not long
IPA
ago.
European Open semi-final match. Race to 7 frames.
Still finds himself in the
First
business
frame,
end of
Ronan McCarthy to break.
all of the major tournaments.
Time running.
Legend of the game. Made a ball into the right middle pocket, and at first glance, there's a couple of problem areas whether he takes yellows or reds. Doesn't have an easy starter on yellows. Does have an easy starter on reds. Things he's just got a way up here.
10 seconds.
I think it's going to have to be reds. Now, if it is Reds, his only bad ball is the one in the right-hand middle pocket. So it's all going to be about how he takes that, how he attacks that. Key to the frame. Key to get off to a good start in these semi-finals when you come up against players that are at their very, very best. He's chosen yellows. That surprises me. He's gone yellows, and I'm a bit shocked there. I can't get my head around that.
Seconds. Extension call.
I can understand playing the double if it was if he wasn't hampered queuing, but he was really badly hampered queuing, so it just made it that bit more difficult. So, but anyway, Ronan's won 18 IPA titles. I don't think anyone should be questioning what he's doing, but I don't know. I think maybe a little bit of time pressure got to him there. It's so difficult when you're under intense pressure, business end of these big tournaments, and you've only got 30 seconds to think about what the right decision is. I honestly think if he had longer to think about it, I don't think he'd have ended up doing what he did there. But either way, it's Arfan with the first chance. It's just about got there. Ideally, he'd like to get quite straight on this yellow into the right middle pocket so that he can screw back and get nice position on the black. Doesn't want to be going behind this red. Oof, he's just about got away with that. If he just caught it a little bit thinner, he'd have been behind that red. Straight down. And that's done. That's 1-0 Arfan Dad. The daddy. The daddy is Arfan's nickname, by the way. Ronan's nickname is the Babe. If anyone can let us know why, I'd be quite grateful. So it's 1-0 Arfan Dad. We'll just get that score updated for you shortly.
Frame 2. Arfan Dad to break, leading 1 frame to 0. Time running.
Nothing down. Again, not an easy starter for Ronan. A tricky yellow into the middle pocket. Or a tricky cut back in the right middle pocket for the red.
Called.
Tricky start this for Ronan. It's wide. I think it's wide. Well, I'm reliably informed that he's played a couple of matches today where he's made less mistakes than he has done in these first 2 frames put together. Been flawless. Had a little bit of an easy ride against Nathan Davies earlier. Great young player Nathan Davies, but might have seen earlier a young Welsh player beat our reigning world champion John McAllister 7-5, but just didn't play anywhere near the same against Ronan McCarthy. And Ronan said in his interview afterwards that Nathan made it a little bit easy for me, which Ronan certainly isn't going to complain about, but didn't have to be at his best in that match and won quite comfortably, still 7-3. But if he plays like that again against Arfan, I cannot see him winning. This for me is effectively frame ball. If he can knock this in down the cushion, it's plain sailing from here, but he's awkward queuing. Look at the long bridge. This is tough. Yeah, he's caught that cushion up far too far up. I thought he was going to miss it by more than that, but it stayed in the jaws. But if you look at the table, he's still fairly in control here. If Ronan can position the white
10 seconds.
in the right spot, then there will be a, I was going to say a fairly easy skill shot on, but he's trying to go around the back. Now if he just landed a little bit short there, he could have cut this into the bottom right hand corner pocket, and he's playing into the right middle. It just passes. My bad. No, well, it obviously did pass because he wouldn't have gone for it, but he didn't have a full pocket. You see he's missed that there, and you look at his face, he's really not happy. Not often you get emotion like that from Ronan McCarthy. He does not look a happy bunny. He's quite concerned.
10 seconds.
It's all about this positional shot. He wants to get as close to this yellow as possible. He needs to stay away from the red, and that is about perfect. Couldn't really have played that any better. Straight down, he looks full of confidence, Arfan, full of confidence. He's playing a little bit quicker than I've seen him play in the past, and it really is a sign that he's really confident in what he's doing. It's 2-0 Arfan, Dad, and Ronan McCarthy in a bit of trouble.
Frame.
Shaky start from Ronan. Needs to draw on all that experience.
Ronan McCarthy to break. Trailing 2 frames to 0. Time running.
Persisting with this cut break. See the control of the white ball there and where it goes if you compare it to, say, Liam Dunster's break. He's the white's sort of going into the side cushion and then towards the bottom cushion. I don't think that's intentional. He's just not quite catching it as he wants to. Arfan Dad's, I like this. He's taken a difficult first red, a more difficult first red, but if he gets it, he opens the frame right up, and that's brilliant. That's a great shot. Couldn't be sat much nicer. Just wants to leave himself an angle, not straight. He's perfect, absolutely perfect. So he can just stun across table towards the centre of the table. I think we'll find he'll play the red into the bottom left next. Just doesn't want to be hamper queuing. Yeah, that's on a string. Position the white just a little bit to the left of where it was before, and this is looking pretty ominous for Ronan. This is what 3-0. This is going to be 3-0 now in all of about 6-7 minutes. It's a great start from Arf and Dad. Based in Bradford. He's actually just, you can see he's just sort of raised his eyebrows a little bit there. He's done all the hard work here, and bit of a lapse of concentration, maybe playing a little bit too quickly. And all of a sudden he's slightly out of position here. Now it's not going to be a problem for him to pot the red. He's just going to be leaving the white ball sort of towards the centre of the table, and he's going to be making the black missable. You know, he's probably going to get it still, but he shouldn't be going anywhere near the middle pocket, in between the yellow and the right-hand middle pocket. But just doesn't want the white to be coming too far back across the table. It's a thinner cut than it might look on screen. Yeah, he's so much so he's played that. He's played that really well. He's played it with check side to stop it coming too far down the table. But this is missable, and from a minute ago where it seemingly had an easy clearance, this is tricky. And he's missed it. He's missed it. Oh, he is going to be fuming. Absolutely fuming. An insult to injury that the black has gone in the perfect spot near that right hand corner pocket to make it a big pocket for the yellow that's on that right hand side cushion if he chooses to. No, he's tried to knock it out, but he doesn't really need to. You can see it's almost unmissable if he lands it into that corner pocket. What a let off for Ronan McCarthy. Now we're going to see him take this, I think now's the time. Taking that top right hand corner pocket. He can play this, he can afford to play this at a little bit of pace if he wants to, just to get the white back out. Just a soft stun, bit of bottom right hand side. Well, shows him to play a little bit softer, which is fine. Makes the pot more guaranteed, I suppose, but he did have a big pocket because of the black. Anything but straight. That's perfect. Use the right hand side cushion to just get, you want to get as close to the left hand middle pocket as he can, but doesn't really want to flirt with it. He's underhit that. He's underhit that. Just hasn't quite settled yet, Ronan McCarthy. This is huge. Absolutely massive. He's played it well, needs it to bounce. Needs it to bounce. Ooh. Well, it definitely cuts, but it's mighty thin. Wow.
You've got one, yeah. 10 seconds. Extension call.
Ronan's just asked if they've got a rest. Contemplating whether he's going to use it or not. If he does cut this in, it's just where the white ball's going to go. It's going to be flying around the table. He's made it, but where's the white? It's near the middle pocket. Oh no!
Loss of frame.
Oh wow. Well, he is all at sea, Ronan McCarthy at the moment. He is all over the place. I can't believe what I'm seeing. I think that's his third mistake in 3 frames. And trust me, I know firsthand. I've played race to 7, race to 10 against Ronan before, and he's made 1 mistake in the entire match. So hasn't settled. He's 3-0 down. And Arthur and Dad, after making a really bad, really letting Ronan off the hook there. It should have gone 3-0 up, and it should have been 3-0 up with ease, really. He's let Ronan back in, and he hasn't punished him, and that's going to hurt even more. Ronan would have hurt less if Arthur would have just cleared up in the first place. But he's had that chance, and it's, well, this is going to hurt. But this is so crucial now. Another dry break from Arthur. Again, the balls are fairly in the open. Nothing really needs breaking out on these red balls, just tight cue ball control.
10 seconds.
I've just been joined, I'm about to be joined in the commentary box by the big cheese. Chairman Kev Barton.
Big cheese.
A big cheese.
More of a baby bell, I think.
Boss man. Have you been watching this, or you just grabbed a bite to eat, haven't you?
Yeah, just grabbed a quick bite.
You won't believe what's happened. The first 3 frames, it's the most un-Ronan McCarthy like performance I've ever seen. 3 fairly bad mistakes in one in each frame, kind of thing. Arthur was clearing up to go 3-0 up. He'd done all the hard work, and then a real bad lapse of concentration. Ends up running out of position on the black. To let Ronan in, and you think typical Ronan, get his claws back into him, and he messed up. He just hasn't settled.
I wonder if there's a bit of extra pressure on Ronan now that his good friend has got to the final, and he obviously wants to play Mark in the final.
Oh, he wants the all ginger final, doesn't he?
Yeah. So maybe there's just that little bit of extra pressure is just.
Well, back in the day, they played for tens of thousands of pounds, didn't they, a couple of times? That ball, good 10 years ago now, and then ended up becoming very good friends from it, didn't they?
Yeah, I think one of the matches was over 50,000 that they played.
10 seconds.
He's back in now. They haven't been breaking great, these two. Arthur's just had another dry break. Ronan looks like he's finally going to get himself off the mark.
Yeah, Arthur's been gone under the radar a little bit. We saw him on the TV table earlier. Played well.
I'd say he's the most improved player in the last 3 or 4 years. He's always been good. He's always been a very good player, but he seems to have gone up a level these last 3 or 4 years. He seems to play in every tournament going, and he's just super consistent. Just keeps getting better and better, really.
Yeah, that was an edgy one from Ronan. Threw his arms at that one. He's got this black. Well, there's more than one way to skin a cat, they say, and he's managed to get over the line on that frame, but it wasn't pretty.
No, win's a win, frame's a frame. If you're a Ronan McCarthy fan, you'll be hoping that's him settled down now.
Yeah, I was watching when he played Nathan Davis earlier, because I was on the shot clock, and he was definitely feeling it. You could see early on in that match there was definite nerves, tension there. Once he got that lead, he sort of got into a nice, comfortable lead, and I think he settled down nicely to finish the match off. But
do you think he struggles with the shot clock a bit more than most?
No, I don't think he does, to be honest. No, I think he, he's got his own expectations, hasn't he? And he's such a great player, but I do think that there's a little bit more pressure on him to win this match now that Mark's in the final. I think he won't want Mark to have bragging rights in their room tonight.
No. Pickers said earlier to me that Ronan McCarthy has won 18 IPA titles. 18.
Yep. Well, he's been playing for 40 years, so it's only won every 2 years.
10 seconds.
Yeah, he's been a great player for such a long time.
That's a very good shot. He's gone into his bad ball early there. There's a bit of risk attached to that, but he had the perfect angle.
I think for me, what's impressive about Ronan that he's we joke he's the most travelled man in pool, but he is.
No, he is. Yeah.
And that was a bit of an edgy one, I thought there again. And all the travelling he has to do, airports, get lifts, and then to come to tournaments and do the business time after time after time. Whatever the rules, playing at the highest level. It really is. He really is one of a kind, I think.
Yeah, I think he's. You say games like these, people chuck all sorts of percentages around there. 90% of it's in your head, and so on. But I think that is one of the things that keeps Ronan McCarthy at the top. Really, he's not the most naturally gifted of cueists. Easy on the eye, so to speak. He hasn't got the greatest break. He first to admit it's probably his weakness. Is his break, but between the ears he is an absolute rock, and so much of this game is psychological. He's such a clever player. Shot selection is spot on pretty much at all times, and he's got balls of steel.
Yeah, he certainly has. He's going to need to pull out one of those great positional shots now. Can he get down the back of this yellow? And he didn't try.
It's a sign of confidence, playing a delicate shot like that. It's a very delicate shot to play, especially on these ultra fine cloths.
Have you had a look at the TV table there, Dan? Close up. Let's have a look what it looks like with the amazing wrap that's on it.
Unfortunately, not been anywhere near it. Lost too soon. I was hoping I was going to play on it at some point, but Matt Steeper got rid of me in the last 16. It does look smart. Colour coded with the arena.
Yeah. Some people think that's fluke. Yeah, you never know with these wraps what they're going to look like. They look good in the pictures, and then you never know what it's going to be like. I mean, it is a little bit shiny for the production team. You can see a little bit of reflection on it. So we might change it for the next tour. I don't know, something funky again. See if Alan Yates is free.
What about Arth and Dad's green on his top?
Oh, I like a bit of green.
Yeah?
Yeah, I like a bit of lime green. Yeah, I said that to him yesterday when I saw him in it. I thought it was pretty good.
You can't put that on the table.
But yeah, Arfan's having a good run here. He's been knocking on the door for, like you say, a few years.
Yeah, he's won an amateur event, hasn't he? But he's never won an open. And I think he's one of them that, if he hasn't won one in a 2, 3, 4 years' time, he'd be one of those that you're saying is one of the best players never to have won one. He's very, very good, very consistent, and just seems to be getting better and better.
Frame 6, Arfan Dad to break, leading 3 frames to 2. Time running.
So it must be Ronan's good luck charm. He's 3-0 down before I took my seat.
He was 3-0 down, playing as bad as I've ever seen him play. You take a seat, and he clears off of Arfan's dry break and then his own break.
He can thank me later.
Yep. Arfan's made a ball this time. First in.
So, Don, have you enjoyed being back at it, back in the competition after so long?
I've enjoyed being allowed out.
Yeah.
Just being able to do things, just see people, socialise. You know, it's good. There's people here that you haven't seen for 18 months. It's good. Yeah, it's good to be back.
Been really good atmosphere in the room, hasn't it? You know, last couple of days, buzzing. You know, I think everyone's just
glad
to be back.
So happy to be back, aren't they? Happy to, you know, have competition to play and have a proper setup again. You know, and yeah, have a crowd watching.
People
watching. I went for a Nando's earlier, about half a mile away, and a guy started talking to me and said about how he was hit. I didn't know his face, and so I asked how he'd got on for the weekend. You know, just polite, you know, how have you been getting on? You've been winning, sort of thing. And he said, no, I just came down to watch. He's travelled 2 hours.
Wow.
Him and his mate.
Fantastic.
Yeah, they've been watching it on the TV, and they've come down for the weekend just to watch. So brilliant.
Yeah, the appeal is growing slowly but surely.
And that's wide. So from a really shaky start, Ronan's got himself a tricky finish, but his hands on the table to get himself back level in no time at all.
I think what has been noticeable, Dan, is the new faces that we've seen on the tour, and some of the new talent,
younger players
that's out there. Yeah,
a lot more younger players. There's ironically, we're looking at Arfan's, I think, nearly 40, Ronan's 50, and Mark Farnsworth in his 40s. But yeah, a lot more sort of players in their early 20s that I haven't seen before. That you go, oh, geez, he can play. You know, and yeah, it's all good for the future. But it's more trendy, isn't it? You know, people like a game of pool.
Yeah, it's quick, it's fast, doesn't take hours. Not really many barriers to be able to have a game of pool. You know, your local pub's probably got one. Clubs everywhere, clubs.
Oh, wow.
Clubs popping up everywhere. But, we'll just have a look at that one again. What happened there? No, he missed it.
He's missed it. He was trying to force an angle, wasn't he? He was trying to create an angle so that he could play the cannon, but
it's not the sort of shot you associate with Ronan, those type of shots, is it?
No, he's a kind of, you know, leaves himself and just backs himself to get the pot, doesn't he? Back to Arthur, he's got the perfect angle here. Just stop the white dead where it is. He's going to have the perfect angle to break his bad yellow out. It's all about what he leaves himself on after this. I think he wants to hit it cushion first. Doesn't want to clip the yellow. That's perfect. Perfect. Just bumped it out. Played it at the right pace as well, so he was always going to be on it or close to it. Just needs to hold the white if he can. If he can't hold the white, he's probably going to have to leave himself a double. He might have to end up doing 2 doubles, so that black doesn't go.
Well, this is a tricky one.
Yeah, a bit of bottom right hand side, I think, and you see where he's just pointing his cue there. Just wants to leave himself as straight as he can on a double into the middle. And I think these doubles for the top players, if they get right on them, they're a good sort of 8 or 9 out of 10 for these top players. Into the middle pockets, corner pockets are a lot more difficult, but I fancy Arfan to get this.
Biggest shot of the match so far. This for a 4-2 lead in a race to 7 for a place in tonight's final. That looks good.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Right. Tap of the leg from Ronan. 4-2.
4-2 to the daddy. What can the babe respond with?
So apparently he's called Babe because of the movie.
Is that not about a pig?
Yeah, apparently I've asked on YouTube. There's a couple of people said the same thing. Apparently he resembles the pig in Babe.
Right. Okay.
Mildly offensive, I think, but obviously knowing what a wind-up Merchant Ronan is, I'm sure it's come from somebody who's already given a bit of stick to, but it seems to have stuck.
Maybe that's a question for our YouTube viewers. What should Ronan McCarthy's nickname be?
Yeah. So you're not allowed the Babe. What's it going to be?
Let us know what you think. Also, let us know where you're watching from. We know the global appeal of IPA events. We see the stats on YouTube when we review the weekend's activities, and we've got viewers from all over the world. Countries I didn't even knew existed.
Well, that's opened everything up. What a great shot.
Yep, he's not holding back.
Right, just needs to get the white away from the yellow here when he cannons it. Doesn't want to stick to it. Stick next to that red. Perfect.
This frame could be over pretty quickly.
Yeah, the black doesn't go into its most obvious pocket top right hand corner, so the only thing I can realistically see stopping him from winning the frame at this visit is that. Just all about what order he takes the balls in. He's a master at that.
And we've got viewers from Perth, Western Australia. Great to have you watching the IPA. Hope you're enjoying it.
Well, Ronan won't be enjoying that. That's gone astray. I think he can play the plant into this right middle pocket, but it's not easy. And he's losing the white. The white's coming down the bottom end of this table.
Yeah, that's a very high risk shot. He's running out of time.
I mean, what else has he got? There's big moments. This difference between 4-2 and 5-3, 4-3 and 5-2 in a race to 7 is massive. That's a great shot.
What a shot!
That is brilliant.
That is a phenomenal shot.
And he's played it so well that he's almost followed the red in. That's how accurate he's been. He's at that dead. He's almost followed the red in. What a shot! No, what has he done? What has he done?
Oh no!
What have you done? I can't believe what I've just seen. He's trying to get over on that side of the table so that he can cut the red in and drift the white in behind the black for the black into the same pocket as where he's going to pot the red, but really got into that too much. He's not going to be a happy bunny.
That is so careless there from Ronan. He's going to be absolutely fuming at what he's done there.
Some people, you know, because of their style of play, you know, you're more flair players, they tend to make that kind of mistake. That kind of mistake is the sort of mistake that Ronan never makes. You know, lapse of concentration. That's just Ronan doesn't do that.
Can he get behind the yellow? No.
Foul. 1 free shot, 1 visit. Time running. Time out.
Is it going to be our fans' day?
Time running.
There's the little things are going from in this match.
They are, and he's played well, but he hasn't been at his absolute best. It reminds me a little bit of the quarter final that Ronan played against Nathan Davies, where Ronan didn't have to be at his best to win 7-3. You could see a similar thing happen here with Arthur. Him not necessarily at the moment. I mean, he hasn't had to be at his best, and he's looking like going 5-2 up. Maybe he's saving his lights out performance for the final if he does get there. He's probably going to need it. If you see what that match earlier between Mark Farnsworth and Liam Dunster, that is one of the best matches I've ever commentated on. It was brilliant. Balls of steel from Mark Farnsworth.
Yeah, 5-3 down.
Yeah.
And then 4 sensational clearances, really.
Yeah, Liam made a bad mistake as well, probably his only real mistake of the match, to go 6-3, and then he just got completely shut out. Didn't get another visit to the table, apart from the break.
Yeah, again, I was doing the shot clock at the side. I could see the intensity that Mark was playing at. He really wanted that match, because obviously Liam has taken his #1 spot.
Yeah.
He took over from, Mark had been there a couple of years, and then Liam took over, and, he definitely wanted to send a message out to Liam saying, I'm still here.
Yeah. And I think Liam as well has had quite a good record over him over the last couple of years. And amongst each other, you always know, when you play another top player, you always know roughly what the score is between you, if not the exact score. Maybe Ronan and Farnsworth don't know what the score is because they probably played 100 times, but you tend to know, I'm 5-3 up on that guy, or I've got a good record against him, or I don't do well against him. And Liam's had the beating of Mark in the last couple of years, and he'll know that. That'll be a big win for Mark. A lot of pleasure out of that.
And the turnaround of that started, I think, in the World Series in France, and that was Liam's first professional title, and he beat Mark in the final. And sort of since then, he's definitely had the upper hand in their head-to-heads. So Arfan down 5-2 ahead.
Ronan looks, for someone who's generally quite poker-faced, he looks about as angry as I've ever seen him look sat down. A lot of experience. He knows how quickly the matches can turn. He's going to need a dry break from Arthur to help him out. He's got one.
He's got one, unless that yellow's going to just drift in the middle.
Nearly did.
He tried its best for him.
How often the balls cluster up on one side of the table when people use that cut break? Happens all the time.
10 seconds.
So another chance for Ronan McCarthy. Can he take this one? Can he cut out the unforced errors? He's looking to move the yellow that's tied up in this shot.
Yeah, played it at pace.
He's going to be pleased with that. That's not bad.
Yeah, he will. He'll take that. Still a lot of work to do. This bottom right-hand side of the table, a lot of the balls are sort of covering each other. So we're going to see him go into the red now. Yeah, perfect. Absolutely perfect. We can play the plant now. I believe in that yellow top left-hand corner of the table to his last ball. Tight cubal control, and we're back to 5-3. It'll be Ronan to break. Could be 5-4 in all of 5 minutes. This match has flown by.
Just a little bit tense, Ronan. He just seems to be not playing with that same fluency that he played against Nathan Davis. Just seems a bit edgy on the shots, just he's up quick on the shot,
Yeah, I think a bit of a scoreboard pressure. Everyone, he's only human. Best in the world. It doesn't matter what the sport is, golf, tennis, it doesn't matter what it is. The best in the world when they're under pressure. The game doesn't come as easy and as natural as it normally seems to, but he's got so much grit and determination. Of all the people you could see turning this around, it would be someone like Ronan. Arfan still isn't even on the hill yet. 5-3.
5-3. McCarthy to break. I think what has been noticeable that the breaks of Ronan and Mark Farnsworth have significantly improved on previous years. They've obviously been doing something, bit of off-season working, tweaking, but that's the best I've seen Mark break in that semi-final for years, maybe if ever. You know, he was really getting in some power into the shots.
It was, yeah. He was still losing the white a little bit, but yeah, it's not as much of an Achilles heel as it used to be. But I think they're the first ones to, you know, I've heard Ronan say it a few times. If I could break, how many world titles would I have won? Or, you know, people have said it on his behalf, sort of thing. But he says he knows it's a weakness of his, and he said to you in the interview afterwards, didn't he, how he's changed to the cut break now.
Yeah.
Giving up with the front ball break, and even at 50 years old, he's still always trying to improve and trying to get that extra 5-10% out of his game.
Yep. And a good break again from Ronan.
Yeah, the problem area for both is the same area. Top right hand side of the table, the red and the yellow tied up. Whichever he ends up going for, that's going to be the key to the frame.
I think he'd probably like reds, to be honest, but I'm not sure he's got an opening red unless he plays the plant. But I'm not sure. Yellow onto red into left centre, but that's not very appealing.
No, he can. So he can just land behind this. Yeah, if he just tops the white through. But it's getting it away from. He's got to go into it, hasn't he? I don't think he can quite land on it, and if he does, he's not going to be able to get the white out.
Safety alert.
Oh.
Safety alert.
Old man alert. Wily old fox alert.
Safety alert. The first one in the match.
Yeah, and, you know, drawing on all of his experience. How many other top players would have done that? Would a Craig Marsh or a Jordan Shepherd have covered the pocket there?
Not a chance. Not a chance. But obviously, as you say, Ronan, drawing all those years of experience and just trying to manoeuvre his yellows into a position to give himself a better opportunity.
Touching ball. Time running.
It's touching ball, which has given Ronan the opportunity to play this red onto the yellow and clear that pocket.
Does he want to attack with those three yellows at the bottom end, with two of them being in
on the cushion,
semi-awkward?
Yeah, I think you're right. If they were in the open, I think we'd have seen him playing Arfan's red onto his yellow to clear the pocket and been going game, but...
See, I don't like that shot from Ronan. I think that gives Arfan a free go at this dish.
It does, and with these rules, I mean, he's got the red above the black, you know, is going to be perfect for the skill shot. He might even be trying to get onto it right now. Look straight away. And I can't see this going wrong, to be honest. I mean, if he plays this with topspin, if he can go cushion first and flick the red on the way back, he's going to play the red onto the yellow. You want to hit red, though? Well, yeah, okay. So I suppose that was the problem. If you do that, then you're relying on being on something afterwards. But I think he's got the one in the middle, or a longer one into the bottom left corner. Like you say, I mean, really, for someone of Arfan's level, how difficult was that clearance, given that you've got the skill shot at you?
Yeah, I think it was a loss of concentration from Ronan. He was basically saying to Arfan, there you go, have a go. And
yeah, have a go. But in reality, Arfan's probably at least 7 out of 10 to clear from there. He's going to find a way. He's too good. He's going to find a way to get into them. He got into it straight away. Textbook.
The skill shot just makes it, you know, gives you that freedom.
Yeah, probably puts Ronan in a position where, as much as he didn't want to, when he could have played Arfan's red onto his yellow to clear the pocket, he probably should have done.
And this red to leave the black into the left corner to put him 1 frame away from his first IPA major final.
He looks loose, doesn't he, Arfan? He looks relaxed. You know, he's the game's coming easy to him. 6-3, one away from the final.
And a 10 p.m. matchup for the title against Mark Farnsworth, a resurgent Mark Farnsworth.
Yeah. I think you'd have to make Mark favourite. You can't. The amount of titles he's won, and I mean, he's already a legend of the game, I'd say. World champion, number 1 for 2-3 years on the bounce. He's an all-time great. So, you know, if Arfan was to get through to the final, which it looks like he's going to, he is going to be up against it against Mark, and he probably isn't going to be given as many chances as Ronan McCarthy's given him, given what we saw earlier from Mark Farnsworth. But
who knows?
Who knows? It'd be good to see a new face in the final. And he deserves it, Arfan. You know, he puts a lot of work in. Plays every tournament he can. Whether it's a £10 local tournament where, you know, there isn't a bigger event on at the weekend, he just loves playing. He got match practice. Works hard at his game, and he's getting what he deserves. He's made a couple of balls and... Oh, wow.
Wowzers.
Is it over? Look at these reds.
Arfan Dad, this is your time. This is your moment. He's just got to hold himself together. I bet the BPMs have just gone up a couple of notches.
He's got the red on the right hand side cushion, which as long as he lands on it is easy enough. And he's just got the 2 reds on the left hand side of the table, the one that's near the black spot and the one into the bottom left hand corner, which are kind of covering each other, so he just needs to manoeuvre his way around that. Apart from that, I can't really see what can go wrong here. I mean, it's so easy. If he could even play the plant. If he lands perfect on this one down the cushion and stun it back, if he can get quite close, it'll be a fairly easy plant into the corner pocket.
I like the pace he's playing. He's keeping the same pace. Trying to stay in the moment, not get too ahead of himself. Ronan can just look on. Absolutely powerless to do anything.
Yeah, clean as a whistle as well, that.
Yeah, struck that really nice.
He's just got the... he's playing with confidence, isn't he? He's playing with the confidence of somebody that does play a lot, and that is now starting to believe in themselves as being a top player, as opposed to a good player.
Extension call.
So it's these 2 on the left hand side, the left and the middle of these 3 reds that's causing them an issue. Just how he's going to take them, what order he's...
He wants to play that one in the bottom left and get loads of left-hand check side on. But
yeah, to stay on the one over the bottom right-hand corner pocket, but it's easier said than done. He's running out of time as well.
10 seconds.
he needs to make a decision.
Oh, that's... Well, he's fine. He's going to be able to get on it. It's just the angle that he's going to be able to leave himself to get on the black. If he can get dead straight on this, then he can top it through and play a black into the left middle pocket or the top left hand corner. But he's have to play this with loads of side. What has he done?
The pressure.
Oh wow.
The pressure.
What has he done? I mean, he's had to play it with rakes and rakes aside to create the angle. We know that, so it's not. But he's. Oh wow! See, Ronan was up like a whippet as well. He knows this is going to hurt.
Yes, you do. 10 seconds.
And he's used his extension. Oh, he's got his extension. This is a big shot. I mean, Arfan's a little bit lucky. He's not left anything easier. A cut into the left centre. Blind pocket. Time's running out. He doesn't know what to do. He's all his eggs in this basket.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot.
And yet again, he pulls out the goods when he needs to do.
Yeah, he's not going to be found wanting when it comes to whether or not he's got enough bottle, Ronan. He just needs enough chances to win this game. He's one of the very, very few players that can kind of struggle through a match but find something when it really, really matters. Those last 3 or 4 frames, the last couple of frames, just turns it on and finds another level when it didn't look like he had it in him or didn't look like he was in good enough nick, which so far in this match it doesn't look like. But if anyone can do it, it'll be Ronan McCarthy.
Wow, what's going to be going through Arf and Dad's mind? Hopefully won't dwell on that for too long, because we've seen bigger comebacks than this before. Is this the start of another one?
Well, he was all smiles 5 minutes ago, 6-3 up, grinning like a Cheshire cat. But no, he plays a lot of tournaments. He's a very level-headed guy. He knows he needs to just put it to the back of his mind. You are going to make mistakes. It does happen. No one plays perfect, but you're not human if you're not sat there thinking, I should be in the bar now. I should be doing an interview with Kev.
I don't think anyone's thinking about doing an interview with me.
I should be waiting to see the outcome of Picker's picks. Wonder if Pickers is going to pick me.
Wow, if Ronan McCarthy can break and dish this one, what a match we've got on. Because the tension will be ramping up on Arf and Dad.
Oh, after what's happened, if Ronan can break and clear these and go 6-5, it's almost 50-50. There's nothing worse. There was nothing worse than missing a chance to, even if you're ahead by more, even if you're 6-1 up and you do something like that, there is nothing worse than sitting there thinking, I should have won this match now. And then 15 minutes later, there's only 1 or 2 frames in it. It's a horrible feeling.
Trailing 6 frames to 4. Time running.
In Ronan's mind, he'd be thinking he's 1 dry break away from winning this match.
Yep. Can the legend turn this one around?
If anyone can,
it's a good
Ronan
break.
Can. He's got a ball.
He's got a ball. There's a good split. He wants yellows.
Yellows. There's a bit of traffic in the bottom half of the table.
The tension is ramping up.
Oh, it's one of those tables, isn't it? Whatever you go for, you've got a problem area, but they look like they're in the open.
10 seconds.
Yeah.
They look nice, but they're not.
Where's the white?
What's he done there?
What a shot.
Oh, wow. I'm not sure anyone's good enough to have played that. Has he seen that? Has he played that? That's a...
And if that yellow next to the red, near the black spot, if that goes in the right centre, yeah, I'm getting tense just sat here, Dan.
Yeah, same. Just anything but straight. Slightly off straight, that's perfect. Just drift up the left-hand side of the table. Ideally, you don't want to go past the centre line, and then it's just it's frame over. Also to slow up a little bit.
Oh. The centre pocket just reached out and grabbed that yellow ball.
Did just so. He's got options. He can take. Yeah, so he's maybe top it through and play the yellow just above it into the top left corner, or he can. One of those, if you ask 10 top players, they probably give you a few different answers. No, what's he done?
Mistake. He's made a mistake.
What has he done? He didn't get into it enough. Not enough right hand side.
He's got to pull out a massive shot into the bottom right hand corner. He's not wasting any time.
He's every ounce of his bottle. There it is.
Well, dare we question the great man?
Don't ever question Ronan McCarthy's bottle.
That red's just a little bit awkward. That's above the yellow.
Yeah, it's just stay away from the middle pocket if he tops that through.
You've got one, yeah. 10 seconds. Extension call.
He has got an extension. He's just asked the referee. A bit flustered out. Even Ronan McCarthy's a bit flustered. He didn't know if he had an extension or not.
Just punch the white ball.
Yeah. Perfect.
Unbelievable play from the man from Northern Ireland.
Grit and determination. There we are.
Wow, in it goes.
Game on.
What do you think of that, Arfan Dad? That miss has cost you 2 frames. This is...
He's doing a bit of tip repair work there. He's damaged his tip. It did look like a bit of a miscue, didn't it? Probably just put rakes and rakes aside on there, or was he?
Yeah, I think he missed it that much. I think you're right. He probably just did hit the white in a part that you're really not meant to hit it.
Well, this is break cue for now that he's going to be using.
Frame 12. Arfan Dad to break.
Well, this is now the biggest shot of the match.
Time running.
What can he produce when he needs it the most?
He doesn't care if he pots 5 balls, just one
Where's
will do. One will do. He's got one.
He's got one. The whites. Well, it's another great chance. Look at the
Oh,
yellows.
look at these. They couldn't be much better, could they? They couldn't be much better. Nothing needs dislodging. Nothing.
He just needs to hold himself together, banish the thoughts of the previous, well, his previous chance a couple of frames ago. Just do what he's been doing for the most of this match, and he will be in the final. But as we know, it's easier said than done.
Yeah, he's taken his extension already as well, just trying to figure out what he's going to do. He knows he's going to go yellows, but what order is he going to take the balls? I think that the only problem I can see is the yellow that's in the top of the table near the bulk line. Now, does he play it now? I don't think he can. He's running into the reds. But at some point, he's got to go back up there for that yellow. And he's going to have to get back down the table. Apart from that, they couldn't be much easier.
10 seconds.
That's a beautiful shot. That's a great shot.
That could be the match winner.
Yeah, if anything, he might be a tad too straight. You know, so he'd love it to be a more natural angle to just top this off that cushion and back down. You see there, he was just running dangerously towards that red in the centre of the table, so he's had to pull it short and leave a little bit of distance. He should be fine from here, surely.
You can either screw this back, just take the white to the right hand side, or run it through. He's got a choice of shots. That is perfect.
It is perfect. Slightly hampered queuing, but just 2 yellows away from his first Open final.
In it goes. The hard work is done.
Oh, he's on the win. He's on the winners. Yeah, they're just doing a lap of honour now. Arthur Dad takes his place in the final. 7-5. What a match. Well played, Arthur Dad. Ronan McCarthy not quite at his brilliant best. Didn't get off to a great start in the match, but typical of Ronan McCarthy. Pure grit, determination, heart fight. Found a way to get himself back into that match at 6-5. But Arthur Dad comes up with a really good break and finish under the pressure to book his place in the final. Well played, Arthur Dad.
Well, I'm delighted to be down in the arena with our fan in his first major IPA final. Tell us your thoughts at this moment.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I thought I missed the chance at 6-3 and miscued terribly there. And Ronan, obviously, as you know, he broke and dished the next one. I'm thinking I'll probably go dry here. He'll clear up and break and dish. So I was just hoping for a chance of my break there, and luckily I managed to hold myself together, and yeah, the balls came out nice.
So when you broke that final break and you saw the yellows absolutely there for the taking.
One problem ball. I obviously wanted to get rid of that one too, but I knew I had to go back down to come back up, but I left myself nice and straight on that ball to screw into that ball. Obviously you can over screw that too, because you know you got a bumper there. So I think the way this weekend's gone, things have fallen into place nicely for me. You need that in pool, and you know, in my last 3 matches, Simon potted the black and potted the white, Wade potted the black, potted the white, Ronan did. So I'm thinking, you know, could it be? But I don't know what's going to happen in the final, but I'm there, I've got a chance, so see what happens.
Yeah, and obviously against Mark in the final, what are your thoughts about that and that match?
Yeah, obviously Mark is, you know, one of the best players in the IPA ever, really, so, and he's playing really well. I've probably got to play, you know, more or less perfect pool. He's breaking well too. It's normally his Achilles heel, but yeah, it's probably mine this weekend. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. You know, I'm there. I've given myself a chance, which is all I can ask for.
And on the final clearance, did the BPMs did they start to race up a few notches? Or I mean, you look pretty cool on the camera.
It's weird how it's all psychology with pool, because I've missed my chance at 6-3. I was calmer in that finish, because I'm thinking I've got another one here. I probably don't deserve that. So I was a bit calmer in that finish than I was at 6-3 when I've got a bigger lead. So it's weird how the whole psychology works. But yeah, I felt all right. Yeah.
And if you do manage to lift the title, you know, your first major title, what would that mean to you?
Everything really. It'll be my biggest win in pool. So I've been playing the game long enough. You probably know that. So yeah, I'll be over the moon if I could win it.
Okay, well, our fun, well played, and we'll see you at 10 o'clock with Mark Farnsworth in the final. Well played. So our fan Dad takes his place in the final against Mark Farnsworth. What a final that is, and that is coming up at 10 o'clock. So recharge your glasses, and we'll see you back here in a few minutes.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, I'm Team Arfan. I mean, sorry, no, it's going to be a good final. No, I think you do, didn't you? I think you're not. You know, Mark's won so much, although he hasn't won anything since the Worlds. He said that before. He hasn't won a title since the Worlds. Obviously, we've had the break for COVID. But 2019 World Champion, it was almost as if he'd sort of took his foot off the gas a little bit after that. You know, he was a dominant force in the IPA for good 2, 3, 4 years, and then he finally won the Worlds. Favourite every year, but didn't quite, you know, always seemed to fall short. Seemed to win the Worlds, and then sort of think, well, I've completed it now, you know, and took his foot off the gas, but looks to be as focused as ever this week so far. Any of you that saw him play Liam Dunster in the semis would agree. Got us underway. He's made a ball.
And even the match against Corey Reese, the determination to clear up, you know, under pressure, and he just seems to deliver every time that we've seen him and commentated on throughout this weekend.
Oh, you're spot on. It's exactly that. It's doing it. It's one thing pulling off great finishes, but when it's 5-all, 6-5 down, 6-5, 6-all, you know, in big matches on stream, a couple of thousand people watching, you know, it's a different kettle of fish to just doing a good finish. You know, we can all do that, but can you do it when you're 5-3 down against Liam Dunster in the semis? Not many can.
No, and Mark Farnsworth is probably one of the best at it, especially when he's in this type of mood, and he's just so focused at the moment.
Yeah, you say he's got that eye of the tiger, hasn't he? He's got that steely sort of determination. You see it when he was behind against Liam in that semi-final, and he just sat there almost looking grumpy in the corner, but he's just focused.
10 seconds.
110%. So the only thing that's going to stop him winning this frame is the red in the top left-hand corner of the table, on that side cushion. So as long as he can navigate his way around that, I'll be taking this first frame, but it's all about getting on it. Wants to get as close to it as possible without the yellow that's next to it getting in the way. He's actually played into it.
And the way he's played that, there was not much room at all. I mean, you can just see he only just missed that yellow. But look at the way it's turned out. It looks pretty perfect to me. A little bit of work to do. Might have to do a bit of movement with a cue ball.
Yeah, some on another day he might have left that as his second last red and stroked that down the cushion to play this red that he's about to play now before getting onto the black, because you look now, is he in a bit of trouble? I don't know. If he's dead straight, he's got to do a bit of work with the cue ball, eh?
I think he can come on and off the cushion and through the gap of the yellow and the black. That's what the angle looks to me.
Yeah, his body language suggests that he's not in too much trouble, but that's a beautiful shot. Well, that's on a string, isn't it? What a shot that is. Judging the arc, you know, when you're playing that into the at pace, judging the arc off of the sight, it's a lot harder than he's just made that look. Other people will be crashing into the black there, snooking themselves behind the yellow.
Even overrunning it, anything could have gone wrong.
Yeah.
But is he going to be under a little bit more pressure? We've seen him handle the pressure, but he's the outright favourite for this match. Arfan Dad has got nothing to lose here. He just needs to go out, try and take his chances, and he can still be in this match. And it's just dependent on how many chances he's going to get from Mark Farnsworth in this type of mood.
Yeah, it's definitely two completely different mindsets. You know, Mark's dealing with having won multiple IPA titles, former world champion, knows he's favourite, knows Arfan's a great player, but knows the pressure's on him to perform and the expectations on him to perform. Whereas you got Arfan that will just, he should in theory be quite relaxed about this, and you know, he's in the final, let his arm go, see what happens. You know, he said maybe it's his time. He's had a couple of get out of jail free cards on his way to this final. So, you know, and a couple of good performances on TV recently as well from Arfan in the Champions Cup. I remember seeing him do a really, really good finish in the decider against, I think it was Craig Marsh. He knows how to hold himself together under pressure, Arfan. He's made a ball. And he's got a chance. I think red's all yellows. There's an argument for both here.
Yeah, and that's probably the break he wanted to start off his campaign in this final. Yeah, we've seen Mark there. He's taken out a great finish.
10 seconds. Extension call.
And a really good start, and this could be the standard. Often, whatever he needs, whatever he does, he needs to try and keep his head and just keep with Mark. You don't want to be giving him a 3 or 4-1 head start here, because he'll have it all to do.
Yeah, just taking the yellow first, slightly hampered queuing. He's lost the white ball a little bit there. So the two yellows that are together, once he takes the top yellow in the middle of the table into the right middle pocket, that will free up the other yellow to go into the bottom right hand corner pocket. So really, well, again, if he takes it into the bottom left, it will free up that other yellow. But it's all about the order that he's going to take these balls in now. Could maybe take the yellow into the top left corner pocket and come back down similar to where he is now. Maybe swing it off 2 cushions, bit of bottom right hand side, top cushion, right hand cushion. Swing to the left of the black.
Yeah, that's got to be the shot for me, and he'll have 2 options of 2 balls. He needs to miss these 2.
He does, yeah. He's sort of got away with that, though, hasn't he? He didn't want to cannon that black. He wanted to slide to the left of the black, but he's sort of got away with it. He can play this yellow into the bottom right-hand corner, but it's a bit of a thin one. He's maybe losing the cue ball a little bit. Maybe he's got to play a drag shot. Nervy one when you're not off the mark yet in the match. Yeah, he's lost the white. He's lost the white. He had to play that with almost like a soft screw drag kind of shot, and he hasn't really quite got into it because he knows full well there if he goes into that, the white's going to be going towards that corner pocket. That's a bad one from Arfan.
Yeah, he's sort of got his timings wrong there, and we've sort of seen 2 little nervy shots already, and Mark will have noticed that, and he will be on this.
Yeah, he's an animal. He'll be looking to pounce on that. He's ruthless. Experienced it firsthand myself a few times. If you're not on your game, he doesn't want it to be close. Not one of these to take his foot off the gas if he does get ahead. If anything, he just gets stronger.
Yeah, he's a very good leader, and he can also come back quite often. And I think, you know, Arfan in most of his matches, probably apart from the previous one, not against Ronan, but the one previous to that, he was behind. And, but he come back to win. 5-1 behind he was against Wade Morley. And what a comeback that was to win 7-5. And that's pretty much been the only match that he's been behind in. So, but against Mark Farnsworth, we're talking about a different class here.
Different kettle of fish, yeah. And Mark's been a little bit fortunate there. He's landed absolutely plumb on this red into the middle pocket to just be able to slide below it like he did there. I'm not sure that was his plan, to be honest. But when you're playing into an area, you always know you're going to have options. You know, so you sometimes you just got to play into the right area, reassess from there, and say, right, actually, I'm going to take the balls in this order. Try and make life as easy for yourself as possible.
You say plan, you know, plan or no plan, he's really going to punish Arfan here. This is a frame that definitely Arfan has had a really good chance in.
Yeah, this is a tiny bit short of perfect, but he's absolutely fine. Just got to roll this in, and he can leave the white wherever he wants, to be honest. He can leave as long as he'll drop this red into the left middle pocket, and we're going to be looking at 2-0 in all of 5 minutes. Fast start from Farnsworth.
Yeah, he's definitely got off the starting blocks very quickly. This is not the start that Arf and Dad wanted. There's one thing you cannot do, is give Mark Farnsworth the lead. And not by too many.
Mark Farnsworth has started from where he left off against Liam Dunster. Absolutely flawless. 2-0.
And there we see Mark. He just looks so focused on this.
Yeah. The angrier he looks, the more focused he is. Look how miserable he looks. That's when you're in the zone, when you look really miserable.
But he is a born winner. You know, you talk about all the finals he's won. If he won this would still be one of the biggest ones he's ever won.
I think it will, because he hasn't won one for a while.
Exactly.
You know, and the longer it goes, and you know, he's hit 40 now.
Frame 3.
You know, is it?
Mark Farnsworth
People start to question, oh, is he a little bit past it? Is he? He's not.
Time running.
I can tell you he's not. But yeah, it'd be big for him.
Yeah, and we're seeing the reason why it's not. This is his third appearance on this TV table today. And we have seen 2 absolutely explosive performances from him.
Yeah, although it looks like he's going to give Arfin a chance to get his to open his account. Nothing down. Not the best break he's hit all day. Still got a good split. I mean, he's hit him quite well, to be fair. But you know, like we say, part of the big part of this game is in the lap of the gods. There's only so well you can hit a break. You do still need to trust to luck.
Extension call.
But the reds are far better than the yellows. One problem area, which is the red to the right of the black. He's going to have the perfect angle in a second to disturb it. So when I was sort of started getting a bit better when I was a kid, the first thing I was taught is if you got problem areas or you got balls you need to dislodge, get into them as early as possible, because if it doesn't go right, you're going to have 3 or 4 other balls to dislodge it with as well. So get into it as early as possible. With this as well, you're pretty much guaranteed to be on a red after you go into it. So.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this was his total plan. I wondered if he was trying to take that one into the left middle next, but has he changed his plan a little bit? I mean, he's still got options. I mean, that red into top left is easy enough.
I wonder if it looks like that didn't go great, but I don't know if he maybe has got a gap into this bottom right hand corner pocket now for the red that he's just gone into. Well, I think if he did. No, he probably has. I think he's leaving it till last. He might just not have a full pocket. But either way, he needs these. He's up the tempo a little bit, so it must go into the bottom right corner pocket. So his mission accomplished. Going into his bad ball. Wants to leave himself as straight as possible. Yeah, nice little stop shot.
Very important to get the first frame on the board. It's one of the hardest ones to win, along with the last one. And this has been a pretty good effort here from Arfin. Taking advantage of the dry break from Mark.
Yeah, wasted no time. I mean, he really got on with that. You know, figured out what his problem was, attacked it. It came out well, and he just got on with it. He plays at a good pace, doesn't he, Arfin?
Yeah, that's what we need to see if we want this match to go close. That's exactly what Arfin's got to do.
Yeah, stay loose. You know, he's got to the final playing a certain way. No need to be sort of tentative or edgy or overthink things just because it's the final. Just play your normal way, and hope for the best, really. Back on serve, so to speak. Breaking pretty well all day. Can make a ball here. Could be back at 2 each in no time.
Frame 4.
And Arfin's another one of the players.
2 frames to 1.
Been using the cut break.
Time running.
And he has been doing that for at least 2 years, probably 3.
Yeah. Well, our semi-finalists, actually, so you mentioned the cup break earlier. All 4 of them are cup breaking. We watched Farnsworth against Dunster, both hitting second ball down, and Ronan McCarthy was doing it against Arthur, who also does it.
It's a very interesting fact.
Yeah, I think we...
You're not convinced about the cup break, are you, at the moment?
It just goes against every bone in my body to do the cup break, but I might have to bite the bullet at some stage.
As I say, you've already got the petition going around the room at the moment. Not sure anybody's signed it yet.
Right.
Because it's a bit of a B plan in the old breaking game, isn't it?
Yeah.
If things aren't working head on, then let's go down the cup route.
Well, I think there's going to be more and more people, especially watching this, that are going to start using it as their A game, or as plan A, should I say. But Arfan's making his way through these, and I mean, problem area. I think he's going to, in an ideal world, he'll get on the red that's on the left-hand side cushion, maybe last, unless he's trying to get. No, he's getting on it now. I think he's okay. I think he's landed plumb, has he? Is he straight? No, he's shaking his head.
I'm not sure if that red goes past that red into the top right.
No, I think he was just off angle on that last red. If he was slightly to the left of where he was, he could have come up the right-hand side of the table, taken the 2 on the right-hand side of the table, and then left the 2 reds closest to the black to get onto the black. But he just didn't have the angle he wanted, so I think that was a better shot than it looked. I don't think he had a full pocket.
It looked like it went in very easy.
Yeah.
Like you say, made it look a lot easier than what it was. But this one is not going to be easy. This is properly hampered queuing.
Yeah, I don't think me or you'd be able to reach this, will we?
I definitely wouldn't.
I wouldn't.
10 seconds.
I have to get you on my shoulders.
Still don't think we'd reach it, but just
not there.
reaching a bit.
He was, wasn't he? He needed the spider there, to be honest. Or it's frustrating for Arthur, because if that goes in, he's got the perfect natural angle to get on that last red down the cushion, and we're looking at 2 apiece.
Yeah, and this is another chance that's probably got away from Arthur here.
10 seconds.
Yeah, extension call. Mark's called his extension. He's just going to see just how ruthless Mark's going to be. I think he might well take this problem ball. He's eyeing it up. If this goes in, I fancy him to win the frame.
Yeah, and if not, if it does stay over the pocket, he's still got a fancy him for this frame.
Yeah, he's still going to have a foothold in the frame as long as he keeps it over the pocket like he has.
Or has he?
Oh, wow. Oh, that looks tight. I think the fact that the yellows seems to be touching the knuckle makes it less likely that the red can squeeze past. But as Arthur also, can he play the plant? If he plays the plant, he's got a natural angle to pump it out. He's going for it. That's a great shot. That's a great shot. You got a feel for him a little bit there.
Not touching.
Could he maybe have played it a bit harder if you're gonna do that? You maybe played it a little bit more pace, but for that to glue to that red is unlucky.
Yeah, it is. And has he got a chance? Is he?
Well, he said it's not touching.
10 seconds. Foul.
Oh, how's your luck? Oh.
Do you think he was trying to travel this red down,
Time running.
pot the yellow, white get out of the way, and the red follows the red, follow it in? Is that what we was looking at?
He might have been looking at something weird like that.
Yeah. It would have been an absolute superb shot.
See, Mark, there a lot of people would have tried to get one of these yellows on the side, maybe this one on the left-hand side cushion, maybe use their free shot to get that out, but not Mark. He's a clever player, such a clever player. He's got that insurance policy now, top right-hand corner pocket.
Yeah, I'm not sure that he's going to be using any insurance policies here in this frame. He'll be going all out for these. Just can't see where he's going to go wrong here.
No, he's just playing too well, isn't he? He's playing too well to miss chances like this. See if we can still do that commentator's curse thing. He definitely won't miss these.
Well, you know, will he take the one? He's got to take the one over the right pocket soon, because getting on the black from that. Can he just miss the red to get near the black?
Well, I thought that, yeah. I thought maybe he could have played the yellow over that top right corner pocket just then, you know, with right-hand side, and brought the white down the right-hand side of the table. Try and leave the two yellows in the middle of the table to get on the black from, but he obviously sees it different.
It's definitely going to be his last ball now.
Yeah, it's just whether he's going to, like you say, naturally you'd want to play it with a bit of bottom left-hand side and bring it out towards the where you'd break from, but if he does that, he's probably going to flick the red. So, I mean, surely he's not going to...
Can he draw this back then?
Yeah, I thought it was right up against the jaw, but...
Obviously not as close as to the cushion as we thought then, if he can't sort of screw this back.
He should be alright. Just bring it anywhere near the bulk line. Yeah, see, he's just flicked the red there, which has stopped him getting ideal. But, you know, for somebody like Mark Farnsworth, you can pretty much chalk this up. So this for a 3-1 lead in the final.
Yeah, and that's a pretty good part. I mean, that black in the left centre there, for somebody as Mark's class, that's probably a 10 out of 10. You know, 9 out of 10 at the worst. You know, because he does cue very well.
I think it's one of them ones that it kind of shows how confident he is. If you weren't as confident, or you were maybe 3-0 down, or you kind of don't.